This world is different from our planet. It is called Terranor. When the Emperor's heart is burned, someone who has bypassed fate arrives in these lands. A prophecy about the appearance of a super being descended on the land of Terranor. The ruler of the Lasclan Empire sacrificed 5 sons, 7 daughters, and 19 of his retainers to summon this otherworldly deity. When a naked youth appeared before the Emperor, he could not believe that this was the very man from the prophecy, because the new arrival looked like an innocent child. The Emperor was furious that he had summoned an ordinary earthly youth. The boy was very scared when the Emperor started shouting at him, demanding that he get out of his sight. The Lasclan Palace was slowly falling into disrepair, its walls bearing the marks of the battles that had taken place in this gloomy building. The Emperor summoned a huge otherworldly deity that looked like a large snake. Jay, the youth who was summoned by the Emperor last time, took out his sword to deflect the monster's attack. The young man used special techniques called conquering the heavens and rumbling the mountains to defeat the monster. The old Emperor was angry that Jay had dealt with his otherworldly deity rather quickly. As he climbed the stairs, the knight explained that the creatures were so dangerous because they did not obey the laws of this world. For him, this was not a problem. Pointing his sword towards the elder, Jay reminded him that he was not a resident of this world, so the laws did not apply to him either. The powerful ability to summon creatures from another world was passed down only to the Lasclan family. When the young man came closer, the Emperor rose from his knees and continued to talk about how peaceful people suffered from the imperial tyranny. The man crawled back to the wall, breathing heavily, steam escaping from his mouth. Jay reminded the tyrant that he had decided that the one he had called into this world was no good for anything, and had gotten rid of him as an unnecessary thing. Jay barely escaped, and 3 years have passed since then, and now he is here to take revenge. The boy lived every insignificant day in the hope of one day raising the sword of reprisal over the head of the tyrant emperor. With burning eyes, Jay was ready to return all the desperate pain and indignation. Our hero cut through the obstacle between him and the enemy. He wanted to avenge not only himself, but also his comrades. The man realized that he couldn't squeeze it out and that he needed to do something. The emperor began to shout that the devil's prophecies were to blame for everything. Without giving the man time, our hero dealt a fateful blow to his worst enemy. The emperor fell to the floor, a lot of blood came out of his mouth, and his eyes became empty. Having dealt with the enemy, the young man put his sword back into its sheath. Our hero looked at the emperor's body, which was bleeding. Jay breathed a sigh of relief because everything was finished, and the main goal was achieved. Movement began from behind the guy. Someone was moving very quickly towards Jay. Turning to the call, the young man blossomed. He was glad to see Mina. With a smile on her face, the girl headed towards the guy. The young lady congratulated our hero on his victory. Jay headed towards his friend, saying that the victory was not as easy as one might think. When the distance was covered, the young man hugged his girlfriend with a smile on his face. Our hero whispered in Mina's ear that everything was over, and there was nothing more to worry about. He would do everything to make the girl happy. Sitting down opposite the king, Jean said that it was not over yet. They had to burn the emperor's heart to get rid of the monsters. The guy was surprised by Jay's abilities. Jean thought that our hero wouldn't succeed. Jay was surprised to see his friend and teammate standing in front of him. The rest of the team began to speculate that if the emperor's heart was burned, our hero might disappear. But Tim explained that Jay was called by the hearts of his close associates, not by the emperor. With a smile on his face, the young man tried to attract the attention of his comrades. Mina looked at her boyfriend. She was wondering if the guy really didn't want to go home. The guy looked at his comrades and said that he had made his decision a long time ago. The young team members listened to their comrade with expressions of joy on their faces. Jean and Rose, leaving their work, turned their gaze towards the speaker, listening to every word. Mina, hearing the young man's words about friends, fallen comrades, and the love of his life, blushed. Our hero would be lying if he said that he doesn't miss the earth at all. But the guy doesn't want to make a choice about staying here. In this world, he had a lot that was dear to his heart. The team members listened to our hero's speech with smiles, but the atmosphere was filled with a gloomy solemnity, foreshadowing something bad. Jean pointed out that he believed Jay would not change his mind. With a smile that lit up his face, our hero confirmed his comrade's suspicions. When Jay was called, he turned his gaze in the direction from which the sound came. Our hero was amazed when Mina embraced the young man and pulled him towards her for a kiss. Stepping back, the girl with a blush on her cheeks directed her gaze into the eyes of her lover. The smile that played on the young lady's face instantly acquired a sly and sinister expression. Noticing the change in the atmosphere, Jay couldn't help but feel a sense of tension. Our hero felt fear when some movement began behind him. The young man turned around, and what he saw left him in a state of shock. A portal, painted light blue, opened near the wall. The young man turned to his team and cried out in fear for everyone to keep their distance, for the unknown person had opened a portal. The guy noticed that no one moved, and the atmosphere became gloomy and treacherous. In Jean's hands blazed a fire that would incinerate the Emperor's heart, leaving only ashes in place of the vital organ. The young man was in a state of deep shock when he saw his friend holding the heart of the Emperor he had sought for so long. Hearing that even if the entire Lusclan dynasty fell, access to the Emperor's heart would allow them to open a portal to another world. Jay narrowed his pupils as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Our hero realized that the people he considered friends used and betrayed him. Looking up at the hero, Jean noted that Jay had become too strong. Tim and Mikey continued to list the virtues of our hero, envying his popularity and the love of others. Carl, standing next to Rose, said that Jay would soon rise above them. They did not want another emperor. The guys thanked our hero for saving their world, but now it was time for Jay to return home. These words stunned the guy. The next emotion was anger. The guy did not understand why his friends were doing this to him. The next moment, our hero turned to his beloved for help, when she in turn stood silent. Noticing Mina's inaction, Jay understood everything, but he didn't want to believe what was happening. The young warrior broke the silence and turned to her lover. Mina looked at him with a haughty expression, as if saying that he should have made this decision himself. Jay couldn't understand why the girl was saying that, because they had always had a warm relationship. The young lady declared that she did not wish to become the Emperor's wife, and an adornment of his court. She wanted to rule the world herself, and possess all the riches imaginable. The guy didn't know what to answer. Mina, continuing to speak, came closer to our hero. The young lady looked down on our hero, gently lifting his face by the chin, and haughtily said that Jay was not even fit to be used as an ornament. Jay stepped forward, but he too couldn't overcome the power of the portal. He was curious about what was happening. Noticing that her lover was having a hard time, Mina wanted to ease his suffering. Coming closer, she lightly pushed Jay in the chest. The push sent the guy flying into the portal, and he was immediately sucked into it. All Jay could do was look at the arrogant smiles of the people he once considered his friends. After the man was absorbed, the portal to the other dimension closed. The world was saved by a hero from another world and his 6 allies. The savior has fulfilled his role. The heroes accept Jay's desire to return to his homeland and are ready to take care of the future of the Empire. Jean declared that the Emperor's reign was over. Now the Empire could rely on them. Now the era of the 6 emperors would begin. The people were delighted. They joyfully received the news of the overthrow of the tyrant and warmly welcomed the new rulers. Taxes were lowered in the Empire, and the people were freed from hard labor. The 6 emperors were in agreement and ruled the land of Terranor wisely. It was a carefree time before the new portal opened. The morning sun informed the inhabitants of the forest house that it was time to go to work. A sweet girl in work clothes came out of the house, holding a basket in her hands. Bella, covering her face with her hand, looked at the clear blue sky. The weather was perfect for plowing the garden. Without wasting a minute, the girl picked up a hoe and began to dig up the garden, preparing it for planting seeds. After she had plowed the garden, the young farmer set about clearing weeds from the existing vegetable and herb beds. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to a fish that appeared out of nowhere. Bella tried to figure out what kind of fish it was, and when she found out, she was very surprised. Coming closer, the young lady happily grabbed the find by the tail. She was delighted with a real live flounder because it seemed so tasty. However, the joy was short-lived. The farmer realized that she could not eat this fish because she did not even imagine how it ended up next to her house and what it was doing in the forest. Having discarded the suspicious find, the girl decided to return to her work. But at that moment, there was a loud thud behind her, and dust rose up in the place where the fall had occurred. A startled Bella turned around to see what that sound was. When the dust cleared, she was faced with the sight of a dead pig, its fall leaving a hole in the ground. The young lady did not understand where the fish and now the pig came from, so she thought that they were falling from the sky. Continuing to look at the sky, the girl saw that something was falling right on her sight. Taking a closer look, Bella realized that a man was falling, and he was falling completely naked. The young lady didn't understand how to react to this. She didn't even think about seeing a guy fall from the sky. The impact of a living man on the ground raised a large cloud of dust, and the sound resonated throughout the surrounding area. Bella was shocked. She didn't understand how to react. After the pig, a naked man fell. The guy who landed on the plot of a young farmer got his head stuck in the ground. The girl began to worry whether the young man was alive and went to help him. Before Bella could approach, the young man pulled the head out of the ground without any effort. Without explaining anything, the stranger began to look around to understand where he had landed. Turning his head to one side, the guest's gaze was met with a green forest with mountains. Looking in the other direction, the guy noticed a village house that was built in the Middle Ages. Noticing that the stranger was feeling completely fine, the young lady decided to say hello. The guy got to his feet and started laughing and shouting that he had succeeded in something after several years of trying. The young man looked like a madman who had achieved his crazy goal for which he had to step over heads. Moments later, Bella saw a picture of the stranger falling unconscious not far from where he landed. The young lady holding the garden tool was amazed and wondered what had just happened. It was getting dark and the forest dwellers were getting ready for bed. But the light was on in the house where Bella lived. The young man opened his eyes. Having woken up, the guy began to look around to get an idea of where he was. A young lady entered the room with a tray in her hands, and the stranger was slightly surprised to see her. Without wasting any time, the girl began to find out how her guest was feeling. She didn't expect the guy to fall out of the sky. The young lady brought porridge with her. The guest stood up abruptly, and a sharp pain pierced his body. Bella looked in amazement, not understanding the guest, not understanding in what language he was talking about the side effects, which turned out to be more serious than he thought. The hostess of the house thought that her guest was a foreigner, because it was the unofficial language of the land of Terranor. Maybe if the guy speaks an unknown language, then he is from some indigenous tribe. Jay realized that he had forgotten that he was no longer on Earth, but in another dimension. Bella put the tray of food on the bedside table and answered the guy's question about his salvation in the affirmative. While the young lady was wondering what tribe her guest was from, the guy was wondering where he was. The girl explained that they were north of Mount Defilin, about 12 hours from the village of Goran. An announcement that did not help our hero. Realizing that the guest was not well-oriented, the girl explained more simply and said that they were in the Lilstein Empire, a territorial unit formed by Emperor Jean I after the Revolution of the Seven Heroes. Bella was surprised by the guy's reaction to her explanation. The atmosphere around the guest became more gloomy. The guy cursed about Jean becoming an emperor. There was a strange atmosphere in the room, and after the guy's statement about Emperor Jean, there was silence. After a while, Jay asked the owner of the forest hut if she had any clothes, since he was still naked. Soon the bowls containing the food were empty. Our hero was too hungry due to the journey between worlds, so he was already eating his third serving. Jay noticed that the rice smelled fishy, but there was nothing he could do about it. Seasonings were too expensive in this dimension. The young man was so glad to be back that he almost forgot to thank the girl for saving him and for the food. The girl was slightly surprised by this statement. The young lady continued to look at the dry, muscular body, the sharp features of the leaf, and she also noticed a certain rudeness in the conversation. Bella kept wondering where the guy was from, and the next assumption was that Jay was from nobility. But she didn't understand one thing: why was he naked? Having finished eating, the guy smiled and decided to ask how he could address his savior. Bella introduced herself, emphasizing that she was an ordinary village girl. Jay was slightly surprised. He was amazed that he now treated swordsmen like that. The young man emphasized that Bella seemed quite experienced. The owner of the house became interested in why her guest decided so. In his defense, the young man stated that it was just an assumption, and it would be quite difficult to explain. With a smile, the young lady confirmed that she was a swordsman and owned a weapon, but was not a member of the knightly squads. Free swordsmen like her did not work for the emperor, and technically lived off of individual orders. Bella personally worked in plant growing when there was no other work. After the explanation, our hero had one more question. The young lady did not expect to hear the question about who she was to the emperor of the underworld. In an instant, the table at which they had just been sitting flew towards our hero. The young warrior pushed off the floor to jump over the table and strike the guest. A small dagger appeared in the hands of the young lady. Without wasting a minute, Bella jumped over the table, leaning on one hand. What she saw surprised the girl. She did not understand how this could happen. In the place where Jay should have been, there were only fragments of the bowl from which the guest had been treated. The young lady tensed up when she heard from behind the phrase that Jay had not asked for a fight. Quickly gathering herself, the girl delivered the next blow, wondering how the burden had ended up behind her so quickly. Without much effort, our hero moved slightly to the side, thereby dodging the attack. Keeping her balance and preparing to launch another attack, Bella assumed that Jay would also be a swordsman. Our hero deftly dodged each attack, convincing the girl that he was not going to fight her. Having come to the conclusion that the guy was too strong because he avoided her blows with such ease, the girl decided to speed up. While Bella was trying to strike from behind, the young man said that the mistress of the house was not as meek as she seemed, but she had a kind heart. Jay blocked a blow from behind with a wooden spoon, lightning erupting from the collision of metal and wood. The young lady was surprised that her blow was parried with an ordinary wooden spoon. The energy from the collision of the weapons sent Bella flying back several meters. Our hero approached the girl with a wooden spoon pointing at her, from which a yellow glow emanated in the guy's hand. Trying to catch her breath, the young warrior declared that she surrendered. She was curious who was in front of her. Putting away his weapon, the guy introduced himself and said that he came from Earth. Hearing the name, the girl asked in a raised voice if her guest was by chance the same Jay, who was the savior from another world. The guy was slightly surprised that someone still remembered him. While Bella was studying the guy, he said that he understood why she attacked after the question about who the tyrant emperor was to her. He would also have been offended. Although the young lady had the right not to answer the question, she nevertheless began the story with her full name, Bella Alicia Lustana Lusklin. She was the daughter and direct heir of the former tyrant emperor. When the time of the tyrant emperor came to an end, the people decided to destroy the entire imperial family. They could not allow the offspring of such a terrible man on the throne. A little girl sat next to a dying woman as a fire raged around her. The woman apologized to the knight Philip. He was the only one she could rely on and trust her daughter to. The man began to come closer, addressing the woman. With a heavy heart that he would not be able to save Seraphima, Philip promised to protect the child at the cost of his own life. The little princess did not want to leave her mother. She was very scared. The girl was then taken care of by a bodyguard who raised Bella away from people and taught her to fight. Philip was simply doing his duty. But when my identity was accidentally revealed, he had to leave the empire. Since then, the girl has lived in a forest hut. But sometimes she goes outside the village to run errands if she runs out of money. The guy asked if that was why the girl lived in such a remote place. Sitting at the table, the guys had a dialogue. Jay did not think that Bella was the emperor's daughter, and now it turns out that he is her father's enemy. The emperor was dead, but people were still afraid that someone would take his place. Members of the imperial family were able to open a portal of dimensions, so they were hunted. Bella thought that Jay wanted to kill her for this very reason. The guy shared that his former friends thought that he wanted to get rid of the emperor's relatives, but did not bother to verify this and simply lied to him. The more he learns about what happened, the angrier the guy gets. The guy enthusiastically stated that things were not easy for Bella, but she shouldn't be discouraged. Sometimes good people fall from the sky, hinting at himself. The girl decided to ask if it was really a savior from another world sitting in front of her. She had heard that after killing the emperor, Jay returned to Earth. The young lady did not understand how he managed to get to Terranor. The girl mentioned that the guy was naked, and the guy felt awkward, so he accidentally broke the handle of the mug. Our hero began to shout that such things were beyond his control. The fact is that only a living organism can pass through the portal. Jay remembered that when he first came to this dimension, he was also naked, and even when he returned to Earth 10 years ago in the middle of the square, he was also naked. The guy was so ashamed that he didn't even want to remember it. The princess could not believe that after 10 years someone could summon a person from another world. The girl became interested in who besides the imperial family was capable of this. Jay stated that he was able to summon himself to Terranor. The girl was very surprised. She did not understand how this was possible. Our hero said that it was not easy. It took him 10 years. The guy tried to explain that he did not do it entirely on his own. Jay interrupted his story. He felt something was wrong. The girl did not understand what had happened, why her guest had stopped so abruptly and fallen silent. The girl looked at Jay carefully when he called her name. The guy decided to clarify the girl's story about the persecution, because the blood of the emperor flows in her, allowing her to summon creatures from another world. Bella confirmed her words. The young man began to feel uneasy because he had made a mistake. Jay said that in order to get to Terranor, it was necessary to find a magical support for safe movement. The girl did not understand what the guy was talking about. Our hero hastened to explain that he used the power of the emperor's relatives, who were capable of opening a spatial portal, and pure blood flowed in Bella. Now the young lady understood why the guest was interested in her relationship to the emperor. Jay hesitated a little, but then decided to speak frankly about the fact that everyone would see that the girl had summoned him with the help of magic. This statement left the princess in a state of shock. Bella began to understand the meaning of words about magic. The girl quickly rose from her chair. When she approached the window, what she saw shocked her. From the forest, torchlight began to appear. An army of knights appeared from behind the trees, and they were serious. The army quickly moved towards the forest hut. The court magician reported that they had detected traces of magic from this hut. Knight Mickey, who was responsible for carrying out the mission, was informed that the squad was ready for the siege. The knight thanked the magician for his help. Mickey ordered everyone to prepare for an invasion and to stay close while the building was surrounded. The guy watched the actions of the owner of the hut. Without wasting time, Bella changed into clothes suitable for battle. The girl did not forget about her weapon. While the princess was finishing the last touches, Jay thought about the fact that the young lady was already accustomed to difficulties. The guy became interested in whether this was really what the girl had been preparing for her whole life. Our hero believed that the princess blamed him in her thoughts because she had been hiding for so many years, and now everything was revealed because of him. The girl immediately responded to the call by name. Jay asked her not to be afraid to speak up if she was not happy with something. Bella didn't understand the purpose of such a request. Instead of scolding the young man, the girl bowed and thanked him for warning about the siege, which surprised our hero. Jay was shocked by such a reaction. He clearly did not expect this. Not believing what was happening, the guy asked again. The knights shouted for the wicked woman to leave the hut, otherwise her house would fly into pieces. Mickey orders the mage to start with a light attack. The man stretched his arms forward and a fiery flame burst from his palms. The forest hut found itself in a fiery whirlpool. Mickey was shocked by this attack because he did not expect such a scale. The plan was to scare the inhabitants of the hut. The knight began to shout whether this attack was too much, because he was ordered to deliver the girl alive. The magician declared that the fire was only so strong outside, and the traitor would not be harmed. There was still a chance that if the girl was unlucky, there would be a couple of burns. But the knights were afraid to approach the flame. Soon the soldiers noticed that someone very quickly left the walls of the building. The commander-in-chief ordered to catch the girl. The reward will be 10 gold coins. Bella easily repelled the attacks of the knights that came her way. The men were surprised and did not believe that such a fragile girl could be a swordsman. The princess did not understand how she could fight off such a crowd. She alone could not destroy them all despite her skill. The girl received a couple of abrasions when she noticed movement to the side. Before she could react, Bella was thrown back by the energy blast. Having managed to regroup, the young warrior was not harmed and was ready to repel the enemy's attacks. Mickey gathered all his energy power, telling the girl that he would avenge her for the soldiers who suffered from her sword. Noticing the magical armor, Bella immediately realized that the guy was a level stronger than her and that she had better retreat. The girl didn't have time to dodge the energy strike and it hit her in the face. Having kept her balance, the young lady managed to dodge another attack. Finding the right time, Bella struck back, moving from defense to attack. The girl's attack hit the side of the armor, but the magic protected the wearer and threw the girl back. Mickey became curious whether the opponent had a high-level sword, but his equipment was stronger and more durable than the girl thought. The next blow hit the girl in the side, and from the young lady's face one could understand what hellish pain she experienced. During the blow, several internal organs were damaged, which is why Bella began to cough up blood. The knight's next blow threw the girl back, and during the flight the girl lost her sword. The blood of the young lady got on the face of the knight Mickey. He felt disgust. Wiping the liquid from his face, the guy began to complain that it had become too dusty around him. Rising from the ground, Bella felt a sharp pain in her arm and assumed that it was broken. Mickey began to scold the girl about her naivety. Because if she is a swordsman, she should understand that she initially did not have a single chance. The girl interrupted the enemy with her statement that she was giving up, which surprised the knight. Knight Mickey was glad that his opponent quickly understood everything. When the man wanted to say something else, he was interrupted by a voice that came from behind him. Walking around the knight, Jay did not understand the change in Mickey's behavior. At first he was so heartless, but now he decided to pity the girl. Mickey was frightened by the sudden appearance of an unknown person. The knight tried to understand who was in front of him and why he had gotten so close. The most important thing is why Mickey didn't sense his presence. Trying to show his menace, the knight began to raise his voice and ask who was in front of him. At the performance venue, our hero apologized and warned that he had to take action. With one blow, Jay sent the Imperial Knight flying. Where Mickey landed, dust rose and pieces of earth flew in all directions. When the dust cleared, it was clear that the knight was up to his waist, head down, in the ground. The knights were shocked that the commander was slammed into the ground. Bella didn't understand why Jay was fighting the soldiers. He was a savior, which meant that the knights were his former comrades. The magician ordered to get rid of the guy because he is also part of the Devil's Empire. While Jay stood motionless, the knights began to attack the unarmed guy in a crowd. The young man did not want to use brute force, but there was no other choice. A few minutes later, several of the soldiers who attacked were in flight. Our hero took out the rest with his legs, laid down his feet, and the knights fell, hitting with great force, so that they bounced off like balls. The soldiers who stood aside began to apologize and tremble with fear. After a few minutes, Mickey was able to escape from underground without any major damage. Looking forward, the guy was very shocked. Mickey's eyes were met with a picture of his soldiers buried in the ground up to their waists, some with their heads, some with their feet. The knight did not understand how an unarmed man could single-handedly deal with an entire army. A couple of minutes ago, the soldiers were unconscious and couldn't move. It all looked just stupid. Suddenly, Mickey realized that he recognized all the strangers' movements. The guy was reminded of these movements of one of the saviors of the Empire. Mickey tried to strain his memory and remember in detail the face of the savior from another world. Jay noticed that the commander-in-chief of the knightly squad, noting that he was a tough nut to crack. Fear froze on the knight's face. He did not understand how to act with the man who was in front of him. Mickey asked to stop when he saw that Jay was going to attack and knock him unconscious. One blow and the knight is back in the ground, head down, with no way out for several minutes. Noticing that most of the soldiers were unconscious, the guy said that it was nothing personal, but the rest of the soldiers asked to live in peace. The magician listened to the guy's words that he would not allow anyone to raise a hand against him. So he thought about his next move. Neither the knights nor the magicians could do anything. Nobody understood where the guy who looked like a devilish swordsman came from. Jay soon turned to Betty, suggesting that the knights no longer posed any threat. When the guy asked the girl how long she was going to sit there, she answered in the negative and stood up. Soon the boys walked away from the knights' detachment, but the soldiers did not hinder them. They were afraid of the young man who accompanied the princess. The magician reported that the mission had failed, and Knight Mickey had been defeated, and it was time to retreat and deal with the themes of the dead. One soldier decided to report that the soldiers were alive. They were just unconscious. The man was shocked and realized how stupid he looked when he declared the soldiers dead. The magician tried to understand how the soldiers remained alive and without even breaking bones, and how the battle passed without casualties on both sides. The bright moon lit the way for our heroes. While the girl was trying to understand what was happening, Jay assured her that the soldiers would not find them in this area of the forest. Our hero felt relieved. He didn't want them to follow him. The side effects of spatial movement were stronger. The level of combat energy was 10, and the mana was negligible compared to Jay's level in the past. The guy was brought out of his thoughts by a painful groan from Bella. Jay moved towards the princess, inquiring about her well-being, and suggesting that she had a broken arm. The girl felt awkward because of the guy's worries. She was glad that everything worked out because it could have been worse. Jay didn't understand why the young lady was so happy about this. It was strange to him. Using a scarf and a board, our hero made something like a tire. As a sign of gratitude, the girl bowed. The guy felt a little awkward because he hadn't done anything like that. Straightening up, the young lady announced that it was time for her to leave. Jay didn't quite understand the princess's words and was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. When the guy came to his senses, he started screaming, trying to find out where the girl was going. The young warrior tried to explain something, but Jay's scream interrupted her. The guy was interested in why they couldn't go together and how she was going to get out of the forest with a broken arm, so he wouldn't let her go alone. Our hero felt partly guilty for what happened, and besides, he cannot afford to leave the wounded man. So he will help the girl. Bella began to think about the words of the savior. After a long time, the girl finally decided to trust Mr. J. When Bella called the guy Sir, he began to feel even more awkward and asked to be addressed simply by his first name. Jay became curious about what the princess was going to do next, since she had been exposed, so it was not safe to stay where she was. The young warrior said that she would be heading towards the village of Garan, but they were probably already looking for her there. It was decided to cross the mountain and reach the trading city of Kagon. There was a whole library in the palace of the Lilstein Empire. The current Emperor Jean stood by a huge bookcase. The guy was distracted from reading, which he was clearly not very happy about. The servants reported that news had arrived from the detachment on Mount Defilan. Having closed the book, Jean excitedly asked what had happened. After listening to the report, the first emperor retired to one of the rooms where, using a secret mechanism, he opened the door to the basement. Jean slowly descended the steps into the dark depths of the basement. With the help of magical energy, the emperor opened the energy lock. The massive door fell, crushed by the power of its creator. In the basement, there was a secret laboratory with various jars, vessels, reagents, and a whole collection of books. The emperor's attention was drawn to a voice that addressed Jean by name without formality. The prisoner in the cell expressed his indignation and attitude. He hated him. This prisoner was Bella's bodyguard, Philip. The man was held in place by energy circles in addition to chains. He was interested in how, after all, Jean calls himself a hero. Jean noted that the 2-week imprisonment did not benefit the man. The emperor reported that the green color of the circle under Philip's feet signaled the completion of the magical transformation process. The bodyguard had no intention of showing his weaknesses and continued to provoke Jean, saying that he sympathized with his subjects. With a sarcastic grin, the young emperor expressed regret for someone else. When Jean mentioned the heart, the puzzle in his head came together and he realized his fate. The young emperor immediately rushed towards the prisoner and tore the heart out of Philip's chest with his hand. Without any emotion on his face, the guy watched the knight die. In Jean's hands, the heart was burning, gradually turning to ashes. Gathering power from distant relatives made little sense. It was not enough to break spatial barriers. As Jean had reasoned, his business required the heart of a closer relative of the emperor. Closing his eyes, the young man remembered the servant's denunciation of the mission. Jean clearly remembered the servant's words about the failed mission. Even more accurately, he remembered the words about the army being struck by an unknown person. At that moment, the emperor was extremely surprised. From the description, Jean immediately recognized his former comrade, whom he thought he had gotten rid of 10 years ago. The guy didn't understand how this could happen at all. Jean thought that his friend couldn't cross the dimensional gates. The boys soon reached their destination. The city of Kagan was colorfully decorated for the celebration. Jay shared his memories that earlier, when he was part of one empire, the city was called South Clanium, and now he did not immediately understand that in front of him was a city from the past in which he lived for several years. Bella was surprised, but the guy said that since it was a shopping center, it would be easy for them to hide because of the large flow of people. Jay said that there was a race called Galan, whose representatives were very similar to Northern Asians. The young lady tried to understand what the guy was talking about. After a while, the girl realized that she had heard about imitators. She thought that these were just rumors. Bella tried to understand whether she had understood correctly about the powers of the 1,000 forms of the Empress. This ability allows one to use combat energy to change one's appearance. Even the slightest change can make a person look like someone else. This unique skill belongs to Empress Mina. Just like stealth, it was Jay who taught her this. There were a lot of people in the square, and no one paid attention to the little squabble between our heroes. Soon the guy said that they needed to find a place to stay for the night. At this time, the girl was thinking that she would also like to learn such a skill, but she had already refused. Jay decided to add some conversation to his search for a hotel, and asked how she liked the place. Noticing a building ahead, the guy stopped and stared at it. The girl did not understand her companion's reaction, so she decided to ask if the guy knew this inn. Bella tensed up a little when Jay mentioned that there used to be a gallows on the site of the hotel. She didn't expect that. For a split second, our hero saw before his eyes the instrument of torture on which several thousand people died. As he watched Jay's dramatic changes, he began to learn more and more about Terranor. The young man immediately pointed to the hotel and suggested checking in there. But Bella quickly began to babble about hoping that there were no signs there, to which our hero only smiled. Upon entering, the eye was immediately drawn to large barrels of draft drinks. There were candles on every table, and lamps hung from the pillars. At the reception, a disgruntled man handed over a key. The aura around him was creepy. Taking the keys, the young man looked at the screaming man. The old man was angrily indignant at how tired he was of the light service. Jay didn't understand why the man was so angry, so Bella rushed to explain the reason for the anger. The guy couldn't believe that he had behaved so rudely and had constantly addressed an adult man who was old enough to be his father, using the informal you. The girl noted that no matter how legendary a hero Jay was, he shouldn't forget about the rules of decency. She didn't demand it of herself, but she slightly criticized the guy for the man. Our hero hugged his head with his hands. The guy didn't even communicate formally in one language, so out of habit he began to communicate informally with a stranger. Having calmed down, Jay decided to ask if he had been rude to her too. When he received confirmation, the guy felt very sorry. But Bella said that now nothing could be changed, and asked him to treat him as before. Soon she focused on more important things. They had already reached Kagan. She was interested in what she was going to do next. The guy said that he needed to get comfortable, and therefore he planned to be with her for some time, and asked if she was okay with it. Raising her healthy hand, the girl said that she was against it. She didn't feel very comfortable in the hero's company. Jay noted that it sounded very rude. Soon, she tried to explain her position. She was not the only person in the city. Besides, Bella was wanted. It would be worse for the guy if he stayed with her. Jay did not understand how to react to this. Everything the princesses said was logical, but the guy had something he didn't want to tell. But now he had no choice. The young lady began to listen attentively to her companion. The girl was surprised by the words that without our hero, she would be caught immediately. If you use magic to summon someone from another world, the energy of the transition will be noticeable. But no one summoned Jay. He came himself, so most likely, no one in this world knows about his appearance. But the magic of crossing the dimensional gate leaves a certain trace. So every time Jay moves, a small amount of energy is released, causing vibration. Bella couldn't believe that they were still leaving traces, which meant that escaping was pointless. Jay asked the girl to calm down. He had just arrived yesterday, so he couldn't do anything about it, but he had already blocked the vibrations with magic. While the magic was in effect, they would not find our heroes, but it had to be renewed every 2 or 3 days. Now Bella understood why she needed a boyfriend. But she didn't understand why the guy needed her. The palace of the Lustenad Empire, the capital of Delstre, was done in pastel colors. Mickey enthusiastically asked to be allowed to regain his honor. He wanted to clear his name. So he turned to the enlightened George. He promised to get these damned wicked people at any cost. For several seconds, the man did not understand how to respond to the guy's inspired speech. Afterwards, George asked him to listen calmly. He was wondering if the guy really thought there was any point in this, Even the Emperor did not punish those responsible for the failure of the mission, and Mickey was going to return to the battlefield with an inexperienced army. Mickey continued to object. Because a knight who disobeyed an order could not be forgiven, he believed that a true warrior must clear his tarnished name. George was surprised by the boy's well-composed speech. He was glad that Mickey had not forgotten who a real knight was. It was incredible. So he supported his idea to regain his honor. Moving along the corridor, Mickey thought about the fact that the fugitives would still need money to survive. Especially since they were both swordsmen, most likely they would work performing individual assignments. The knight thought that our heroes were heading to the trading town of Kargon, and there was only one opportunity to find work there. The guy was thinking about pretending to be a customer and finding out what kind of assignment they would accept, and then he would track them down. To be honest, Mickey had little interest in the Emperor's family. The knight wanted to test the unknown guy who single-handedly defeated his army. No matter how Mickey looked, the stranger looked too much like a savior from another dimension. But it was not possible. But there was still a possibility. The young man was serious. He wanted to confirm his guesses. He wanted to see everything for himself. In the evening, lights were shining from all the windows, illuminating the walls from the outside. The servants bowed slightly in greeting to Mr. Ted. The man thanked Kama and asked if he had mentioned the guests who had arrived. To which Cass confirmed the assumption. The man said that these were the hired swordsmen that Thor had spoken about. The guys were whispering among themselves about the name the young man had chosen. He had chosen a similar name because of the girl. Because if she accidentally said the real name, no one would notice. Tell was surprised when Cass repeated that both guests were swordsmen. Warriors who can use combat energy are divided into 6 ranks. Grain rank. These fighters are able to use combat energy to increase the level of their physical attributes. Warrior rank. These fighters are able to imbue iron with combat energy and create special weapons. Most swordsmen have this rank. Those who have reached the rank of knight are able to imbue equipment with combat energy. And those who have reached the rank of master are able to imbue any weapon, including non-metallic ones, with combat energy. And those who are able to saturate the air with energy to create a blade have the rank of deity. But in the history of Terranor, there were only a few people who could completely control the fighting energy. The rank of deity, swordsman. Jay once reached the rank of deity, but due to spatial displacement, he lost all his combat and magical energy, and now he has such a low rank, it was a shame. Ted was glad to welcome the 2 swordsmen into his home. The man was wondering if Jay had the rank of warrior. It was surprising for such a young guy. After soon discussing the terms of the mission, Ted announced that the squad was leaving the next day, so the guests needed to gain strength. Falling onto the bed, Jay sighed heavily and said that it was very difficult to earn money. It was not easy to be a hired fighter. If everything had been as before, the guy would have easily robbed the nearest estate. Having stretched her injured hand, Bella was surprised that heroes could also steal. Then our hero told her that his former lover was a thief. The young lady immediately imagined a love story between 2 people from different worlds. While Jay continued his story about how he and his beloved were not just stealing. They had a serious justification for this act. In those days, all the nobility of the empire was considered evil. Now it was not easy to implement his plans. It seemed the guy had no other choice but to earn a living through honest work, shedding blood. When Jay asked about the monster, the girl quickly told him about her assumptions that a pack of igneous wolves had settled near Barcelion. The squad had already been assembled, but they failed due to a lack of fighters. So it was decided to hire independent swordsmen. Jay hadn't seen fire-spitting wolves for a long time 13 years ago. The first monsters he had to face were also igneous wolves. The guy and his friends drove them out of the forest. Our hero remembered the last words of his friends about how Jay had become too strong, too popular, about the future that was now in their hands. Sitting up, Jay expressed his thoughts about the assignment, which was just right for a warm-up, just as our hero would gain fighting energy. The princess asked if the young man was sure that he had lost all his strength. He defeated her with a wooden spoon and dealt with a squad of knights in no time. The inspired guy said that he needed a wooden spoon to cope with it. This is a sign that he has become weaker. The girl noted that perhaps he is right. It drove her crazy. Despite the lack of energy, Jay still had experience. Even if the international champion was lower in level, it did not mean that he would lose in a fight. In the morning, the man was furious that these monsters dared to encroach on his territory, and they would pay for it. Ted said that he, knighted by the Emperor, would kill everyone with his own hands, so he called on the soldiers to attack. Our hero looked at the soldiers as if they were children who said that they were going to conquer the whole world with a wooden stick. Jay noted that despite Ted being covered in iron from head to toe, it was useless against these monsters. The knights haven't changed a bit since Jay was in Terry. When the guy asked Bella how her hand was, She replied that thanks to the fighting energy, it felt much better. The young man was happy to hear this, so it was time to prepare for battle. Red energy appeared around. One of the soldiers smelled a sulfurous odor, while the other man looked at the bushes where the red energy was coming from. Suddenly, something quickly jumped out of the bushes, thereby frightening the men who were walking ahead. Ted ordered everyone to stop and prepare for an attack. He too was slightly frightened by the unexpected movement from the side. A pack of Ignasian wolves rushed towards the knights, wanting to destroy them. Inspired, Ted began to provoke the wolves to go after them, saying that their flame was nothing against the knight's blade. The monsters didn't wait long, so they immediately struck, thereby silencing the man. The guy looked at him. He immediately said that he should have taken off the armor to dodge and how the blade could help Ted, if he even chose the wrong equipment. The knights tried not to run away, and be careful not to take heavy damage from the monsters. With a light movement of his sword, our hero dealt a fatal blow to the monster that wanted to attack him. The guy thought that the wolves were much stronger, but he was wrong. He could have dealt with the whole pack on his own, but he won't. Otherwise, it will attract too much attention. Jay was surprised that the knights actually needed help in fighting such weak monsters. When the wolf became too aggressive, no one understood what was happening, thus surprising our hero. The leader of the pack of igneous wolves came out to the people, a deadly dark aura emanating from him. Jay was glad when the strongest enemy from the wolf pack came out to him. The leader was much larger in size than an ordinary person. As Jay stood there smiling at the opportunity to gain combat experience, the other soldiers began to run away. Ted called for an end to the panic. This was their chance. If they got rid of the pack leader now, they would lose the will to fight. The man said that he was leaving the leader to Jay and Bella, and he himself would protect the soldiers. With a smile on his face, the guy said that it was hard to be a hired worker, because they were the ones who did all the dangerous work. The girl was surprised that they left her as the leader, while Jay would deal with the other monsters so that they would not approach her. The guy didn't really want to run away with a couple of firewolves. They could handle it. With one movement of the blade, Jay threw the monster back, inflicting a wound incompatible with life. Looking at her comrade in arms, the young princess rushed into battle to attack the leader. The wolves surrounded their boss to protect him from the warrior girl who was attacking from above. The monster, having discovered the enemy, let out a threatening roar and blue flame burst from its mouth. The young lady, who was in the air, managed to dodge the attack and raised her sword to strike back. Landing on a hard surface, Bella managed to strike the side of the body. The leader of the wolf pack let out a menacing growl from the unbearable pain. Having taken a fighting stance, the warrior prepared to launch a new attack. Using her combat energy and sword energy, the young lady was able to strike at the head area, causing a yellow glow to follow from the attack. Noticing his partner's brilliant work, Jay praised and noted her strength qualities. He no longer had to worry about her. The smile instantly disappeared from his face, and his gaze, with slight incomprehension, went towards the object that had attracted his attention. With a weapon in its head, the monster began to emit blue lightning in different directions. Several lightning bolts hit the princess. She didn't expect it, so she was very surprised. The monster used these lightning bolts to lift its victim up and completely swallow the girl. When the lightning became more or less weaker, Bella flew down, her body battered from the attack. Without thinking twice, the monster grabbed its prey in its mouth and ran away. The guy didn't expect the outcome of the event, so the only immediate reaction was a scream. The guy remembered the conversation at the hotel about why he needed Bella. Closing his eye, the young man decided to be honest so that there would be no misunderstanding between them. In the past, Jay was summoned by sacrificing the hearts of Lasclan nobility, because of which the guy was able to stay in Terranor, despite the will of the Emperor. However, this time Jay arrived in a way that was more like a summoning ritual than a sacrifice. The connection with the summoner is the key to the boy's existence in this world. Our hero rushed after the monster to save his summoner. Otherwise, without him, he would simply disappear. Soon, Jay was able to catch up with the leader of the wolves. He needed to return the girl at any cost, because if she died, he would return to Earth again. In the wolf's mouth, the young warrior was unconscious, and it was unlikely that she would regain consciousness anytime soon. The guy didn't have enough fighting energy to accelerate, but even when he keeps running, energy is expended. Jay waited 10 years to return and was ready to fall naked from the sky. The main thing in Terranor, he could not return. The young man pulled out a sword, which began to glow with blue energy. The guy decided to use the energy of the dragon sword, which was blue. The monster rushed forward, not noticing the obstacles in its path. Jay gathered all his energy to save his partner from the jaws of this monster. After a few attacks, the monster was defeated, and blood flew in all directions. After the victory, the guy, breathing heavily, collapsed next to the girl, who was still unconscious. When dusk fell on the earth, Betty came to consciousness. Jay asked what it felt like, since she had been bitten by an animal, to which she replied that her body ached. The young lady didn't even know that the firewolves had a tradition of giving living people to the leader. Her supreme swordsman was mistaken for food, to which Jay only laughed. Betty listened carefully as the young man told the story of his first encounter with the firewolf that shot lightning. He wondered if some kind of mutation had occurred during this time. But judging by the fact that they were able to defeat this wolf, everything ended well. Our hero looked at the girl who called him by name, thereby attracting his attention. The girl said that she had not needed it before, but since they had become allies, she wanted to know why the young man was hiding his identity. The 6 kingdoms were countries built by Jay's comrades, and wherever he went, Betty believed he would be welcome. Our hero's face was frozen in a grimace of realization. His hands clasped together, as he realized what nonsense the young lady was talking. He would be lucky if he wasn't executed upon arrival. Jay shared that after he killed the Emperor, a knife was immediately stuck into his back, and he was forcibly sent to Earth using return magic, which surprised the girl. Our hero could not understand why his comrades betrayed him. He thought about it a lot, but could not find the answer. Neither of them hesitated at all. It was not a hasty decision. The young man reproached himself for not being able to discern true intentions after so many years spent side by side. The fire spread, illuminating the area around itself. Jay waited for his companion's reaction. He was sure that she was shocked, because she was now drawn into a conflict against all the countries of Terranor. The girl immediately came to the right decision about our hero's return for revenge, so he hides his identity. The guy decided to make sure that the girl understood him correctly, to which she responded with confirmation. Jay didn't understand why the girl was so calm after hearing everything. He had practically declared war on all 6 kingdoms of Terranor. Betty said that the kingdoms were already her enemies, and she had been fighting against Terranor for the last 10 years. She was not given a choice. But the girl did everything she could. The guy was surprised by the hopeless positivity of the young lady, and the girl said with a smile that her father often told her about this. When the conversation turned to the Emperor, the guy's mood changed, and then the girl started shouting that she didn't consider him a psychopathic father, and that Philip was the real dad. Jay fell silent when he felt something. Quickly getting up, he turned to the side from which he felt the presence of something alien. Jay looked towards the forest. He warned the girl that someone was approaching them. The girl also stood up and looked in the same direction as the guy. Betty suggested that it was an enemy. Jay said that it couldn't be. Why did they need to send people to look for them? Most likely it was one of the lost squads from Barcelion. A young guy began to emerge from the bushes. The boys were surprised when the stranger asked them to tell him the way. They opened their mouths in surprise at his request. The guys expected anything but this. Seeing the armor, the guys mistook the young man who came out for a spy from Lilstein. The guy didn't understand why strangers mistook him for a spy. He wanted to say something but didn't have time. Betty immediately drew her sword and quickly rushed at the enemy to get rid of him. The young man barely managed to dodge the sword strike. The girl's quick movements frightened the boy. The stranger tried to shout to the boys, saying that he did not want to fight with them. Our hero appeared behind the guy, preparing to strike from behind. Gathering blue energy, Jay stated that although he did not want to attack, he was going to put the stranger to sleep for a while. With one movement of his hand, the stranger took off into the night sky. During the flight, the young man learned the skill and his guesses were correct. Having managed to group himself, the stranger activated his combat energy. Jay was surprised by the stranger's actions. Thanks to the grouping, the guy was able to land easily without any injuries. Our hero did not understand how the stranger was able to cancel his technique. He used it in childhood. Not many know about it even among old comrades. When asked who he was, the stranger was in no hurry to answer. Leaning on his fist, he tried to return to a standing position. Breathing heavily, the young knight was now confident in his assumptions. Instead of answering questions, the young man began to rummage through his bag, which made our hero nervous. Jay demanded an explanation of what the young man was going to take out of the bag. Our hero was speechless at what he saw. With quick and precise movements and a serious face, the guy took out the contents of the bag. When Jay saw the underwear, he didn't understand how to react to it, especially since the stranger said that the underwear belonged to our hero. The way the young guy showed off his underwear emitted a bright light, and the guys were stunned. Mickey held his underwear with such pride that he was glowing and steaming from his nose. Mistaking Mickey for a common pervert, he asked Betty to kill him. Pressing his underwear to himself, the guy began to shout that it was a misunderstanding, and he was nervous, and said the first thing that came to mind. Yelling at him for waving his underwear instead of a white flag when his attention was drawn to the writing on his underwear. When he realized that this was Jay's native language and handwriting, he began to feel very awkward. With excitement, Mick declared that he immediately recognized the savior from another world, and his eyes did not share his. The guy thought about the fact that there wasn't even 1,000th of the energy that he needed so much now. Mickey enthusiastically revealed that he was the child Jem had saved 12 years ago from the village of Baron. The guy tried to remember about the village and what happened there 12 years ago. Jay remembered that he had finished off all the Imperial soldiers who had attacked the village with his special skill. Our hero saved a little child, who was Mickey. Only after some time did the baby learn that his benefactor was a savior from another world. When Mick began using fighting energy and became a swordsman, he learned Jay's art of nullifying attack power, a clever skill to avoid unnecessary casualties, showing Jay's consideration for others. Now our hero remembered, he just wanted to test a new skill that day. Everyone had a different point of view. Jay realized that if Mickey was a child when he was 12 years ago. Mick stated that he had recently turned 22, so he was younger than our hero. When Mickey was told that he looked quite mature, the young man replied that appearance was only one side of a person, and that what was inside determined a person's value. When Jay heard that it was his quote, the guy began to feel awkward, because at the time he said those words, he was a high school student. When asked if it was weird to carry Jay's underwear around with him, Mick said it wasn't just underwear. Mickey had a figure that repeated the moment from the village exactly, and he also had the hero of memories, Jay's story. The novel Fantastic Story Beyond Two Worlds, the way to become successful as a savior from another world. All the books related to our hero. There were also various drawings with Jem in the collection. Mickey collected everything that related to our hero. Jay began to feel awkward about everything the young man had listed. Jay's underpants were special. He wore them during the battle with the Mad Emperor Lustenad. Hitliff was lucky to pick them up at auction. The guy spent half a year's salary on them. Jay understood everything, and simply prayed for the younger one to take them away. Kneeling down, the boy began to say that he had sworn to serve the Jean family, because the king was a former comrade, and now he wanted to use the sword to serve Jay. The guy decided to ask what the knight would do if he considered Jean his enemy, to which the young man replied that in that case they would be his enemies too. From the look in his eyes, Jay realized that he was serious. Paz Mickey knows who Jay is, he still wouldn't let him go that easily. Taking the guy's weapon by the handle, he pulled it towards him. Putting the tip down, our hero said that he accepted the knight's sword. This statement made the guy feel pleased and proud of himself. Mick promised to do his best and was not going to disappoint Jay. He would destroy all the remaining firewolves. Jay began to object because they were finished with them and pointed towards the leader whom they had recently defeated. The young man did not understand them, so he decided to clarify something. Mickey said that firewolves always come in pairs and he thought the boys were using the male's corpse as bait for the female. After hearing this, Jay realized that they had made a big mistake and were now in trouble. Some noises began to be heard from the forest, and the boys realized the danger. Huge firewolves came out to the boys, who clearly wanted to avenge the death of their leader. The she-wolf was furious and wanted death for the vile little people. Jay scolded himself for not thinking that if firewolves walked in pairs, it was not surprising that they had two leaders in the pack. The girl began to criticize the guy that such an experienced person does not know such elementary things. Jay began to object that this happens. Years have passed. While the guys were arguing, Mickey decided to attract the attention of his new acquaintances. The young man asked to be allowed to deal with the wolves and show what he was capable of. Our hero allowed this to be done without any emotion. Mickey prepared to attack and approach the leader. The guy had the opportunity to work with the hero he had tried to look up to and protect his entire life, so he wanted to impress Jay. The guy remembered how, during their first meeting, he had already been pressed into the ground twice. Yellow fighting energy began to appear around the young man. Betty was amazed by the fighting energy of her new comrade, while Jay, in turn, did not understand why Mickey was putting in so much effort. The monster decided to attack the man first in order to quickly end his revenge. When the wolf attacked, Mickey managed to block the blow with his sword. Afterwards, the guy decided to attack himself. His eyes turned yellow because of the energy. With quick movements, the young man struck his opponent with one blow, leaving only yellow stripes from the sword. The girl was stunned. Mickey easily fought off the giant beast without receiving a scratch. The guy would easily defeat Betty in a fight. Jay, watching the guy, came to the conclusion that Betty was very strong for her age. But this guy was also pretty good. He had a couple of talents. The girl did not understand how Mickey's abilities could be called a couple of talents. She was irritated by geniuses. There were many talented people in Jay's circle, so he had high expectations. Our hero did not consider himself a genius, rather an exception, because he was an earthling. His ex-Mina was a real genius. The young princess listened attentively and tried to understand. At this time, a roar began to burst out from the mouth of the fiery wolf. Soon the flames moved towards Mickey to destroy him. The guy was sure that the weak flame wouldn't even scratch him, and he reflected it with his sword. After a successful defense, the young man's next step is to attack from above. Jay realized that this was a bad angle to attack. Betty remembered that she had attacked from about the same angle. In an instant, Mickey was enveloped in a cloud of lightning, the iron armor giving the blow extra force. The young man fell on his back upside down. Jay had a sense of déjà vu, while the girl struggled with the feeling of shame as she realized how she had fallen last time. When Mickey got up, he was in a state of great shock from the fact that the firewolf was striking with lightning. The girl offered her candidacy to sort everything out, but Jay refused, saying that he could work with magic better than anyone else gathered. Betty didn't mind. She remembered that her mentor was a representative from another world. The Imperial army of monsters was feared not only because of its strength, but also because the otherworldly creatures could not be harmed by magic. No matter how strong the magician is, the same law applies to the dream of Jay, who came from another world. The wolf wasted no time in firing at the new enemy. Jay walked through fire. It didn't work with him. Absolute immunity to magic last time helped him succeed. The guy had to pretend to run away, because of the large number of extra eyes. Having rushed into the attack, the guy was not worried and was confident in himself. The wolf realized that fire attacks were powerless and so decided to attack with lightning. The boys were shocked that their mentor was unable to resist the lightning attack. When the guy fell, he noticed that the girl was behaving the same way as him and therefore demanded that she not copy his behavior. While Jay didn't understand why the magic didn't work on him, because this had never happened before, at that time the wolf guy attacked him from behind. Our hero looked furiously at his opponent. In terrible anger, the boy screamed that the wolf had just disgraced him. And with one movement, he dealt a fatal blow. The monster's head flew off, raising dust. The fire hadn't affected Jay before, so he didn't understand why the lightning bolt had affected him then. The guys immediately approached the elder, asking about his condition. The guy was outraged that they treated him like a lord, and therefore asked to address him simply by his name. Soon, the boys noticed that something was happening to the wolf. Starting from the head, the monster began to dissolve into thin air. None of those present understood what was happening, so they were slightly frightened by what was happening. Jay tried to recall if he had encountered something similar before, but all his efforts were in vain. If he had seen something similar in other monsters, he would certainly have remembered it. After some time, the boys returned to Mr. Ted's yard. The man was glad to see that the boys were still alive and his lands were now free of monsters, all thanks to our heroes. For their work, the boys were paid 2 bags of silver, or to be more precise, 600 pieces of silver. Already on the street, Jay said that in the future, they would need more money. But getting 600 coins for one assignment was already not bad. The guy was overexcited by the thought that if they completed all the difficult tasks, they would completely get rid of their money problems. The girl was amazed by the guy's attitude, because they weren't given money every day. When the boys left the yard, Mickey asked how everything went. When our heroes needed money, the young man offered his bag with 100 gold coins. The guys were surprised by such a generous offer. When asked where the knight got so much money, the guy squinted. It was hard for him to talk about it. After some time, with tears in his eyes, Mickey announced that he had sold the Savior's artifact. Our hero realized that he shouldn't have asked the question about money. The girl, realizing that Jay's underwear could be sold for a lot of money, thought about selling the ones he was wearing, to which the guy became indignant and said that the underwear was from a limited edition. Having come to his senses, Mickey asked his comrades with interest what their plans were for the future. The money should have been enough for some time, so there was no need to work as a mercenary. Jay had 3 options, but he didn't decide. He had one place that wasn't hard to win. Something caught our hero's attention. The boys didn't understand why the older one was laughing and who he was able to see again. The guy said that their destination was the north, to Michael's kingdom. When I tossed the coin up, on one side of it was the outline of the king of that country. The laboratory in Jean's kingdom was a truly sinister and gloomy place. In the bucket of water was a projection of a man. His name was Damon. Jean greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was not yet time for a scheduled report, and he was interested in why he had contacted him. Damon stated that test subjects number 11 and 12 would not require anyone to be hired. Most likely the Barcelian kingdom would take care of the monsters itself. Jean didn't think numbers 11 and 12 were very strong. When the king wanted to end the conversation, Damon caught his attention and wanted to say something else. Hearing that they had lost subject number 1, Jean was furious. In a fit of anger, the young king struck the table, and the vibration of the blow caused the water in the bucket to begin to vibrate. Jean didn't understand what they were being paid for, how a man could call himself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower. In Terra Nora, for thousands of years, there were 4 magical towers, the Red, White, Blue, and Black Ivory Tower. The first emperor of the kingdoms, Jean, was the most powerful mage in history. He collected all the knowledge and wisdom from the mages of all of Terranor, and placed the records in 4 towers. They were divided into classes and placed on different floors. so on one of them the mages studied their level of magic. Advancing further in magical skill, they went up to the next floor. This meant that the floor showed the skill of the magician. The 9th floor, the head of the red ivory tower. Jean reminded that the only reason Damon was in such a high position was because more suitable candidates were executed. In fact, the man was worthy of the 8th floor. Damon tensed slightly when he was told that he was being given one last chance and was ordered to quickly deal with test subject number 1 and cover his tracks. Afterwards, the angry image in the bucket disappeared, leaving the man watching the bottom through the clear water. Damon has a hard time living. He of course expected such a reaction, but it was still unpleasant. The man was glad that he was given another chance and not killed on the spot. The capital of Rapunzel, Michael's kingdom, had a huge palace in which the emperor lived. An old man, dressed in snow-white clothes, entered the room where the emperor spent his time, thereby violating his solitude. The first king of the kingdom of Jacksengerda, Michael was surrounded by pretty girls, and invited his servant Archie to empty a glass of wine with him. The man decided to ask whether the emperor was throwing another party. Michael asked if a man could be happier. The days when the empire was hunting him now seemed like a distant dream. Archie noticed that the king, in his eternal feasts and celebrations, forgets about political issues, and the servant is afraid that his authority among the people will be shaken. Michael asked not to worry, because he was a good emperor. He did not consider it wasteful if he spent money from his own pocket. The man considered this a big problem, because this money was taxes from his subjects, but he did not dare to voice it. Michael was proud that he did not have a 60% tax like the previous emperor, although the king's tax rate was 50%. It was not the king who felt guilty about burning hundreds of villages, forcing tens of thousands of people into slavery, although Michael himself punished hundreds of villages and forced tens of thousands of people into the army. The man believed that he deserved a small reward for overthrowing the previous emperor. He could not understand how they could be compared to each other. After all, it is not the poor who choose the rulers of the country. Archie's servant tried to object, but the king interrupted him, thereby indicating that he should remain silent. The man was furious that his servants did not understand the meaning of his transparent hints. Archie realized that it was better to remain silent and contradict his master. Having bowed, the servant decided that it was better to leave. Turning his back to leave the room, Archie covered his face with his hands, realizing that the king had gone too far. The king has the ability to fight, but no management talent. If only there was someone who would make him become more responsible. The man was unhappy that his good time had been interrupted. Now Michael was in a bad mood and was seriously considering firing Archie. Before the emperor had time to return to the girls, the door to his chambers was thrown open. With a joyful smile, the man turned to the king, calling him the savior of the world, the hero of all heroes, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet Lord Michael. The emperor was delighted to see Duke Stefano with a joyful smile. The duke apologized for disturbing the king, but there was something that required His Highness's attention, to which Michael laughed and said that everything was fine. The man immediately handed over the documents that Michael should sort out. The king began to examine the papers that were handed to him, trying to understand something. Not understanding anything, the man threw the papers away, saying that he didn't care, and that the duke himself should take care of them, which surprised him. Michael considered it the king's duty to protect the defenseless. Not to sort out documents, he had no time for insignificant matters. Soon our heroes reached the western outskirts of the capital of Rapunzel, the kingdom of Jacksengard. With the money he earned, Jay bought a house with cracks in the walls. The guys first thought it was a joke, but then they realized that Jay was serious. If they stayed in the hotel, it would attract attention. Our heroes suggested considering this house as a temporary operational base. When Mickey said that Jay was right, but there was something the guy wanted to say. The young man said that if Jay wanted to stay in this place, he could do so. If he had known, he would have sold his house and bought something more suitable. When the guys went inside, they saw a picture of a destroyed room. Jay thought that all it needed was a little cleaning, and then they could live in it. Jay felt a gaze burning into the back of his head. Betty felt it too and turned around to see who it was. Mickey began to loudly express his indignation, claiming that the house was cursed and they could not stay in it. Soon the young man sent Jay and Betty out of the house to do some spring cleaning. Mickey used his battle magic to restore order, and yellow lightning bolts erupted from the walls with furious force. The young heroes were shocked by the unknown, because frightening sounds were coming from the house. When they entered the house, the boys did not recognize it. There were no more cracks or destruction as during their first visit. Jay was amazed. Mickey proudly said that the only thing missing in the house was furniture. Betty thought about how spitting on the floor was the most effective tactic in a fight against Mickey. Jay praised the young man for the work he had done and thought it was a good start for them. Now that they had a solid foundation, the young men could begin preparing to confront Mikey. Mickey said that at the moment Terranor is ruled by 6 kingdoms. 2 of which are strong, 2 are average, and 2 are weak. Of the strong kingdoms, the kingdom of Lilstein, ruled by Jean, and the empire of Ignatius, whose queen was Rose. Among the middle ones were representatives of the kingdom of Saffron, which was ruled by Emperor Tim, as well as the kingdom of Phelos, whose ruler was Mina. And the kingdoms of Jacksongard, ruled by Michael, and Torrante, ruled by another comrade of our hero, Luke, were the 2 weakest kingdoms. The laws adopted in the last 2 kingdoms over the past 10 years have not shown any effectiveness and have not led to growth. So there have been many conflicts between states. Quite recently there was a rather large conflict. It was called the Kargan War. The kingdom of Lilstein and the empire of Ignatius did not decide who would take control of the town of Kargan. The other kingdoms, sensing the scale of the coming war, took harsh measures to stop the conflict. Michael stated that if someone decided to take over Kargan, his kingdom would support the opposing side. Although they are called strong, in reality they are not very outweighed, which is why the Jacksongard Declaration had enough effect to break the stalemate. Over time, the 2 kingdoms came to a compromise, and with Michael's help, they divided the rights to govern the city of Kargan. Jay listened carefully. The guy expected that the kingdoms would not be on the best terms. The more authority and power people have in their hands, the more they want to get, and these people threw out our hero. Jay believed that there was definitely something wrong with their heads. Mickey realized that Jay was right, and began to shout that these cowardly bastards killed a true hero, only to grab more power for themselves, and the young man bows his knees before these villains. Our hero decided to stop the guy's tirade by reminding him that he was still alive and his former comrades were unable to kill him. Passing by Betty, the guy decided to ask how her training was going, noticing how heavily she was breathing. Taking a breath, the girl decided to show what she had learned during her hard training. Gathering her remaining strength, Betty used the Empress's 1,000 Forms power technique, thereby taking on the appearance of a man. It took a long time for such a face to return to its normal form. It was not easy. Then she looked at the mentor who was laughing, and decided to find out what funny happened. Having calmed down, the guy asked not to rush and put his thoughts in order and imagine an invisible hand on his face, and then allow the fighting energy to wrap around his face. The girl listened attentively to all the recommendations. Betty was told that she needed to focus on this direction, and not change her face with the help of fighting energy. The girl was advised to quickly apply invisible makeup with the help of energy, and only then fix it with the help of fighting energy. The girl decided to remind him that Jay was saying all this for the 3rd time, and asked him to explain it differently. The guy apologized, and said that his ex-lover taught him this way, and he didn't understand anything either. Betty became interested in how the guy learned this on his own. The guys listened carefully to Jay about how they couldn't use this method. Since our hero was from Earth, his training in this dimension took place differently. Terran and Terran humans have the same body structure, but they have significant differences in their fighting style and magical energy. You are not born with fighting energy to develop it. You need to be highly spiritually developed, as if you are looking for something in a huge warehouse in complete darkness. However, for the lands of Jay, for example, the warehouse with barrels was completely illuminated. In our hero, fighting energy arose by itself, along with magical energy. As a result, he was able to reach the pinnacle of mastery in fighting and magical energies in just 3 years. The girl began to be indignant that all this was unfair, so the guy did not consider himself a genius. Based on Jean's research, it's all because Jay was from another world, specifically from Earth. It's somehow connected to the restructuring of the human body and mind after passing through dimensions. Betty suggested that only passing through dimensions could give such talent, which was a shame. Therefore, Jay's instructions in this matter will not help, and therefore he asked to try to master the technique themselves. Betty suddenly wondered if they send someone out of Terranor and bring them back, that person would also acquire the same abilities as Jay. Our hero became immersed in thoughts about the hypothesis put forward by the princess. Suddenly, the earth shook with incredible force. The young people could not understand what caused the shaking. Our heroes began to think about what caused the earthquake. Jay realized that it was not an earthquake, but a force from the energy that he had felt before. The town has already suffered architectural damage. Many people died or were injured by shrapnel from buildings. A monster entered the city. As soon as people saw it, they began to run away in panic. The monster had the head of a lion and the body of a bear. It was Liokin. People were very frightened by his appearance and tried to run away as far as possible. One of the residents tripped and fell during her escape, and the monster decided to grab such easy prey. Jay appeared in front of the paw with a sword at the ready, who decided to protect the resident of the town. After successfully reflecting, our hero asked how the girl was feeling. In the eyes of other people, he looked different. Mickey didn't understand how it was possible that at least 30 monsters had entered the city, and Jay didn't understand how the monsters had gotten into the main city. Was there really bad security and an army? Even though the monsters had entered the city center, which was covered in forest, something was clearly wrong. Jay didn't want to attract attention, but what could he do? So he decided to save people first. Mickey, thanks to his skills, began to cut through the monsters with ease. Betty was not inferior in courage to the young men and protected their backs. While the young men were fighting, someone was sneaking up behind them. The warriors who were ordered to block the path of our heroes arrived. The boys were glad that Michael's knights came to help people. Our heroes were confident that they had to save the city from a major pogrom while they could hold off the monsters. However, instead of offering assistance, the soldiers surrounded Jay. One soldier ordered them to stop. This was an area under the control of the Dark Lion Knighthood, and so he told the civilians to retreat. The princess was furious, because people were dying before her eyes, and the soldiers were saying such things. She asked to get rid of the animals first, and not drive them away. The leader of the knights ordered them to be silent and get out of the way. Such was the king's order. Mickey didn't understand what was happening, so he looked at his mentor, expecting an explanation from him. Our hero felt the presence of another energy and became wary. Jay quickly turned around to check if his instincts had deceived him. A bright glow flared up behind the warriors. Now the guy was sure that this was the energy of a familiar person whom he hated. This was the fighting energy of King Michael, who was interested in how some puny beasts dared to attack his dear people. The king made announcements so that the people would not worry, because he had come to save everyone. Mikey said that the Dark Lion Knights had come to protect the citizens, and he himself would take care of the monsters that had attacked the town. The Knights of the Kingdom surrounded the inhabitants in a ring, thereby protecting them from the threat that could end their lives. The king shared that his body had become quite stiff lately. Mikey rushed at the monsters, shouting that he would destroy them all. The crowd began to admire the fact that Mikey was holding two huge axes in his hands for the townspeople. This was simply unbelievable. The man cut the monsters down one after another with light movements of his weapon. The blood from the slain monsters fell on the king's face, laughing. Mikey thought that the monsters were too funny for him, like pathetic demons. The monsters looked at the emperor, feeling the monstrous power. They began to feel fear towards this man. Mikey was extremely pleased that his opponents tucked their tails between their legs and ran away to hide. The emperor activated his battle energy, thus forming a magic circle. With this action, he was going to stop the monsters that escaped from his wrath. Mickey was very surprised when he saw the battle seal. It was the first time in his life he saw it. Bella didn't quite understand what kind of combat seal this was. The young man hastened to explain that the seal could only be used by a swordsman with the rank of master. This was one of the magical seals that could be used to cast combat magic. Activating the giant's hand ability, Mikey began shouting about destroying all the monsters, because they were just stupid pests. After the people saw that their king had defeated all the monsters, they began to rejoice with joy that they were now safe. The guys stood behind the crowd and discussed that Mikey was a real monster. Mickey was surprised and could not believe that this was the sweetheart of a master-rank swordsman. Now Jay understood the situation, watching the bastard Mikey. In order to gain the trust of the citizens, he staged an attack. The demon invasion was just an extravagant show. Our hero put it all together in his head and realized that this was why the soldiers had pushed them away. The king had to catch the demons. This was a performance, a pure bluff. But it worked on the citizens. Jay doubted that Mikey would have done something like that. In addition to his feeble-mindedness and cruelty, Mikey has unshakable ideals. Could he stoop so low for the sake of people's recognition? Watching his former comrade, Jay was surprised by how convincing his expression was. Our hero did not remember that Mikey was good at pretending. The emperor blushed from the words of his parishioners that he was the strongest and saved hundreds of lives. Suddenly, the young man realized something behind the man's reaction. Mikey himself didn't understand that what happened was just a setup, so he rejoiced like a child at his victory. Most likely, this was the work of his subordinates. They would carry out all sorts of machinations while putting on performances for the amusement of the king. Mikey felt a sense of threat from behind him, so he turned around to repel the attack. But instead of the attacker, the man saw a young man who was simply looking at him. Mikey was surprised that when he first saw the man, he got the impression that the stranger did not look like an ordinary person. The king was distracted from his thoughts by a knight who said that it was time for them to return to the castle. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, with a satisfied smile and a good mood, Mikey went to the palace. Watching his former partners, Jay thought that even though Mikey was a fool, he still resembled a living fortress. Just like 10 years ago, the world had changed, but the skills of the current king had not deteriorated. It was not yet time for our heroes to openly enter the game, so they had to be careful and prepare everything carefully. 10 minutes had passed since Jay and his company had stopped in the capital of Laytonsel. Bella has been trained in the basics of the Empress's thousand forms power, and can now slightly change her facial expressions. Mickey learned more about the art of mountain breaking from Jay, the creator of this fighting method. Jay himself focused on raising the level of his combat and magical energy, and increased his resource threefold since returning to Terranor. While they worked to hone their abilities and quietly waited for the right opportunity, on the huge notice wall, the royal soldiers hung a huge poster with information. Currently in the Berselt region, evil pagans are controlling a group of demons to incite panic among the inhabitants and spread chaos throughout the world. So the king has ordered them to be punished. The boys stood in the crowd and read about the pagans and that the kingdom was calling for heroes from all over the world. If the inhabitants wanted to participate in an honorable battle, they could join the expedition team and make a name for themselves to the world. During the reign of the tyrant emperor, there were pagan groups in various regions where the cult of the true god from another world, Heathcliff, flourished. Mickey had heard that they had been suppressed by the Lusclan Empire, but it seemed that they had recently regathered their forces. The announcement said that the expedition was using new teachings to attract new recruits. With a smile on his face, Jay noted that people at all times invariably rely on religion. When the guy heard that the pagans called themselves the second coming of Jay, he was very surprised. Not believing his ears, our hero asked again. Mickey repeated that the pagans were named after the savior from another world, Jay, because in fact he was the son of Heathcliff from another world, and he was called to Terranor to punish the current world, which slanders the empire of Lusclan and destroys it. Mickey continued the story about how Jay wanted to lead the inhabitants of the Terranor Empire to a paradise called Earth, but he was stopped by 6 evil revolutionary heroes and returned back to Heathcliff. Our hero was annoyed by the fact that there was some truth in this. This was a chance for our heroes to subdue the pagans who were sowing panic among the innocent inhabitants. What a convenient task for the king, given Mickey's character. He would personally lead the expedition team. And the guys will also take part in this expedition. When they leave the capital, there will be less security, and our heroes will be able to get closer to the emperor. Stefan ordered everyone to stand in line. The man introduced himself and said that he had been chosen by the great revolutionary hero Mikey to be the leader. Bella, due to the shouts of the crowd, could not understand who would personally lead the team. The news that the guys would suffer without Mikey really irritated Jay. He was completely sure that his former partner would show up in person. Watching Stefan, our hero thought that if they tried hard, he was sure they would have many more opportunities to get closer to Mikey, and their participation would not be in vain. The man remembered that it was so difficult to convince the king not to go, and fortunately he was leading this expedition. The leader did not understand how he got into this mess in the first place, and over a cup of tea, Damon and Stefan discussed how Stefan should lead the mission, because the secret of the Blue Ivory Tower depended on it. It should never reach King Mikey's ears, and the military should not be dragged into it. The man was sure that this matter was not difficult, so he agreed. Another reason for agreeing was that it was a request from Damon's regular sponsor. The Ivory Tower would send 10 mages from the 6th floor, and Damon would bring 5 Dark Lion Knights, and that should be enough. Stefan only needed to recruit capable military men with money. It was a bit tedious, but it was only a small group of pagans to subdue. And if Stefano was paying off the Blue Ivory Tower, it was nothing. The man ordered everyone to follow him, because they were already moving out. A crowd of people gathered opposite the cave. One of them came closer to the cave and spread his arms out to the side. The man began to cut himself off from the crowd, saying that the heretics had finally taken up the swords of sin, and that they were going to rob the true believers with an army. The head of the sect insisted that death was liberation from earthly bonds, and called on members to fear nothing. After all, according to Heathcliff's teaching, to measure is the only way to free oneself from the false world, and he does not want to see a selfish path to true freedom like suicide. The chief said with a smile that death, achieved while freeing others, was a sweet joy for their great god, and therefore asked the chosen ones to come forward for torment. As the people came out, the man informed them that they had no need to be afraid. They were blessed by Heathcliff's love. With horror on her face, the young girl tried to convince Benjamin, their leader, that she was not afraid at all. The leader of the sect began to summon the dragon Heathcliff. He wanted him to accept the devotion of the righteous. A huge monster, similar to a dragon, came out of the cave. The dragon's eyes were yellow. The monster was furious that he was awakened after so many years of peaceful sleep. Although fear was evident on their face, the young victim asked with a smile on her face to accept their devotion. In an instant, the monster that everyone considered a divine being had dealt with the people who had been chosen for sacrifice. The people of the sect were glad that the messenger of the Lord did not refuse their offering. They asked him to provide the unbelievers with the fire of truth. Benjamin was glad that this time everything went well too. Turning his attention to the bag, he noticed that its contents were running out faster than he expected. As long as he has the ashes of the hearts of the royal family of Lusklin, the man continues to make offerings. The Earth Dragon fulfilled wishes for the man's offerings. But how long could he control him? Without him, he would not convince the people of the sect, apparently. When the time comes, Ben will have to deny everything. Looking down on his people, he decided to have some fun with them one last time. The commanders of the Order of the Lion reported that they were finished for today, and they would set up camp at the place where they stopped. Later in the evening, the soldiers set up camp and made a fire to cook food and keep warm. Mickey noticed that there was complete chaos around. No order, unlike the official army. The burden did not understand how the soldiers would fight if they could not cope even with such assignments. Bella supported the fact that there really was no organization in the expeditionary groups of mercenaries. Because how could a powerful knight know the order of simple mercenaries? Hearing that he was considered a powerful knight amused him, because this girl was of blue blood. The tension between the boys increased, and Jay asked Mickey to watch his words. Our hero pointed out the knight's mistake, because no one should have known about Bella and her origins. Realizing what he said in front of strangers, the guy began to ask for forgiveness. Sighing heavily and rolling his shoulders, Jay suggested eating because he was already hungry. Mickey immediately got the idea to cook something for his idol. The knight immediately began to prepare a stew, which was a special dish on our hero's menu. When traveling, it is extremely important to get all the necessary nutrients. So they eat stew. It is quick to prepare and has everything they need. Jay was outraged that the dish would not taste good when it was cooked in the field. The girl did not understand why the guy was outraged, because they eat to survive. She did not understand why he needed taste. A bright light emanated from the dish that Mickey had prepared, which blinded the young princess. After trying a spoonful of the stew and being surprised, it was very tasty. Jay couldn't believe that the knight had used the same ingredients. The guy said it was just a simple vegetable stew, and he enjoyed experimenting with food because cooking was just a hobby. The guys began to praise the young man's dishes. It was very tasty. Jay would have believed that he used to work as the king's chef. The girl held out her bowl to Mickey with a smile on her face and asked for more. The dish was so delicious that crumbs were left on Bella's face. Our main character was very glad that the guy's recent squabble had died down and that they were now comrades in arms again. As soon as the boys finished eating, it started raining. The soldiers quickly set up tents to escape the rain and go to sleep. Stefan was extremely outraged that they were not at home and it was raining. It was difficult for the boys to navigate, because it was difficult to distinguish anything when there was so much water around. Bella reminded them that they were told that Jay's second coming cult got its main power from demons, and they shouldn't worry about being attacked in the rain. There was no one on guard. Everyone was looking for shelter from the rain, so they lack vigilance. If an army of demons was gathered, it means someone is in control, and at his will they can attack in such weather. Jay confirmed that attack is impossible. Even if the control is masterful, it is impossible to completely suppress the animal instinct. Jay could confirm that the demons wouldn't come out in such heavy rain. But our hero's words were not confirmed, and the demons decided to attack in the rain. The guy was surprised, and he was once again convinced that everything had changed in Terranor in 10 years. The soldiers did not understand who was controlling the demons, since they went out in such a downpour. One of the commanders reported that now was not the time to figure out who was in charge, and ordered everyone to take up battle formation for the attack. The soldiers were sure that although it was a demon, it remained predictable to animals. One of the soldiers rushed into battle. He claimed that the future mercenaries they went through hell. The hired soldiers immediately attacked the demon, thereby killing him. The soldier with the eye patch would be glad that they were able to kill one of the monsters in the first minutes. But before he could taste the full flavor of success, the monster attacked him and struck him in the face, causing the man to cough up blood. The army of mercenaries did not understand why the monsters were so resilient, since a large number of losses should have driven them away. From behind, several soldiers heard that the monsters had been taken under control and would fight to the end. Jay said that they needed to kill the monsters one by one, and that they needed to focus on the nearby demons rather than all of them. The commanders noted that our hero was quite useful and commanded in the midst of the chaos. Terry looked at the young man with admiration, because if Jay really was capable, then he would definitely come in handy. Our hero dealt blow after blow, thereby destroying the monsters that were unexpected that evening. Having killed another monster, the guy jumped from the dead carcass to the ground. The hired soldiers tried to figure out which monster it was. When they found out it was the last one, they were happy and tried to catch their breath. Having caught their breath, the soldiers raised their swords, rejoicing in their victory, and that they had finally gotten rid of these vile monsters. While the others discussed the victory, Jay thought about the fact that all 44 beasts had appeared, and not one of them had tried to escape. The guy didn't understand how this was possible. Because such a strong, magical control of consciousness that the beast begins to ignore its instincts, our hero had never encountered a spell of such a level, even when he fought against the Empire many years ago. While he was thinking, the young man turned his gaze to the joyful crowd. Among the soldiers, our hero noticed 4 guys in raincoats. It was clear that the people were most likely magicians. They were arguing heatedly about something. With a smile on his face, our hero tried to understand what the strangers were arguing about. Was the main goal really not the subjugation of the sectarians? Stefan, with an angry expression on his face, asked them to remain vigilant, and if the soldiers dozed off even for a minute, they would be severely punished. The soldiers were unhappy that Stefan did not stop chatting. As soon as he saw the monsters, he immediately hid behind the knights, and they would not have suffered such great losses if he and the Knights of the Black Lion had fought together with everyone. Mickey was also unhappy with the commander and expressed his opinion that the man was not worthy of such a position. Bella supported him and added that Stefan was an exorbitant egoist. Jay asked them not to worry about it, because loser Stefan always behaves like that. Mickey was surprised that Jay knew the man. Our hero said that he probably knew him a little. They were not personally acquainted, but sometimes he heard conversations about him. Stefan was called a man with the body of a sage and the mind of a beast. Mickey was delighted by what he heard, and even thought that the commander-in-chief was not so useless. But his friend, a young man, asked if his idol had confused his mind and body, to which Jay replied that he had answered correctly, because Stefan was just a dumb weakling. With a smile, our hero, the young man, said that the man did not have any fighting skills, but he was as tenacious as a cockroach. Bella listened to her friend's conversation and Mickey's statements about how the world was a very amazing place. The girl thought about their words and tried to understand if that was the case. She doubted that a completely useless person could achieve such a position as a count. When the army arrived at the village of Zard, Stefan announced at the square that the soldiers had all performed well in yesterday's battle. The official conquest of Jay's secrets would begin tomorrow, so tonight everyone needed to get a good rest and conserve their strength. Already in the tavern, the soldiers were excited by the thought that they would sleep on something dry, because they thought that they would spend the night in tents. Being mercenaries, military men never received better treatment. Jay was surprised how quickly people changed their minds, because yesterday they were all complaining. Having fallen onto the temporary bed that Mickey and Bella had prepared, our hero suggests that they get some rest today. Before he had time to close his eyes and plunge into the kingdom of Morpheus, he was called. A young warrior entered the tavern. She was looking for our hero among the hired soldiers. Not wanting the stranger to shout his name to all the buildings, Jay sat up and raised his hand, indicating his location. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Mary. She was a student of the mercenary Farah from the knightly homeland of the Black Lion. She asked the guy to go out with her for a minute. The magician Hans and the mercenary Jewel were looking for him. The boys looked at each other in surprise. Mary led our heroes to the building where the magicians and knights of the Black Lion were resting. Since at the moment they were holding a confidential meeting, she should leave. Seeing Bella, the young warrior was delighted with her, because the princess looked a little older than her, but she already had the rank of a warrior. After knocking, Jay went inside, introducing himself and stating the reason for his visit. Jules greeted our hero and introduced himself, and the magician Hans didn't wait long either and gave his name. The commander of the Order of Knights reported that Jay arrived on time and offered to look at the map. Our hero immediately realized that the map showed where the sectarian base was after studying the area. He assumed that the journey to it would take about half a day. Hans reported that the cult in the second coming of Jay has access to a spell that controls monsters. Our hero must have noticed when he fought them yesterday. Mickey reported that the first time people saw the animals attack was during a heavy rain and thunderstorm. The magician thought about the fact that the mercenaries also began to notice this effect. Still, the man asked them to keep everything they learned a secret. With a smile on his face, Jay said that everything depended on what was beneficial for them. Hans smiled and said that he liked this approach to business. The magician put several gold coins on the table and wondered if that would be enough for silence. Mickey was surprised that they were paid 10 gold coins. Because it was a large sum, Jay found it difficult to consider it a large sum, because his underwear went for 100 gold coins. Our hero said that this amount would be enough. Hans said that it was a wise decision, and that it was worth maintaining this position until the end. The magician continued to tell that previously the sect of the second coming of Jay did not have magic that subdued animals, so they used dark magic based on human sacrifices. Magic is described as orderly and learnable. The end result can be calculated, whereas witchcraft is disorderly and unpredictable, and witchcraft is not considered magic because in many cases sacrifice is required. Jay decided to clarify whether they wanted to tell them that the sect controls monsters not with magic, but with witchcraft. Hans refuted that assumption. Our hero was surprised when the magician said that what was reported about the sect was in fact a top-secret development from the Blue Tower. There used to be a man named Rainer. He was a respected magician, and at 37 he lived on the 6th floor of the Blue Tower. Thanks to his talent and skills, he received recognition and the right to participate in the top-secret experiments of the Blue Tower. He wanted too much, and because of his mistake, the experimental animals escaped. As a result, he lost all his titles and rights and was sentenced to the 4-element punishment. Mickey was surprised to hear about the 4-element punishment. Hans quickly explained that the spell combines the 4 elements of magic, earth, water, fire, and wind. It is used in the execution tower, essentially a death sentence. The young man was surprised to hear about the death sentence, and only because of some mistake in the experiment. Hans asked to be careful with what Mickey says. Mickey began to apologize and say how unrestrained he had been. Hans asked the boys to listen carefully, because they definitely had to know what he was going to tell them. The soldiers don't know how Rainer managed it, but he managed to escape and created an even bigger problem. He took one of the test animals with him. This test subject was a special beast that had the power to take control of other beasts nearby. Our main character was extremely surprised to hear about control over other monsters. It all came out later, but Rainer's parent was actually a high-ranking member of Jay's Second Coming sect, and they were undoubtedly using this beast to expand their power. Jules continued Hans's story about how, in the end, the real goal of the Knights and Mercenaries campaign was to kill a special monster and eliminate all traces of the Blue Tower's connection with this incident. And he thought that with our hero's skills they would cope much faster. After hearing this, Jay felt a little awkward with the King's Knights and outstanding magicians. They could even kill a dragon. Hans surprised the guy by saying that his assumptions were correct, and they really needed to kill the dragon, because he was that very monster. What he heard left Jay in a state of shock. He did not expect that their opponent would be the Earth Dragon. The next day, Jay and the team discussed everything they had heard while doing laundry. It was no surprise that the guys were offered 10 gold pieces for such a goal. Considering the current state of our hero, the dragon was not an easy opponent. Mickey didn't understand why the swordsmen and the mages needed to subjugate the heretics, but Jay asked if it wouldn't be better for them to refuse. But after thinking it over, I realized that it would be stupid, because they heard the secret of the Blue Tower, and because of this, they will be safe. Although after the mission, the Knights will want to get rid of our heroes. The boys listened attentively to their commander and heeded his every word. Jay wasn't surprised when he realized that the guys hadn't thought of this before, and it wasn't surprising since it was peacetime. The guy was pulled out of his thoughts by Bella's statement that everything would go without problems. She was more than sure of it. Dushka remembered that Mickey changed the subject from the question about the secret experiment of the Blue Tower. The Knights would have told about it if they were planning to kill our heroes. The same with the details of the incident. They deliberately explained everything to our heroes, although the Knights could have simply given orders and thereby shut their mouths with important information. Jay blushed slightly because he underestimated his comrades in arms. Mickey wondered if Jay would do as Jules and Hans wanted. Our hero himself didn't know this yet, but good information can be turned into excellent bait, and with its help, you can get closer to Jules. While the guys were having a conversation about who would wash clothes if someone got tired, someone started approaching them from behind. Hearing a voice from behind, Mickey was frightened by surprise. Women approached the boys with troughs in which clothes were being washed. They were glad to see 2 handsome young men by the river. The women began to ask where they came from, that it was probably inconvenient for the guys to stay in a remote village, but they still considered it an excellent place to rest, where they could gain strength before leaving. Having collected their things, the guys began to say goodbye to the kind women who had kept them company. As he left, Mickey breathed a sigh of relief, because it was not easy for him not to be infected by the positive and cheerful energy of these ladies. But as soon as our guys began to move away from the crowd of women, they began to look after our heroes, and a thirst for death began to appear in their eyes. Without thinking, one of the beautiful smiling women rushed at our heroes with a blade, wanting to kill them as quickly as possible. Feeling something was wrong, Bella turned around and saw the attack and managed to react. The girl put out a footrest, and the woman tripped over it at full speed and flew head over heels into the bushes. Hearing a sound from behind, the guys turned around and an opponent flew between them. The guys were surprised and looked at their friend. The commander of the female battalion was extremely irritated that the ambush had failed, and could not believe that our heroes had quickly figured everything out. Jay realized that the women were cult fanatics. He decided to ask Bella how she found out about the ambush, to which the princess replied that she didn't know. Our young warrior was always wary around people. I began to imagine how, during the conversation, the girl was thinking about when the sweet old ladies would stab her in the back with a whip. The women's thirst for blood became even stronger. They believed that the boring and dull life of our heroes was definitely better than death. But they believed that death was the only real salvation. The women rushed into battle, shouting that those who believed would go to heaven and wished death on our heroes. Bella asked her comrades to be careful because she noticed that the eyes of their opponents had changed. After about 10 seconds, the army of women was defeated, and they lay unconscious. Bella shared the observation that only the eyes had changed in the women. Jay noted that only warriors who had gone mad could be berserkers, and their opponents at the moment were just mad nags. Our main character began to think about why the women attacked them, whether they were such important people in the squad. Jay was brought out of his thoughts by the boys' shouts demanding to look at something. On the side of the camp, the boys noticed thick black smoke from the flames. Jay couldn't believe that the entire squad was the target of the crazy cultists. The young man was angry with himself because they had wasted precious time doing the laundry. Apparently, the entire village was a den of heretics. The crowd of people shouted that Jay's sect would go to heaven, and the non-believers would go straight to hell. Death was the real liberation. Jewel easily dealt with all the cultists who rebelled against them. The dying man spoke with tears in his eyes about how he would soon join Heathcliff. Noticing the dying man, Jules came to the conclusion that he had gone crazy, since he was talking all sorts of nonsense. Looking ahead, the man noticed that a huge bull was running towards him. Jules thrust his sword forward and shouted that the demonic beasts were at the head of the heretics. When the monster attacked, the knight activated the Iron Wall ability, which the bull's huge horns collided with. Jules noticed that his comrade Livel had decided to attack from the air. Livel decided to use the destruction technique on the monster. Jules was outraged. He did not understand where so many demonic beasts came from. Was there really anyone nearby the king's demonic castle? Hans assumed that if the heretics had scattered the demonic beasts all over the mountain, Jules was extremely irritated by this, since the range of the dragon's mind control could not be that wide. At least that's what they were told. The knights had already begun to believe that the mission was definitely beyond their capabilities based on the experiments. It was possible to judge with certainty that the dragon was about 100 years old. Hans revealed that the dragon's mind control ability had become much stronger due to experiments. Jules was very upset, which simply meant that fighting a dragon was the same as fighting a dragon 5 times older. Hans quickly reassured him that the dragon's mind control skill had improved much more than expected. But his combat energy, mana, and physical abilities had increased in accordance with the calculations. Livel turned around and noticed something that put him into a state of shock. The demonic beasts were heading towards the tavern. This was very bad because there were new knights in the tavern. The monsters began to break down the walls of the tavern and tried to attack the young knights. Stefan was thrown aside by the rubble of the walls. The newcomers from the knightly squad tried to protect their commander. The count became hysterical and began to scold his subordinates because they said that the tavern was safe. The man began to ask for help when the bear monster began to advance towards him. A young girl with a sword at the ready tried to defend herself from the monster. In an instant, our hero found himself in the tavern and was already repelling the attack of the monster. Mary was very happy to see the mercenary Jay. She immediately felt relief and safety. Soon Bella and Mickey arrived, and with quick attacks they killed the monsters that were approaching the tavern. Jules rushed to Jay, shouting that they were alive thanks to him. He became interested in where the other mercenaries were. The man was ordered to remain at the tavern and protect Count Stefan, while he and the knights would take care of the demonic beasts. When Stefan started ordering our hero around, Jay was already thinking about refusing to protect him. Suddenly the guy felt something from the side. He began to look around, looking for what was approaching. A huge dragon, controlled by a sect, entered the city. The village was burning, and the black smoke rose higher and higher. The houses were gradually collapsing, and the plants were almost completely burned out. Jewel defeated another monster and covered himself with his sword from the cloud of dust that appeared when the monster hit the ground. The man turned around and shouted to the soldiers that they were almost finished and needed to hold on a little longer. Stefan breathed a sigh of relief, as expected from the Black Lion Knights. They were able to defeat all the monsters. This was true, but after the battle there were very few carcasses, and the rest of the monsters fled. Suddenly people looked to the side and became frightened. Livel followed the people's gaze and cursed harshly. No one understood why the Earth Dragon appeared right now. The threat became a little more frightening when the beast let out an ominous roar. The commander ordered not to panic because they had magicians. Now they were preparing magical protection. Without thinking, the monster began to attack the soldiers with fire that burst from its mouth. At the same moment, the Knights' squad's mages created a water barrier to repel the monster's attack. The Knights were glad that the dragon's strength was within their expectations. The mages would cope with him without any problems. If the squad had given it their all, then they would all be able to catch him. But they were all tired after the battle with the monsters. Jules was furious that their plans were ruined, so he decided to take it out on Hans, because he said that the power was expected, because the dragons still commanded dozens of monsters. There was a small chance that the Earth Dragon's control ability would improve. About 4%, hearing this. Jules became even more furious because it was not a small chance at all. The man began to call everyone to action despite the fact that they were all tired, because a true knight will never retreat. The dragon began to roar louder, ordering the monsters to attack, while Jules supported the soldiers with words about how they did not let this evil dragon hear the roar of the Black Lion. When the Earth Dragon decided to attack Jules, he withstood the blow thanks to the summoning of the Iron Wall. Seeing their commander-in-chief fighting an enemy who was not only not larger than them but also superior in strength, they took heart and also rushed into the attack. The Knight's squad blocked the monsters' attacks with the help of magic shields. Mickey informed Jay that there was a unique combat formation of the Knightly Order Black Lion called the Iron Wall. The young man was surprised because it was incredible in his understanding. The Knights did not even move a millimeter from the attack of the Dragon of the Earth. Jay seemed to be watching Mikey in the past. The current king always shouted that if he was hit, he would hit back, but his hit would hurt more. Our hero remembered the past. When they fought, they called on Mikey to run away because the enemy was several times stronger than them. But the man still threw himself into the attack. Jay considered that the Knight's method was reckless because Mikey came up with it. Watching the Knights, the young man noticed that not only his character, but also his fighting style had remained unchanged over the past 10 years, which meant that the Knights who fought using his technique had the same weakness as Micah. Calling Mickey and Bella, Jay said that the Knights would not be able to defeat the Earth Dragon, and they should join. Stefan began to be indignant why they should join. He did not understand what Jay was talking about, because he had to protect him. Our hero explained that if the Knights lose, then they will get it too. Then Stefan began to shout that they should take him to a safe place. The boys were outraged that Stefan wanted to escape alone while magicians and knights were fighting before his eyes. The man was shouting that they had to go and protect the escape route and that they were not going to obey his orders. This behavior irritated Jay. The guys already wanted to knock the man out and thought it was a great idea. Jay decided to put their plan into action and approached him from behind. Stefan turned around. He immediately understood their plan and began to shout. The man began to push the young heroes forward, shouting for him to show him the way, because they needed to get out of there first. Suddenly the man felt something from behind. He did not understand what happened. In a moment, Stefan fell unconscious. Our heroes were surprised. The man was knocked out by Mary, with a smile on her face and a stick with which one could carry out the perfect crime. Jay praised the girl for her excellent work. The knights tried to repel the monster's attacks. Livell was breathing heavily. They were all already at their limits, and this made him very angry. The Earth Dragon decided to crush the knight with his huge foot. When the monster's paw landed on the ground, the earth beneath it cracked, and the nearby magicians flew in different directions from the force of the blow. Livell flew into the air from the vibration. Jules was worried about his comrade in arms. The dragon decided to finish off its victim with fire from its mouth. Jay's team made it in time, and they were able to hit the dragon in the mouth while our hero carried Livell away from the battlefield. When they approached, our hero explained that they would help in the battle. Count Stefan lost consciousness after a piece of garbage fell on him. Jules thanked him. When Bella grabbed her hand, Jay became worried about her, asking if she was hurt. The girl said that she was fine. The Earth Dragon's body was tougher than she thought. Even when she attacked, she hurt her hand. Jay started screaming for everyone to hear. He screamed that normal attacks wouldn't work on dragons. They needed to rip his scales off. Turning his attention to the enemy, the young man noticed something strange. He was surprised by the dragon's behavior. The dragon's eyes changed color, which meant that he was taken under control. In an instant, the monster was thrown away towards the forest. The boys did not understand the monster's reaction, and then the girl assumed that he ran away because blood got on him. After the knights left puzzled, the attack of the cult of Jay's second coming came to an end. The knights tied up the remaining sectarians. The men shouted that they were all stupid unbelievers and demanded that they be released. They follow the true teachings of the cult. One of the mercenaries kicked the cultists and ordered them to shut up. Because how dare they do such things in the cult in the name of saving another world? One of the cultists said that their deity Jay would save them. But our hero had no intention of saving such followers. Jay and Bella discussed what they had finished, and this territory and their side had received a lot of damage due to the ambush. There were about 600 people left in the squad. Count Stefan did not remember anything, and this pleased Mary, who hit him on the head. 3 days had passed since the squad left the village, and Bella wondered if this meant that the suppression of the sectarians was over, since the leaders had already fled. Jay explained that they had achieved some results, and that the operation could be considered a success since they had eliminated so many fanatics. But that was not the main goal. The Earth Dragon and Rainer escaped and hid, licking their wounds in a cave. Rainer didn't understand what was happening to his test subject. The dragon stopped obeying Rainer's orders. He just lay there and ignored the man while he tried to order him something. The man tried to wake up or move. Rainer was furious. He didn't understand what happened 4 days ago in the village. He still needed this monster. He cursed the magicians and wanted to know if it was possible to kill a person with one mistake. If the man had the abilities of a dragon, he would have gotten rid of his pursuers long ago and would have taken revenge on the scoundrels from the Blue Tower. After Rainer, a luxurious life on church money awaited him. The magician did not give up hope of waking the dragon. For this, he disintegrated the heart in case he needed it. Having taken out the heart, the man did not understand what was happening to it. The heart flared up in his hands. The flame burned the man. Rainer threw his heart aside in pain. Looking at the dragon, he noticed that the monster had woken up. Rainer didn't understand what was happening, but he felt fear starting to build up inside him. The monster began to open its huge mouth. Rainer realized that the Earth Dragon had been able to break the mind control magic that had allowed the man to subjugate him to his will. Realizing that the monster had decided to take revenge, his man began to crawl back. But he came up against a dead end. He hoped that he would be able to come to an agreement with the monster. So he asked to listen to him. But it was too late to negotiate. The monster destroyed the man by biting him. Afterwards, the monster retreated into the depths of the cave. Late in the evening, the soldiers came to the cave. It was quieter around it than they expected. They thought there would be many monsters. Julu wondered if there were any animals left to control. They had gotten rid of more than a dozen monsters in the last few days. Hans felt relieved. Hans didn't understand why Count Stefan was with them. The existence of the Earth Dragon and Rainer was confidential information of the royal family. Jules said that the mercenaries and Count Stefan were only needed to suppress the pagans. So the commander-in-chief said that they would return when they dealt with the Earth Dragon. Stefan began to complain that his guard consisted of 1 Dark Lion Knight and 2 mages, and demanded at least 2 knights and 4 mages. Jules was surprised by the Count's impudence. The Count acted like a child while Jules tried to explain that with such a large group they would not be able to defeat the Earth Dragon, and that there were mercenaries in the squad. When the Count began to reproach those who trusted the mercenaries, Jules could not stand it and started shouting. He was interested in what they wanted from them, and suggested that they just go with them, since he did not trust the quality of the security. Stefan also began to shout that it would be much safer than staying with the mercenaries and pagans. The Count suddenly fell silent, which surprised the commander-in-chief of the Black Lion. The Dragon of the Earth was terrible and much more dangerous, but it was also dangerous on the spot, so the Count began to make calculations where it would be safer for him. With a smile, Stefan said that if Jules was offering, he would take a risk and go with them, which irritated the commander-in-chief. The Count wondered if they were sure that the Earth Dragon was hiding and Rainer was hiding in the cave. When Jay learned about the magic of confession, he slightly didn't understand, because it was standard magic, until they used some black powder and cracked them like nuts. Bella felt something that sent shivers down her spine. The cave was filled with bloodthirst, and the yellow eyes of a monster appeared in it. Noticing the eyes, the soldiers prepared for battle. Jules didn't understand what was happening. The knights doubted whether they had really seen this Earth Dragon. The dragon grew larger, and as soon as he left the cave, he immediately made a sound, opening his mouth very wide. Jules smiled. He didn't know what happened, but he considered it a trifle. The commander-in-chief himself was the first to rush into battle. He decided to show the monster the true power of the Black Lion. Hans didn't have a chance to show his magic, since they couldn't face a bunch of monsters before. But now they have enough fighting and magical energy. And the man decided to teach the Earth Dragon a lesson. Hans and the other mages used the Cold Frost Cry technique. After the winter spells, fire spells followed, and the mages used the Earth Teeth and Earth Spear techniques. The power of the magicians swirled into a whirlpool and headed towards the dragon. Mickey noted that the knights were used for defense and the mages for attack, while Jay was surprised by the coordinated work of the two, and their intervention would be unnecessary. At this point, Jay noticed something. The attacks of the magicians did not affect the dragon. There was not a scratch on the monster. The mages also noticed that their attacks were useless, and they did not understand why. The magic they sent at the monster seemed to disappear. Suddenly, they all realized that the monster was from another world. Without thinking, the monster launched a fiery attack. The magicians rushed in different directions, but the blow still hit someone. The knights were able to withstand the fire attack, but some still did not understand why the magic did not work on the monster from another world. Jay was hot. The dragon had a resistance to his nullification like the firewolf he fought after returning. 2 knights and 4 magicians fell, magic stopped working, and the magicians turned into useless dummies. The remaining force was 3 knights from the Black Lion, and because of this, they could all die like this. Jay had no other choice. even though he could reveal his identity. The most important thing for him was saving people. A whirlpool of his fighting and magical energy formed around Jay. Bella and Mickey were surprised by the true fighting spirit of their comrades in arms. Watching the elder, the young knight recognized the technique that our hero used. The fighting technique of the saviors from another world is just like from the legends of Terranor. Conquering the sky, Jay's signature technique. Our hero instantly appeared above the dragon's head, simultaneously striking him. Livel and Jules were surprised by the mercenary's strength. Bella was also genuinely surprised by the guy's strength, to which Mickey explained that the conquest of heaven was invented by saviors from another world to defeat the monsters of Emperor Berserker. This power is clearly not inferior to other fighting techniques. As Jay thought, his energy was still not enough to use the attack at full power, but this was the only way to pierce the dragon's scales. Livel couldn't believe that he was fighting one-on-one with a dragon. He became curious about who this mercenary was. Jules wasn't sure, but he knew one thing for sure. Jay was much stronger than any of the knights. Bella and Mickey also rushed into battle to help their friend. Based on the fighting technique, Stefan began to suspect who our hero was. The dragon tried to strike with its tail but missed and hit the ground, causing stones to fly in all directions. Our hero noticed that the dragon was no slouch and was already attacking from the air with 2 swords. The monster became irritated by the man's persistence and therefore decided to destroy him with his fire. Livel started yelling for Jay to be careful because the earth dragon was now using all of his power. Even though this attack was much stronger than all the previous ones, our hero was able to break through it. Since neutralizing magic didn't work, the young man decided to go another way. Using the Heaven's Conquest technique, Jay cut through the pillar of fire and headed straight for the dragon's face. Another technique, Roar of the Mountains, has been added to the technique of conquering the skies. Our hero's comrades were surprised and glad that their idol was able to single-handedly inflict severe damage on the monster from another world. Finally, the accumulated energy in the sword was sent towards the dragon. Using the 1,000 explosions technique, our hero delivered a counterattack to the crown of the head. From the blow, blood came from the mouth, eyes, the place where the attack hit, from which the earth dragon lost his balance. The blood from the fallen monster flew to the sides along with dust from the ground. Our hero landed on the dragon's dead body. He breathed a sigh of relief that he had succeeded. Everyone stood in shock because there wasn't a scratch on our hero. Jay was unnerved by the fact that everyone was staring at him. He was already starting to think that they recognized him. Prepared for the worst, the young man heard words of praise and that people could not believe that the boy had slain the earth dragon single-handedly. Our hero did not understand their reaction. He expected something else. Livel and the knight were surprised that he was working as a mercenary with his abilities. Jay couldn't believe that they were all impressed by just good skills, and not by meeting the ones they were talking about in legends. Probably, before Jay would have killed the dragon with one blow. So he didn't know whether to be happy or sad about this situation. Jumping off the monster, the young man was simply glad that everyone remained safe and sound. Jules wanted to know why our hero had his skills from them. His energy, skills, and swordsmanship were on par with the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion. Perhaps Jay was stronger than them. The guy tried to think of something to say to justify himself. Mickey came to the rescue. He explained that Jay did not want to hide anything, because before becoming a mercenary, his comrade trained only in the mountains. Although he was older than him, Mickey thought that our hero lacked experience, and he suggested that he start at a lower rank to gain some. Everyone was shocked by the dried-up one, and Mickey continued to talk about how it was normal to hide your abilities when you were a mercenary. The boys couldn't believe that Jay was older than Mickey, although it looked the other way around. Jules took it all at face value and decided that this was why Jay, even though he had the rank of knight, was courteous to him. The young man scratched his head and confirmed everything the man said, saying that the victory was a success thanks to the squad, and hoped that the reward would not be limited to words of praise. Afterwards, when everyone left, our hero thanked his comrade for his help, because thanks to him, he was able to get out. Mickey asked, not to worry. Jay had put so much strength into his image. He couldn't let it go to waste. So the young man thought that our hero was holding back plausibly, that his skills were only enough to kill a dragon, and he was really good. Bella wondered if Mickey knew that Jay had lost his powers, but our hero replied that when her friends betrayed her in a big way, he would see if she would tell him about her weaknesses. But he told her everything because he had no choice. In any case, it worked out. Using Heaven's Conquest with so many people around was risky, but with Jay's current powers, even the most observant wouldn't spot it. The girl pointed in the direction, asking the guy if he recognized the man. Bella guessed that Stefan seemed to recognize our hero. The man looked at Jay in shock, trying to comprehend what had happened and who our hero was. The guy swore because it was problematic that he was recognized. This is how the suppression of the second coming of J cult ended. Mary, with tears in her eyes, begged her commander-in-chief to wake up. In the process of taming the dragon, 4 high-ranking mages lost their lives, and 2 knights of the Black Lion Order were in critical condition. Reiner's body was found in a cave, and the mages burned the earth dragon and the man's body with fire magic to finally erase their existence from the face of the earth. Jay thought about how magic works on corpses. When the Ignis wolf died, his corpse disappeared, like the corpses of the other monsters from the other world. The beast whose magic could attack Jay, because of this there was some kind of connection. But the corpse of the male specimen did not disappear, and the guy became interested in what this could depend on. After all the events, Michael's squad returned to the village to the main group. They spent the night in the village, and then returned to the kingdom of Jacksongard. And that same night, Count Stefano received a visit. It was Jay, and in the man's eyes, he looked very creepy. In fact, the man was polite and said that they needed to talk about something important. The man felt out of place and tried to quickly end the conversation, citing the fact that they had to travel tomorrow and therefore needed to rest. The guy raised his voice, saying that the Count was speaking quietly and asked to be louder. Out of fear, Stefan addressed him as a savior from another world. A few seconds later, the man realized what he had said and realized that he had made a mistake. The young man thought that Stefan had guessed who he was. Already sitting at the table, the young man became interested in how this man understood who he was, even though he was not even a sword master. The Count explained that they had clashed a couple of times, and he remembered very well how Jay had fought during the revolution, and he had doubts, because our hero now had less energy. The man didn't know that Jay had returned to Terranor and didn't understand why he was hiding. 10 years ago, they had emerged victorious from the war, and the enemies had been wiped out. There was no longer a need to hide. But Stefan suggested that perhaps Jay didn't want the unwanted attention. The Count asked if there were still enemies left on Terranor, which brought our hero out of his thoughts. The young man did not understand what the man was talking about, and what enemies he meant. Stefan began to explain that after Jay returned to Earth without saying a word, there were all sorts of rumors, for example, that, envious of the Savior's power, other heroes sent him back to his homeland of power. The young man listened attentively to the fact that everyone was sure that this was pure nonsense. Only idiots had turned away from Jay and sent him home. But sitting opposite the guy, the Count remembered what people were talking about. Jay was impressed that simply from the fact that he was hiding his identity, the man almost deduced the full picture of what was happening. Our hero did not understand why such an intelligent person was credited with the mind of a beast. Jay wondered what the Count would do if the stories were true. The man was cornered by this question and was wondering what to answer. The Count began to think that Jay and Mikey would become allies and then everything would be fine, as long as the man himself was on the king's side. But if Jay was truly betrayed, then he will take revenge at any cost. But Stefan didn't understand one thing: why hide then? Was it really impossible for even the savior from another world to cope with 6 heroes? The Count was afraid of what would happen to those who revealed his identity. Without thinking, he fell to his knees asking for mercy, which surprised our hero. The Count began to shout and ask the great savior to spare him, because he was supporting an old mother and a 3-year-old child, and if the man died, the child would become an orphan and would live on the street as a homeless child. Jay understood why Stefan was called an idiot with a beast's mind, because the man wasn't even married. What kind of child was he talking about? The man's brain immediately switched off at the sight of danger. Stefan's talent was only activated when he felt safe, which is why he sat around while they fought the Emperor 10 years ago. The young man shared with the man that he did not plan to kill him. Stefan began to thank our hero, and if he was left alive, he would have done a good service, and the king would not know anything. However, Jay couldn't just let the Count go. The man wanted to know what he was talking about, but he saw blue energy begin to appear in the young man's hand. In an instant, our hero pierced Count Stefan in the chest area with this energy. When the man wanted to scream that he was in pain, when he realized that he didn't feel anything, he asked what Jay had done to him. The young man asked him if he had heard of the explosive aura. Hearing about the explosive aura, the man became scared. When using explosive aura, combat energy is implanted into the body, and the person it was used on can be blown up at any time. A unique skill of the savior from another world. Although Jay could only use it on 3 people at a time, and only if they weren't swordmasters or mages, it was still the best skill. Stefan's life was now in the hands of our young hero, and he would lift the spell when he could trust him. The man felt himself for other injuries. Stefan breathed a sigh of relief, and was glad that he remained alive and unharmed. Jay slightly misunderstood the man's reaction. He clearly expected something different. Our hero decided to find out if he heard his words, and repeated that if he did something bad, they would simply blow him up. The man confirmed that he heard everything, and if Jay wanted, he would blow him up at any time he wanted. But as long as Stefan is obedient and doesn't betray Jay, he won't do anything to him. The worst thing is to arouse suspicion and be held responsible for something he didn't do. The guy was amazed that the man was ready to carry out any of his orders. Jay wondered if Stefan would betray Michael when his own life was at stake and he had no remorse. The Count justified himself by saying that given the choice between the savior from another world and the destroyer of the earth, he would choose Jay. After all, it would never occur to anyone to choose the second option. Jay left the Count's house late at night. Bella was waiting for him at the gate and assumed that the conversation had gone well. The young man confirmed that everything went well and thanked her for standing guard. The girl was surprised that even the weakened Jay was able to use such an energy-consuming skill as explosive aura. The young man himself explained that it doesn't matter whether he weakened or not. The explosive aura skill still doesn't exist. Blowing up someone whenever you want was too good for skill. And the essence of the performance is to create psychological pressure. Bella was shocked that the famous ability of the savior does not exist. But she read about it in books. Jay explained that he deliberately spread the rumor, because the more people believe in it, the better it sounds even more realistic with limitations. Now the girl felt deceived, and our hero continued to explain that it was good that he dropped in on this excursion, and now he had an ace up his sleeve. Although there were still questions. The guy was interested in what kind of earth dragon it was. It was like an Ignis wolf. Where did the Terranor animal have the characteristics of animals from another world? Jay was told that the dragon was the result of an experiment at the Bluebone Tower. The same thing happened with the Ignis wolf. But something was wrong. Something was bothering the young princess. The black powder that the magician Hans used was the cause of concern. The terrifying force during the interrogation was also beyond Jay's understanding. It completely lost his mental defense. The girl hastened to interrupt the young man, because she meant something completely different. When using the black powder, Bella felt strange, as if dozens of insects were crawling all over her body. It was a terrible and ominous feeling. The young warrior did not know how to properly explain her state at that moment. Remembering Jean and his black powder, she could hardly hold back her tears. At this time, a beaten girl was sitting in the dungeon of the kingdom of Jean, and someone with a sword was towering over her. Jean called for his next victim, whom he could manipulate using the heart of a member of the imperial family. Jean ordered the man to kill himself. The man put the sword to his neck, but was in no hurry to kill himself. The sword trembled slightly in the victim's hand. A few seconds later, the man regained consciousness, but he could not move his body. Looking in front of him, he noticed a dead body. When he looked closely and recognized his wife, he began to reproach himself for what he had done. Without thinking for another minute, the man killed himself. Jean noted that even with suppressed instincts, suicide was impossible. That was the maximum, although it was the purest powder from hearts. With one click, the young king set fire to the dead bodies. The young man realized that it would not be easy for him to use the full mind control technique. At this time, Mikey reported that the passage was successful, and the Earth Dragon was defeated. But the man did not understand what kind of dragon it was, because it was a simple campaign to pacify the cult. Stefan reported that this was exactly the case. But the dragon had lived in the Berzal regions for 300 years. It was so strong that even 2 knights of the Order of the Black Lion did not survive the encounter with it. They suffered great losses, but the mission was successful. The Count remembered that Sir Damon had asked him not to talk about the Ivory Tower, so he decided to remain silent and continued to tell that the cultists were only spreading a rumor that it was they who had summoned him. The king was angry that he listened to Count Stefan and stayed in the palace. He would have so wanted to fight the 300-year-old dragon, and if he had known about him, he would have been the first to rush into battle. Stefan did not understand his king, and Mikey himself asked him to forget his outburst of anger, because the man did not know that this would happen. One of the commanders told about what they say were those who distinguished themselves during the mission. He was interested in who these heroes were. Jules said that these soldiers were so strong that he would like to take them into the order. But one day the boys became personal knights of Count Stefan. The commander had hoped for more recruits to join the order after hearing about the strength of the mercenaries. And it seemed they were the kind who loved money more than pride and honor. People of such poor moral character were not suitable for the order. Returning to his mansion, the Count reported that everything had been done as Jay had requested. Title, position, and a safe base had all been provided. Now Sir Jay, Lord Mickey, and Miss Bella were Count Stefan's bodyguards, and they could continue to use their assumed names. And the servants had prepared separate quarters for them, out of sight behind the mansion. Jay praised him for his excellent work, and now all he had to do was bend his knee and swear allegiance. The man began to make excuses. He could not demand such a thing from the savior from another world. He already felt uneasy about the role of his boss in public. Stefan asked again if since Jay wanted revenge on the 6 heroes. That meant he was planning to kill King Mikey as well. Our hero laughed out loud at what he heard. The young man did not understand why he had to kill the king. He had simply betrayed him, even though he had devalued the friendship, trust, memories, blood, and sweat that they had gone through together. Stefan listened and felt a sense of horror as the boy talked about how Mikey had been a friend to the end, not sending him home in pieces. Jay hadn't intended to kill him, that was for sure. But the look on his face suggested he was going to do something even worse. Several years ago, at a Moor battlefield, the flag of the Royal Order of Knights was standing. The soldiers rejoiced that they were able to maintain victory in this fierce war. Young Tim was sitting and resting after the battle, deep in thought about something. When Mikey approached him, he was wondering why his comrade-in-arms was sitting alone. The young man reported that they had won not because of their strength, and asked if the cat was the prince of the land where the battle took place. Mikey began to remember and said that the prince was the emperor's half-brother and his name was Gus. He was not happy about death, judging by his eyes, burning with rage, on his head falling from his shoulders. Tim assumed that Gus felt hurt by the knife in his back. Things might have ended differently if the emperor had sent reinforcements. In fact, he used soldiers to get rid of a political rival. Blood doesn't matter anymore when power is at stake. The main thing at the moment was still victory. Mikey said that Tim needed to take things easy or his pretty face would get wrinkled. The young man simply looked at his comrade-in-arms with indifference. Tim soon reported with a smile that Mikey never thought about anything. The guy didn't like being interrupted when Mikey sat down next to him. With a smile on his face, the young man declared that Tim was thinking for all of them, and he was just waving his sword. Tim smiled at his friend's words, and yet Tim asked the question about what would happen if the emperor was finished and the empire collapsed. Then Mikey said that peace would probably come. Tim thought about it and said that if the empire collapses, someone will probably become king and rule Terranor, and he was interested in who it would be. Mikey said that Jay would probably be king because he was not only excellent, but the guy didn't even think about returning to Earth. Tim confirmed his friend's assumption, but he became interested in another question. Would they remain friends in this case? This statement surprised Mikey, and Tim continued that even the patriotic Grand Duke Gus was betrayed by his brother and lost his head. The whole conversation remained a dream of King Mikey about the past. The man fell asleep during training. Sitting up, he tried to remember when the conversation he had dreamed about had taken place. The king thought about the decision he had made 10 years ago. The servants tried to stop the young man who was rushing towards Mikey, but he only ordered them all to leave as quickly as possible. Having risen to his feet, the king asked the young man why he had come, since they had not seen each other for a long time. Alex heard that a new construction was started near the Southern Flower Palace. The guy was interested in the king spending so much money and labor to build a new palace, instead of visiting the concubine in the built palace. Mikey reported that the heating didn't work in the Southern Flower Palace and it was a bit cold there in the winter. After all, as he put it, his cats were supposed to live in luxury. Alex was furious. He did not understand how the current king was different from the tyrant emperor. The king was furious at what he heard and warned that the young man had crossed the line and gone too far. This time Mikey asked him, but even if they were family, there was something that couldn't be forgiven, even if Alex was his son. After this, the man asked his son to repeat what he had said earlier, but the boy remained silent. He soon began to talk about how the overly busy work schedule made work unbearable. People suffered, and this caused discontent among the residents. And soon the young man repeated his question about what was the difference between the kingdom of Mikey and the empire of Tyrant. The man was furious that his son kept comparing him and started shouting that he didn't know anything about those times to throw such questions. From the scream and the atmosphere around his father, the young man staggered and fell on his butt. Mikey ordered him not to waste his time and to get out of his sight right now. Alex did not calm down and said with his head down that he said that he should have beaten him. Afterwards, the young prince stood up and walked away from the king's father. Mikey was unhappy that he had taught him a lesson and that this behavior had already happened, and he soon came to the conclusion that his son was a sissy. When Mike's parents, siblings, even his significant other were held accountable for betrayal, when the world changed, Alex was the only one left from the relatives that were found in his hometown. The king believed that his son did not have the talent to be a swordsman, was very vulnerable and bony. At his age, Mikey already had the level of an expert. They were too different despite their blood relationship. As the son was leaving his father's sight, the king assumed that he had spoiled the boy too much. Behind Count Stefan's luxurious mansion, there was an ordinary old building. The interior was beautifully furnished, although the outside was a bit shabby, giving no indication of how exquisite it was on the inside. Jay noticed that it was easy to get out through the back door. He asked for the house just a couple of days ago, and the guy was wondering how the Count managed to build it so quickly. The Count approached the boys and began to explain the reason for the rapid appearance of the house. The thing was that Stefan was not yet married, so he prepared this house for the marriage in advance, which surprised the guys. Our hero said that the kidnapping of people was illegal, to which the man began to justify it. The Count said that he doesn't like those who are disloyal to the crown, and if he starts a family, they could get into trouble too. So Stefan built a safe house just in case, and Jay wondered why he was preparing so early. Mickey, smiling, said that he had put his previous house up for sale, and its price had increased after he bought it. Jay was glad that he didn't have to worry about money anytime soon, but then the Count caught his attention. The man asked them to let him know if they needed anything and he would definitely get it. Our hero smiled slightly. Already in the garden of the house, the young man said that it was very good that he listened to the girl. He thought to ask the Count to treat him more easily, but the formal tone had a good effect on their relationship. Bella said that it was good, and it was not without reason that titles existed at court and in the army. This or behavior affects people's relationships. If a person communicates with another on a first-name basis, then subconsciously considers himself equal. This especially worked with the character of the Count, according to Bella. Jay admitted that he didn't understand much about such things, but he became interested in why the girl was worried about this, something that usually didn't interest him. The girl said that it was like that before, but now everything has changed. This statement surprised our hero. Bella suddenly became interested in her and Mickey now, and also addressed Jay by his rank. The young man said that he did not think this was necessary, and that he would like to maintain a friendly tone in the conversation. At his words, the girl smiled and thanked him. Now the young lady was interested in why she had been called into the garden. When Jay asked the girl if she wanted to try magic, she was surprised. Our hero hastened to please her, because she had potential. Even more than in combat energy, she still called him into this world, albeit not directly. Bella was still not entirely sure about her older friend's proposal, but it would be good to also use magic in battle. But could Bella learn it? They won't accept her into the 4th Ivory Tower given her pedigree. The guy pointed at himself and said that in front of her was a high-level mage, a savior from another world, almost a master of the sword, divine rank, and a 9th-level mage, master rank. Magic is mainly divided into 3 languages. The first is the language of runes, which is used to move magical energy. The second spell is a layer that converts energy into a spell, such as flame, which can become the breath that comes from the fingertips. And the last language is the signal language that launches the team magic. Of course, Jay showed only the basics. But over time, the girl will stop thinking about all this, and will come with training and experience. But even a very smart person will not be able to remember everything about magic, unless of course something helps him. The guy stretched out his hand in front of him, and the girl saw this action. A book appeared in his hands. The guy explained that the knowledge and wisdom of magicians was recorded in it. It was called the Book of Spells. Its creation was the beginning of magic. Bella was surprised. She had met many different magicians, but this was the first time she had seen a book. Jay explained that often the book is not visible to others. In it, like in a safe, magicians store their knowledge. While casting spells in a certain pose, you can look for a technique in the book. They called it the handprint or somatic, and it involved stretching your arms forward. Jay remembered that for the exam, an invisible book would be just perfect, but the girl did not understand what he was talking about. Bella wondered if there really was no fighting energy or magician on Earth, to which our hero replied that in his homeland, people did not know how to cast spells. Then she became interested in something else. Why magic is not in use on Earth if a guy can do magic there? It meant that Earth does not reject magic. The young man did not know why this was so. He had never thought about it. But now he himself became curious. Jay learned about his ability to control energy when he moved between worlds. But Earthlings did not have such skills. Having put 2 and 2 together, the girl admiringly stated that Jay has no equal on Earth. The guy was surprised that recently the young princess began to be interested in the Earth. He had not noticed this in her before. The next question about how our hero lived after returning to Earth brought him out of his thoughts. The guy felt uncomfortable remembering what happened after his return. People were all in a hurry. Some were taking out their phones to film something. A crowd gathered around the naked guy in the square. They were wondering why the guy was head over heels in the street at such a time, and asked to call the police. The guy woke up when someone started discussing that he had some nice muscles. Before his eyes were still the friends who, out of envy, decided to abandon Jay and sent him home against his will. Soon, the young man was handed over to the police station. The servants of the law decided that our hero had gotten drunk and could not control himself even in the police car. 3 years ago, Jay was reported missing. The police assumed that the guy simply ran away from home, rebelled because of his parents' divorce and poor academic performance. The man who interrogated our hero asked where he had been and what he had been doing all this time. The young man replied that he didn't remember anything. The man was angry that the teenager was lying to him and demanded that he tell him everything. Suddenly, the policeman's eyes turned light blue, which meant that his mind had been penetrated. The man came to the conclusion that there was amnesia and advised to see a doctor. Jay was surprised that magic worked on Earth, but it would be better if no one knew about it. Soon the boy was given clothes and he left the police station. A car was waiting for him at the entrance, and Jay's father got out of it. The man looked very menacing and was clearly dissatisfied with his son's behavior. Once home, the father started yelling at his son, trying to find out where he had disappeared to, because 3 years had passed and he had not been seen or heard from at school. The man considered it a disgrace that his own son did not even finish high school. He also wanted to understand what kind of antics he had seen in the central square. This performance had destroyed his reputation, but from the expression on Jay's face, it was clear that he himself would feel ashamed. The boy noticed that his father was still the same. He had not expected a warm welcome. But during the time spent on Terranor, Jay had time to miss Earth. The reason for our hero's melancholy was the internet, technology, heating, and air conditioning, and not his home and family. Once again, his father was making it clear to Jay how much he didn't care about him. The father kept shouting that it was not too late. He would send him to a special school, to accelerated courses, so he ordered him to start cramming the material now. After passing the exam and receiving a certificate, the man decided to send him to college. At his father's words about stopping ruining his reputation, the young man got up and went to his room. The man continued to shout after him that he should take himself in hand and act in order to become a normal person. If this was not up to the teeth, then it would be better for Jay to disappear from his life again. As he was leaving, the young man thought that he shouldn't take his father seriously. He fought with all his might, risked his life for a world where everyone would be happy, but lost everything. Our hero decided to return to Terranor at any cost. The guy wanted to get to those who betrayed him. He wanted them to answer for what they did. So a year passed. Jay only pretended to go to a special school. And in his room he was looking for a way to Terranor, studying and repeating magic and magical theory. Our hero had a book of spells, so he easily copied what he didn't know, thanks to which he got into a successful university. The father was very happy that his wayward son had pulled himself together and entered the best university in their city. Now he could be proud of him. Having reported that he had fulfilled all the conditions, Jay confronted his father with the fact that he was moving out and would not die of hunger. Hearing this, the father became furious. When our hero left his father's house, the man shouted after him that the guy was too frivolous, and that it was not so easy to survive in the big world. Jay believed that the achievements of this civilization were nothing compared to the fighting energy and magic of Terranor. Making money was not a big problem for our hero. She bet on horse races, manipulating the speed of horses with her fighting energy, and Jay won. Through various manipulations, within a year, Jay had saved enough money to live without work. But he never found a way to get back to Terranor. He could barely make a hole in the surface of the dimension. And even if the guy goes through it, he doesn't know where he'll end up. Finding Terranor among the infinity of changes is as difficult as finding an oasis in the desert. It didn't matter whether it would be possible to pass. There was not a single clue where to find another world. The search could take several years and perhaps a lifetime. Our hero's iron will become covered in the rust of harsh reality. The young man tried to understand whether he was angry at his old friends because they didn't kill him. They just sent him home. The guy began to compromise with himself. He remembered his friend Mina. The relationship between a man and a woman was difficult to predict. Although they betrayed him through justification and excuses, he tried to understand his former friends. But the ocean of seemingly endless anger began to flare up, and a sweet poison called forgiveness spread through his veins. After 7 years, Jay decided to come to terms with reality. Although the young man denied himself close relationships, he still made a couple of friends in college. After serving in the army, nightmares about Terranor became rare, but nightmares about returning to the army began to appear. Sometimes he thought about using his powers to make the world a better place, like the hero from the movie. But last time the guy had already gotten burned after such an impulse, and he had no strength or will left for that. New relationships. Jay video through a cloudy glass as if it were a dream. With each passing day, reality lost its meaning. He could get anything except the joy of life. In pitch darkness, our hero was looking for a way out by touch. And one day something illuminated his life, like a ray of light. The epiphany came when the guy was in the gym and working out on the treadmill. He felt a familiar energy. It was Terranor's magical energy. Without stopping during training, the young man rushed to where the energy was coming from. Jay didn't scratch why he felt it only now. He felt the trace of Terranor and learned the coordinates of the dimension he was looking for. When he fully realized that he had the opportunity to return to another world, the boy was very happy. Jay tried everything. But without knowing what dimension Terranor was in, it was impossible to return. However, our hero believed that every cloud has a silver lining. He ran without looking back towards the feeling of Terranor's magic, because it passed through dimensions and reached Earth. Jay was torn between his desire to return to the magical world and his decision to stay on Earth. He convinced himself that he had forgotten everything and forgiven everyone. But if that were true, he would not have been so devastated. Jay never forgave anyone, because he believed that he would not return to Terranor and simply gave up. But this time it was different. He could go back there, and this time Jay wasn't going to give up. Jay dropped out of university and began practicing magic and combat energy again, and also began studying interdimensional travel magic. If the guy finds out the coordinates, then opening the portal won't be a big problem. For the first time since returning to Earth, he felt alive again. After some time, a miracle happened, and a bridge appeared between Terranor and Earth. 10 years have passed since Jay arrived in his homeland. The guy couldn't believe that he had finally succeeded. The young man began to laugh with joy. He was very glad that he could now return to Terranor. Our hero realized that all the forgiveness was complete nonsense. He will of course forgive everyone, but only when he returns everything that was taken away. Remembering life on Earth, Jay realized that it was better not to tell his friend about it, and lied that it was not bad. He could still use magic and battle energy, so things were going well. He decided to skip the bad parts. The girl smiled when she heard that everything was fine with him. The young man slightly misunderstood the behavior of the young princess. Soon the girl began training in magic and tried to concentrate. Jay decided to ask the girl if she felt anything. Bella replied that it was a strange feeling. The guy explained that it was magic. The basics are important, but the main thing is to feel how to control it. He also asked her to try to reach the 3rd level. Then she would be able to hide the use of the summoning spell. The girl was surprised that she was only level 3, but Jay encouraged her by saying that she was able to use it even with a minimal level of magic. The princess understood after the explanation that the traces do not disappear, but she simply hides them, and it was not difficult. Jay explained that once the girl learned to notice them, he wouldn't have to follow her around like a little dog. Bella was surprised that after training she would be able to travel alone. Jay explained that her strength would be enough and he would not need to hang around her, but only if she promises to live quietly and peacefully, without crossing anyone's path. Although the guy thought that he didn't need to worry about that. After thinking, the girl asked if she stayed, would her magic be useful to Jay? The guy said that her magic would certainly come in handy, because Bella was the only one he could trust, and her help would be invaluable. Lost in thought, the girl asked what the young man would do after he took revenge. Jay was surprised that his battle girlfriend was interested in the Allens, and whether he wanted to settle on Terranor. Much had changed since then. Terranor was no longer so dear to Jay. The guy explained that he had unfinished business, and that's why he came back. After they were resolved, he would be able to move on. So it's most likely that Jay will return to Earth. Bella hoped that he wouldn't have to burn someone's heart to return. The guy was outraged by her statement. He explained that he would return the same way as last time. Moving from Earth to Terranor is akin to a miracle, but returning to Earth is much easier. By rotating his fingers, the young man drew a portal, which surprised the young lady. Jay showed that he could open the interdimensional door, but he didn't know where it led. But since he was a native of Earth, if he didn't set the coordinates, he would be returned to his homeland. Although he didn't know exactly where and in what condition the guy would end up. The memories of the central square were still fresh in his head. But it wasn't a problem. Jay had already made a door for the return, and there would be no more striptease with his participation in the central square. Observing the guy's behavior, the girl concluded that he had an injury, but still the smile did not leave her face. Without thinking, the princess said that she would go after Gem, which surprised the savior from another world. The cursed daughter of the tyrant emperor had no future on Terranor. That's why she wanted to go with our heroes to Earth. Bella decided that she would help take revenge on Jay, but in exchange she wanted to be taken with him. A sweet girl was walking in the royal garden. Prince Alex then entered the garden, wondering why Queen Layla was walking alone. The girl was very happy to see the young heir to the kingdom. Layla explained that the sky was beautiful, so she decided to take a walk. The prince did not calm down, and said that it was dangerous to walk alone. The girl said with a smile that there was nothing to worry about. Even though she was called the queen, she was just a beautiful decoration, without power or influence, and nothing would happen to her. Everything would be different if His Majesty loved the girl. But when there are beautiful and young concubines walking around, who needs a wife from a brother of convenience? The young man embraced the queen, and said that he was glad that his father was not interested in her. The girl blushed and tried to explain that they couldn't stand like that because they could be seen. Alex reported that there was no one in the garden and Layla could calm down. After meeting with the queen, the young man walked down the corridor. It was not difficult for Alex to sense that Count Stefan was watching him, so he ordered him to leave. With a sly grin, the man said that he had some very interesting information for the prince. At this time, Jay was eating medicinal pills in the Count's house. The medicine he ate was very bitter. Mickey made a sauce that made the medicinal pills less bitter. While eating the medicine, the girl noticed how wonderful it was. She used it for only a day, but felt changes in her body. A pill that increases fighting energy, used by swordmasters to make training more effective. Very useful, but also very expensive. Thanks to Count Stefan, the boys had unlimited access to this medicine. Money decided a lot. The recovery was much faster than Jay expected. The fighting energy was almost not at the level of a master. At this rate, our hero could fight King Mikey. Soon the servants informed Count Stefan that Master Jay had arrived to see him. The man started shouting that he had arrived late and that he had called him a long time ago. The servants were frightened that their master was angry because the young man was late, so they quickly left the room on Stefan's orders. As soon as they left the Count's chambers, he immediately fell to his knees in front of Jay. The guy considered the man's stupid behavior insipid, while Stefan loudly greeted the young man without raising his head. Jay praised the man for his good acting skills. If he didn't know anything, I would have believed him. But the Count said that he needed to live up to the situation. In any case, our hero wanted to know if his request was fulfilled. The Count reported that everything was ready, and he prepared a list of the necessary names. The people on the list had enough power and authority to stand up to Mikey. The Count believed that after Jay's appearance, no one would remain on the king's side. But then the other rulers would have time to prepare to fight back against 5 at once. Even for the savior from another world, it would be difficult. But the overthrow of the tyrant Mikey by the townspeople was just a great idea. Our hero could not believe that Stefan had recently been an ally of the king, watching his behavior. But the opposition sentiments are not very strong. And studying the list, Jay thought that there would be more people. Given Mikey's methods of governance, it seems that everyone perceived him as a hero of the revolution. The military Mila was in complete control of Mikey, and he himself controlled everything. The Knights of the Black Lion and 30,000 infantry, they would all stand up for him. After thinking, Jay assumed that not everyone would side with the king. Part of the knightly order was conducting its business behind his back. Stefan reported that some aristocrats are loyal to the authorities. They are the center of power. The administrative apparatus is in their hands. Jay decided to deal with them first. When asked who was the head of these aristocrats, Stefan raised his hand, saying that it was him, which surprised the guy. The chance of success was 50%, and Jay still decided to take the risk, even though it was not easy. Having handed over the list, the young man indicated who would be perfect for this role. The Count thought so too, but there was something, and the savior became interested in what was wrong. This man was Prince Alex, and he treated Count Stefan like an insect. When the meeting took place, the young heir to the throne could not believe what the Count said, and therefore asked again. The man sat in front of the prince, and he said that he could not believe that the Count wanted to betray his father. Anyone who observed the relationship between the Count and the control would not believe it, and would think that the man was joking. Stefan turned away from Alex's intense gaze, because if it weren't for Jay, the Count wouldn't have thought to betray the king. But for now, he couldn't tell anyone about it. The young man was irritated that the Count spoke about patriotism, as in his opinion the parasites from the order, and therefore ordered to speak to the point. Alex was surprised when Stefan agreed that he was a parasite. The Count continued to talk about how a good parasite, as we know, chooses a good host, and that soon Mikey's era will come to an end. These words greatly surprised the young ruler. Alex nevertheless reported that everything the man said sounded very bad for a joke, but the Count assured that he was ready to risk his life for the sake of his plan. Stefan admitted that, in truth, he didn't care about patriotism and suffering peasants. He told Alex everything only for his own benefit. But he was sure that such a move would also reduce the suffering of the peasants. The man said that what the so-called disloyal subjects dream of is to live a long and happy life, because there was no point in temporary luxury. Alex wondered why Stefan thought his father's reign would be short, since Mikey was still young. The man said that the prince himself knew the answer to his question. The kingdom of Mikey is an annoying nuisance to the neighboring kingdoms, such as the Kagon War. The two countries are at a disadvantage. As soon as Mikey shows the slightest weakness, either the kingdom of Lilstein or the empire of Anasius will not be followed. The friendship between the revolutionary heroes is long gone, and the kingdom in which Alex was the prince does not have long left. It will be better for the people and the nation if Mikey gives up the throne. The Count thought that he would easily betray this country and hide in a safe place. But it looks like he will have to play the patriot because of Jay. If everything works out, then it is better to be a patriot than a traitor. Stefan was surprised by the prince's words, that if the state falls, the Count himself will be in danger, and will not even sell out his nation. He clearly emphasized the latter. But Alex still did not understand what Stefan would get from his reign if the prince wanted. The count's luxury would turn to dust, and Stefan knew very well about the prince's opinion of him. Alex wondered if he really expected any concessions from him. The count, putting his hand to his heart, declared that he was an instrument, and in the hands of the king, and if Mikey wanted to rule for the citizens, he would serve that purpose. And if he wanted luxury and pleasure, Stefan would still serve, because only the king decides what is best for him. Mikey has seen only greed and tyranny from Stefan, so the man will be interested in what Alex wants from him. The teenager was about to say something rude, but the count said that he had finished. Later, the man finished and left the prince alone to ponder his words. In parting, Stefan mentioned the queen, the king's wife. Having heard about his beloved, the teenager looked furiously at the departing man. Alex was curious about what Stefan meant with these words. The count stopped and looked at the future emperor with a smile. The man explained that only the one sitting on the throne would get Queen Layla. While Stefan was at the negotiations, our hero sat and read a book. He considered it a great opportunity to relax, but our hero's rest was interrupted by shouts from the street, which made the young man shudder. The guy quickly rushed to help his comrades. Running out into the street, he immediately began to ask what happened. Bella didn't know what to do. Mickey was lying unconscious, and underneath him there were cracks from the blow. Jay began to shake the knight, shouting for the guy to pull himself together, and wanted to know the reason for his vegetative state. Bella rushed to tell what happened. She felt very guilty. The boys were working in the garden when Mickey noticed how well the seedlings were growing, and in a few days they would be ready to harvest. Bella had been practicing magic for a month now, and now she felt it very well. Deciding to practice some more, the girl decided to create a spell. To begin with, the girl decided to try the spell that Jay showed her, the simplest of the first-level magic, Magic Fire. The girl cast a spell and flames began to emerge from her fingertips. But Bella slightly miscalculated her strength, and the flame came out too much, and it was uncontrollable. She tried to subdue it, but it didn't work. The princess began to panic, which made the power even more uncontrollable. Mickey decided to find out what was happening and what his battle girlfriend was doing. But as soon as he turned around, the guy saw a huge fireball rushing towards him. The ball flew past him, but the guy didn't quite understand what was happening. The landing of the fireball created a large blast wave, which damaged the knight and sent him flying into the air. Bella was afraid that she would hit Mickey and tried to change direction, but something went wrong. The knight wanted to know why Bella did this to him. His seedlings turned to dust, and this upset the guy even more. He began to scream that he should have become coal. The girl apologized and said that next time she would aim at him. Jay still found something strange, namely that the fire magic that the princess used was not similar to first-level magic. The young man asked to read the spell that the princess had used again. Putting her hands forward, the girl began to read the spell that she had read a few minutes ago. But she didn't take into account one fact. Jay was standing right in front of her, and the attack was landing on him. Seeing the power gathering around the student, the guy quickly asked to finish everything. Jay was very surprised by Bella's abilities. The guy said that he felt the girl as a 7th-level magician. Mickey began to say that perhaps his friend was mistaken, since she had just started. To which Jay replied that it was hard to believe. It was difficult to identify a predisposition to magic right away. The girl did not understand what the guys were saying and asked them to explain. Jay recalled that he explained that spells consist of magic and natural energy. Most mages can only absorb 10 parts of the latter, and transform it into a spell with a power containing 5 or 10 times less. But in Bella's case, even though she also absorbs 10 parts, the power does not decrease during the transformation, but rather increases. Hearing that her magic seemed to be fueled by an unknown source, the girl became frightened. Jay had definitely never seen anything like this, and he wondered if Jean and the others knew about it. The girl began to panic that this could prevent her from further studying magic. Our hero explained that the power he could use in spells was too great for them. Losing control simply increased the risks, and he advised her to stop training for now, which the girl was not thrilled about. Even the girl wanted to know if she really had such great power that she could hurt not only those around her, but herself as well. Although she was of little use to our hero with this power, she couldn't just take it and give it up. The guy was shocked by the girl's words, decided to be honest with the princess, and said that there was still one way. He had a similar problem. It seems that the human ability to absorb energy is higher than that of the Terranors, and although the guy had a lot of energy, he did not know how to use it. After the story, the girl immediately understood everything, and a smile again lit up her beautiful face. Our hero could teach the princess to control her energy, but she must be willing to take risks. After clarifying all the circumstances, the guy returned to the mansion to continue his vacation. Count Stefan met him in the room. The man was glad to see Jay back. Sitting down on the sofa, our hero asked how things were going with Prince Alex. The Count explained that after several personal meetings, the prince finally showed interest in joining him. However, before joining, he demanded proof of Stefan's readiness to carry out a coup d'etat. Jay had anticipated this turn of events and asked what the prince wanted. Stefan revealed that Alex demanded the elimination of one of Mikey's 3 loyal dogs. These were the 3 people who rule the government from under the table. They are responsible for the military, economic, and political sectors of the country. The military sector was led by the leader of the Black Lion Knights, Master Ben. The economic sector was run by the richest man in the kingdom, and Micah's father-in-law, Count Kai. Jay listened carefully. He was wondering who the last dog was. The guy had a sense of déjà vu when Stefan answered his question that he was the last one. One of Prince Alex's demands was to eliminate Master Ben. Jay wondered if Stefan was talking about him having to fight the Master of the Sword and the leader of the Knights of the Black Lion. The man was sure that fighting was a piece of cake for the savior from another world. Our hero said that he would have to do without his combat techniques in order to remain anonymous, so he first needed to find out more about Master Ben. Stefan reported that the guy should have already been acquainted with the Master, but that he replied that he did not know anyone with that name. The Count said that the man changed his name when he gained power, and upon hearing the name Sam, he immediately remembered what his assistant had said. Sam was the first assault commander of Mikey's army. The soldiers demanded that the people who were working on Lord Mikey's new castle move. The man was outraged that with their speed they would never build it. The man thought about killing someone so that everyone else would understand that they needed to work faster. A young man stepped forward and said that they could no longer live like this, and the soldier had to understand that many of them had died in the terrible conditions for Mikey's amusement. Today people decided that they would get out of this place. The workers staged a riot and attacked the Knight's Guard. Ben was informed that they had a problem and the slaves on the table were rebelling. The man ordered to deal with the people because they were just slaves and did not represent anything. Ben was about to leave when he heard that among the rebels were those who remained from Mikey's previous army from the time of the revolution. The leader of the Order of the Black Lion was outraged that the warriors had lost the rest of their honor. So he ordered the traitors to be detained. He would deal with them himself. The man rushed forward, shouting for everyone to get out of the way because he did not want to kill his former allies. The soldiers began to panic because the man in front of them was Captain Dylan from the army during the revolution, a master of the sword, and they could not cope with him. Suddenly, the leader of the rebellion stopped. The man was surprised when he saw a man in front of him. The commander of the Black Lion, Ben, came out of the crowd. He was extremely angry that his people decided to disobey the king's order and run away, and this would not be left so easily. Taking out his sword, the knight greeted his former comrade with a smile on his face. When Dylan saw Ben, his eyes turned red and he called him by his old name, the one he was given at birth. Pointing his sword at the enemy, the knight said that his name was no longer Daniel. However, he was much more interested in what Dylan was doing at the construction site. He thought that he had become a farmer or something like that, and retired from business. Dylan confirmed that he had indeed laid down his sword, thinking that times had changed and he would no longer need it, but he was wrong. They must fight for the poor and the dispossessed. Ben emphasized that the man had now retired, but he had been a knight before, and did Dylan really want to throw away his honor and betray the king, since he was now just a farmer and a knight without pride or honor? Dylan was seriously angered by the words of his former comrade, and shouted to look at the people who stood behind him. They were all impoverished and desperate because of the greed of the higher lords. Was this really the pride and honor that Ben spoke of? The leader of the Black Lion did not understand why he cared about this for a knight. Only one thing was important: loyalty to his king. When the man heard his old name again, he simply went berserk, and drawing his sword, rushed at Dylan, saying that his name was now Ben, because that was the name given to him by the king. The man barely managed to dodge the attack of his former comrade. Dylan was able to deflect the next blow with the help of his faithful friend, the sword. While holding off the enemy's attack, the man noticed that Ben had very great strength from the past. Dylan realized that his former friend and comrade had become much stronger than before. Dylan had recently received the same rank, but he felt that Ben's level was much higher. The knight began to attack with great speed. Dylan barely had time to reflect them, but just one mistake in dodging, and the man received a blow that left a hole in his side. From such a strong attack, blood burst out from his mouth along with a cough, which was evidence of damage to internal organs. The man fell to his knees, and then the soldiers of the rebellion noticed that their leader was wounded, but they were simply furious. Turning around at the voices, Ben noticed old acquaintances, or rather swordmasters from the Revolutionary Army. As he passed them, the man dealt fatal blows, saying that Leo does not care how many traitors are standing around. After informing his knights that he had gotten rid of the enemy leader, Ben ordered them to deal with the rest of the soldiers. A real bloody battle unfolded at the construction site. Ben soon returned to the body of his former comrade in arms, talking about how stupid old Dylan was. The Black Lion commander did not understand why it was necessary to ruin himself for the sake of such simpletons in doing so. Dylan broke his oath of allegiance when he could have simply run away. Steam came out of the man's mouth and a smile appeared on his face. Ben listened to the words of the wounded enemy about what he was talking about, pride and knightly honor. Although even he himself did not understand why Dylan did this. Looking at Ben, the man said that Daniel was not a real knight, just a killer, and always had been. Tired of listening to useless nonsense, the knight chopped off the head of the man lying there without strength, with such force that it flew several meters away from his body. Ben reminded the already dead man that he should not call her by her previous name, because she was already the past. Soon a soldier from the Order of the Black Lion approached Ben, informing the man that they had dealt with the swordmasters and taken the rest prisoner. When asked what he was talking about, the young man didn't quite understand. Ben was furious. He considered everyone who rebelled against them to be traitors, and the punishment for betrayal was death on the spot, and in his opinion the soldier was going to disobey the order. Prince Alex came to the battlefield and forbade the Knights of the Black Lion to stop executing innocent people. Ben was not very happy to see the young heir to the throne. The young man said that he would not allow the workers to be bullied any longer, and this was a direct order from the heir. The man listened to the prince's words that he definitely had the power to give such orders. The soldiers listened to the fact that if Ben killed everyone, who would then build the king's palace, he asked to keep the people alive until the castle was ready. Ben was furious that the prince ordered not to punish, but to return everyone to work. But the man did not show his anger in front of the heir to the throne. The commander agreed, because who was he to disobey the prince, and ordered the workers to be sent back to the construction site. The prince looked gloomily at the leader of the Black Lion. When the prince left, Ben muttered under his breath about how it was necessary to cut off the heads of those disloyal to the king without mercy, and Alex was too weak in spirit and soft. The man did not understand how a tiger could give birth to such a puppy. Having moved away to a decent distance, the prince asked what Jay thought about the captain of the Black Lion. Alex did not understand what the hero who led the revolution to victory had turned into. Our hero shared that Ben has always been like this, before and now. He just kills anyone who gets in his way, on Mikey's orders and to get rid of any enemy. Alex listened attentively to what his companion was talking about. When the prince suggested that Jay knew Captain Ben personally, our hero tensed up a little, realizing that he had said too much. The young man began to justify himself by saying that he had heard everything from Duke Stefan. The prince was surprised, because it was strange to hear such things from him. Looking at his interlocutor, the young heir to the throne asked why Jay got involved in all this. Our hero said that he thought that the prince would be a better king than the current one. No one told Alex that he would be better. People whisper that the lion gave birth to a puppy. Jay believed that a dog is a man's best friend. They rather herd cattle and help in hunting. They are excellent at guarding property and owners at night. A better companion for a person in history cannot be found. Alex listened attentively to Mikey ruling like a tiger. Jay thought it was better to serve the dog than him. The prince noticed that Master Jay was a curious man. The more he talked, the more trust he inspired. Our hero thought about whether this was the world they wanted, that traitors would pay for their crimes, and that they would have to sacrifice comfort and a peaceful life. The young man was afraid of destroying this world with his personal scores. Jay thanked Mickey for teaching him not to doubt. Several men in the bar sat with dissatisfied faces and looked around in the direction of the sources of loud noise. At the next table sat the Knights of the Order of the Black Lion. They were cheerfully discussing something, so loudly that they attracted the attention of everyone around. Ben decided to ask if any of the guys at the table had heard anything about the people at the construction site. The Knights were surprised to hear this question, and now they became interested in what exactly happened. The commander said that Prince Alex demanded new housing for the workers, and asked for more building materials. The soldiers did not understand how the man allowed what happened. Ben was, of course, against rewarding slaves for committing sins. There was no point in this, because then the workers would rebel all the time. The Knights agreed that order had to be restored with a firm hand, but the boys did not understand what the poor simpletons thought of themselves. Suddenly an arrow flew into the window. It flew at great speed, but so elegantly that it opened the shutters without causing damage. The arrow flew straight at the commander of the Order of the Black Lion, but Ben sat motionless. The soldiers were worried about their commander and asked him to dodge, because he could die from an arrow strike. But the steadfast Ben simply broke the arrow with his forehead. The soldiers were surprised that their captain was able to break an arrow with his forehead and became even more proud of him. The Black Knight's commander was curious. There was a significant amount of combat energy in the arrowhead. It must be no easy task to aim through such a narrow gap. Having risen from their seats, the soldiers, together with their leader, went to check who dared to attack so vilely. Coming out of the tavern, the knights saw that the fog was like milk. No one would even notice a corpse on the street. Soon, Ben noticed that Jay and Mickey were standing opposite the building. The commander decided to immediately find out whose tricks with the arrow it was. Definitely not Stefan's cowards. He assumed that Prince Alex might have been involved in this. Jay said that the man could think whatever he wanted, and he wouldn't leave alive, because the young man had come for his head. Ben praised our hero for having a good attitude for such a rascal. It was a pity that he was only a fool. The man doubted that 2 green brats would be able to fight against the Black Lion generals. Mickey was able to easily repel the attack of the general, who decided to quickly deal with the young knight. Seeing the mood of his squad, Ben asked them to take it easy, because the enemy needed to be captured alive and interrogated. Mickey tried his best to repel the attack of the strongest opponent. He was able to do this. After reflecting the attack, Mickey's sword hit the ground, so much so that stones flew in different directions. Without waiting for the enemy, our hero rushed forward, but the knight rushed after him, not yielding to the youth. Here the knight overtook Jay and stopped attacking, but the hero from another dimension managed to dodge. The young man easily and quickly repelled the attacks. Ben noticed that Jay was good at dodging. His skills matched his confidence. He fought on equal terms with 2 generals. After watching for some time, the man realized that he would need reinforcements. Mickey and Jay were surrounded on all sides by the Black Lion Knights. When Mickey said that 4 against 2 is not a knightly honor, then one of the generals put him in his place, saying that when attempting to kill, one should not swear off honor, thereby driving the young man into an awkward position. The knights surrounded our heroes with the iron wall technique. One of the generals noted that this was not enough. An iron wall would not be enough. Annihilation was needed. The knights exchanged glances, exchanged signs, and one of them began to direct the attacks. Jay was glad that his thoughts were confirmed, which puzzled the knights of the Order of the Black Lion. Jay informed them that nothing would work out for them today, so they should retreat. The young knight agreed, and the guys rushed away. The knights were angry that the situation had turned out to be unfavorable to their opponents, and they decided to flee, even though they had attacked first. The boys rushed into the depths of the city. The knights of the Black Order rushed in pursuit, although they did not have special running skills like Whirlwind or Wild Wind. But the soldiers warned that they would still get the fugitives, because for a swordmaster of the knight's level, their equipment is lighter than a feather, thereby catching up with our heroes. Without thinking, Jay and Mickey jumped off the bridge under which the tunnel passed. When the knights ran to the bridge, our heroes ran into the tunnel. Soon the knights caught up with the boys. The escape route had been blocked for several years. Mickey turned around at the voices of the men. Following his subordinates, the military leader Ben entered. He mocked our heroes, saying that they were fools because they had not developed a retreat plan. They had a chance if the guys had jumped off the building. Ben asked to be careful when planning an assassination attempt on Captain Black Lion. The boys listened attentively to what the elder was saying, but did not react in any way. The young man exhaled heavily and announced that they had been quite careful, and perhaps even too careful. Our hero asked the man emerging from the darkness whether it was worth their while to go to such trouble. Bella appeared from the darkness. The girl was unperturbed. Everyone was surprised when a young girl appeared. After a few seconds, everyone laughed. They did not expect that the enemy's trap was a fragile girl, and that everything was with swordmasters of the fighter level. But the next moment Ben realized that there was still a threat and stopped laughing, feeling some kind of energy. Suddenly, energy began to be felt, but the fighting energy turned out to be magical, and the pose indicated that the girl was going to attack with magic. The girl remembered Jay's words that if you can't control magic because of your strength, then you need to start with advanced magic right away. It would only require large amounts of magical energy to fully unlock Bella's potential. The princess used the technique Burning Diamond Fire, which sent a bright blue beam straight from the tunnel towards the opponents. The impact left a huge hole in the wall. The girl was surprised that the magic was so strong, even stronger than last time. The girl fell on her butt from fatigue. Jay said that the reason for the fatigue was the expenditure of all magical energy. Until it was restored, Bella would not be able to use spells. Magical energy is like a daily salary, a kind of business partner of the magician. The girl found this analogy rather strange. Mickey thought that magic was great, because there was no trace left of the knights. Our heroes got rid of them so easily. Jay reported that the wall seemed fragile. It was made of iron, and although it is hard, it does not distribute force well, which is why taking the full force of the attack on yourself is not the best idea. While the tree turns into chips and is unable to cope with the hurricane, the reed bends, obeying the wind. With a smile, the young man shared his opinion that no high-ranking swordsman could stop magic using only iron, but before he could finish speaking, his attention was drawn to something from the side of the wall. Our hero noticed that a man had risen from the ruins of the building, and this surprised the young man. Ben was furious, and he couldn't understand how the lowly people dared to attack him. Mickey was surprised that the man was alive and that he didn't have a scratch. Jay came to the conclusion that the captain of the Black Lions was made of different stuff. The young man asked his friend to stay behind and not interfere while he went towards the enemy. As Mickey drew his sword, Jay commanded that they move to the backup plan. Our hero thought that if the swordsman is higher level than Mikey, he can restore the technique from the traces left after use, and he should support Mikey from the rear and remain unnoticed. Jay remembered him as an expert in spearmanship, but now Ben has obviously switched to swordsmanship no matter how much he trained. The man is at a disadvantage without his main weapon. Ben went to meet the young opponent. The man thought it was stupid that the boy was only counting on Bella's strength. He considered himself an expert in wielding a spear, but still considered Jay ignorant. The commander of the Black Order took off his cloak and wrapped it around his sword. The guys didn't understand his actions and were very surprised. Ben reported that if the young men were masters of his rank, then in their hands even a cape would turn into solid steel, as if the man had gone somewhere without his weapon. Rays of bright flame appeared around. The military leader promised to torture the young opponents to death with his spear weapon. Watching the elder's actions, the young man understood everything. The man learned Mikey's explosive art. Jay thought that he deserved to be called an idiot now, and didn't think that he would take a spear with him. Didn't even imagine that he also learned the art of explosion. Mickey was surprised when he was asked to stay away, and that he would only be a burden. Throwing aside the second sword, the guy realized that in this situation it would be impossible not to use secret techniques. Our hero was determined to defeat the enemy. The man rushed at the young man in a rage. Ben's blow created a blast wave that sent Jay flying to the side, dodging the rocks flying at him. The Black Lion commander was surprised that the young man dodged the attack and said that our hero was quite talented. Jay barely had time to repel the attacks that came from the enemy again and again. The young man still didn't have time to dodge one attack and was hit. In the explosive art, both defense and attack are good. Unlike the Iron Wall and the Mountain Rumble technique was powerless. If our hero were fighting a giant monster, he would use Heaven's Conquest or Dragon Sword energy. But in a battle with a human, that would only open him up, and he couldn't let his guard down. The young man flew back from the blow but managed to stop himself with his hands. The man was surprised when he heard from Jay that he should use combat techniques for face-to-face combat. Ben didn't understand where the incredible fighting energy came from. The man realized that he had underestimated his opponent because of his age. He also had the rank of a master. If the man did not hurry, he would be in danger. The Black Lion commander shouted that he had been playing with our hero before and was bored, so he decided to finish him off with one blow. Ben decided to use the explosive art, Crush, to destroy the enemy since the game was dragging on. Raised the sword to the sky using the technique Art of the Tyrant King, Mountain Stream. The man was furious and surprised. He didn't understand how Jay had interrupted the attack that he had put all his strength into. Without thinking, the guy raised his sword to strike. Using a combat technique, the young man cut off one of his opponents. The hand flew to the side, not far from the man, and blood gushed in all directions. From surprise and hellish pain, the man fell to the ground, moving away with his butt and screaming that his hand was cut off. The young man listened to the man's cries that he had learned the Art of the Tyrant King's fighting technique. The man was furious that he hadn't noticed this level of skill before at this age. The young man was surprised when Ben came up with a theory that he considered our hero to be King Bart's successor. The guy understood why such misconceptions arose, because the technique was not invented by our hero, and the guy would like to leave the enemy and continue to think the same way. But he was only a comrade with Grandpa Bart and fought together. Ben considered it nonsense that the young man had said that a man should know the name of his killer. Taking a closer look, the commander of the Order of the Black Lion recognized the captain of the assault squad, Jay Brown. The man fell to his knees in surprise. Jay reported that he had not been addressed as the captain of the assault squad for a long time. Ben's face darkened when he heard that Jay had watched his atrocities, defeating the Berserker Emperor, because this was not the kind of world they wanted to achieve. The man began to justify himself, crawling away from the young man, shouting that he was following King Mikey's orders and that he knew nothing. Our hero reported that it was low for a knight to do whatever he wanted, and he blamed Mikey. Ben began to shout that everything was wrong. How could he call himself a knight? Now he was ready to renounce the name Ben. Without letting the man finish speaking, the young man dealt a fatal blow to his former ally in battle. The current teammates stood aside and watched everything that was happening, not even trying to intervene. The young man explained to the dead man that he had come to settle scores, and not to discuss the intentions of the commander of the Order of the Black Lion. The guy said that the death of former Republicans will only bring benefits and will not change anything. Already in the morning, a crowd of soldiers and local residents had gathered around the site of the night battle. All of Latensel was frozen to the ground, with 4 Black Lion captains, including Ben, dead. Mikey was in shock at what he saw. After surprise and shock came rage. He wanted to know who dared to kill his best knights. He ordered to immediately find the killer. He decided to finish him off with his own hands. Sitting in the office, Stefan asked if Prince Alex was satisfied with the mission he had completed. The young heir was quite satisfied because the situation had turned out well in their favor. If things continued like this, many people would go over to the prince's side. The count noted that the young man was right, and that he easily found a solution to any problem under the prince's leadership. Stefan continued to compliment him that the boy was talented in everything, even in what he considered to be indecent activities for a man. The flow of praise was interrupted by the maid, who announced that guests had arrived. The man apologized and told Prince Alex that he had to go. The young man said that everything was fine, and asked if the elder had spoken about them earlier. Stefan reported that these were the people from the list of candidates for participation in the coup. At this time, 2 men from the Order of the Black Lion approached the office. Level and Julu found it strange that Count Stefan had invited them, and also that the man said he wanted to congratulate them on their appointment as captains of the Black Lion. Level suggested that Stefan simply wanted to keep them on a short leash, since they had become that. Anyway, the Count was an influential figure in the kingdom, and it wouldn't be any worse if the boys accepted his offer. As they approached the meeting place, Jules, laughing slightly, said that he did not expect that the acquaintance with the campaign against the pagans would result in something like this. From what he heard from Count Stefan, horror froze on Livius's face after a while. The man decided to ask again whether the Count was serious. With a smile on his face, Stefan said that he was serious, and hoped that the guests would join him. With an evil grin, the man declared that Mikey was no longer worthy of the crown. Is there a greater honor for a knight than swearing allegiance to a true king, for the good of his state and people? Jules began to get indignant. He was wondering where the man's loyalty had disappeared to which Stefan, with a smile on his face, said that the knights had the right to report everything to Mikey. But then the atmosphere became more tense. With a sarcastic smile, the man suggested whether the king would believe them, and reminded them that for the victory over the Dragon of the Earth, the knights received 300 gold as a bribe from the Blue Ivory Tower. Jules couldn't contain his rage and quickly stood up, immediately grabbing his sword. But before the knight could strike the Count, a blue beam of light hit his shoulder. The figure behind frightened the men when he spoke up, saying that it was mean of the Blue Tower, because the knights had been paid 300, and he only 10. When the knights turned around, they immediately recognized the man who was behind them. It was Jay, who used the Empress's power of 1,000 forms technique. Having recovered from the shock and slight fear, Jules, with a new burst of anger, attacked the young man with shouts, insulting and accusing him of how dare he draw his sword against the people of the Black Lion, being only a simple mercenary. The young man exhaled with a light smile on his face, and asked where the aristocrats got their craving for words like, "How dare you" or "bastard." Having used his strength, the guy asked the knights to calm down first. Feeling such a powerful fighting energy, Jules stepped back and fell on his butt. Having removed his hand from behind his neck, the young man listened to the knight's assumption that he was the killer of the Black Lion captain, immediately switching to the pronouns you. Jay smiled brighter and noticed that a couple of minutes ago he was a bastard, and now the knights remembered about politeness and assumed that they were adventurers, although it did not look like it. Stefan asked Jay if it wasn't wonderful that a person should be able to compromise and change their attitudes. That was the beauty of life. Our hero asked not to distort the meaning of the word beauty. His gaze slightly frightened those present. The Count immediately began to justify himself by saying that it was just a joke. Repeating it more than once, Level noticed that Stefan was scared, which surprised him. Frightened, Jules still wanted to know who Jay really was. Stefan reported that our hero is the successor of the mercenary King Bart. Some time ago, Jay went into the Count's office saying that he had an idea, and without waiting began to explain that he used the art of the Tyrant King against Sam, and he mistook him for the successor of King Bart. If Jay continues to pretend to be him, he will be able to use powerful technology and hide his identity. But before the young man could finish speaking, the Count interrupted him, saying that he had prepared and provided a report, which, in addition to personal information, stated that Jay Stein was the successor to the mercenary King Bart. Our hero was surprised that Stefan took into account all the details needed to create a false identity. Even if the king himself said that Jay was not his heir, no one would believe him. The young man understood where Mikey got such respect for the man from. The Count laughed slightly and said that he was quite useful and had no equal in deception and fraud. Livel now understood where the young man got such strength from. The knight rose from the sofa and announced that he refused to betray his knightly oath. The man was not as pure as fresh snow, but he was not a scumbag either, so as to spit on duty and honor, he would not betray his duties as a knight. Count Stefan noted that no one had ever offered them anything like that. Livel was surprised to hear that the count was only asking for proper knightly loyalty to the real king. Another man entered the office, saying that they should join forces for the sake of the future of the people, surprising the knights. When the man came closer, the knights were even more surprised. The men quickly knelt before Prince Alex. The guy came past the knights saying that everything that will happen in the future will be for the sake of the people of this country. The young heir asked them to stand on his side, calling them the captains of the Black Lion. After negotiations, the Knights of the Black Lion removed Count Stefan from the estate. Jay watched the men leave and reported that they had dirt on the knights, and our heroes appealed to their sense of justice and moral duty. From this side, Prince Alex was just a pretext. Nothing more was needed, because they had already lost. At this time, the guys were eating, and when our hero finished his speech, Bella said that he was right, and now they had 2 Black Lion captains. Mickey said that first they needed to eat. Jay didn't understand when the guys managed to appear in the same room with him. The girls said that they accompanied Prince Alex, but it was a sin to let such food go to waste. How could you go back and not taste it? While Mickey was eating, he shared his opinion that Count Stefan had an excellent chef. The man was glad that people noticed the talent of his chef, because the Count was quite picky about food. During the revolution, he had to make do with what he had, and the Count decided to somehow compensate for his suffering of those years. Mickey thought that it would be better if the man used less vinegar and more room, but decided to keep quiet about it. The guy became interested since those 2 knights became captains of the Black Lion. Then they should have already chosen a commander. Of the remaining 2 captains, Kevin became the new commander, and Sir Drake became his deputy. There was no deputy before, but apparently they are not very different in abilities. With a smile, Stefan announced that the most skilled knights with sufficient combat experience had been selected as new captains. Our hero was distracted from his meal by Mickey, who asked him if he didn't like lobsters, although he hadn't even tried them. The young man apologized and explained that this was one of his favorite dishes, so he saves the most delicious for last, because the main dish should be savored slowly. The next day, the Count laid a report on the table, thanks to the assistance of citizens who had suffered from corruption, and Prince Alex. The coup d'etat was going like clockwork. Our hero stated that events are developing quickly. The Count noted that many people are disadvantaged by Mikey's policy. Stefan thought they definitely needed Jerry Ball to pull off a successful coup. Our hero wondered if his interlocutor really meant that same Jerry Ball, who is called the second man in the state. Jerry was filthy rich, but more importantly, he owned businesses all over the kingdom, and our hero needed connections with merchants to ensure smooth communication during the coup d'etat. Jay asked if it would be difficult to convince him otherwise. The guy heard that Jerry was already involved in this, but he had one small condition. The guy asked what it was, and the Count immediately began to explain. The condition was that he wanted to hire Bella as a tutor for his youngest daughter of the Ball family, a statement that made the boy choke on his tea. Jay asked again, because with the level of a teacher it was hardly worth going. The Count was impressed that she was able to reach the rank of a fighter at her age. Stefan said that his youngest daughter lacked a master who could help her overcome the plateau if a woman hires a mentor outside the family. They usually look for someone of the same gender. He was looking for just that, and noticed that Bella was in his guard. There weren't many female knights in Terranor, so Jay assumed he must have been desperate enough to hire Bella. The boy had a feeling of déjà vu when he heard about the youngest of the Ball family. Stefan reported that they had met her before, a student of 4, the one who had participated in the suppression of the pagans. The young man remembered the red-haired girl who hit Stefan on the head, Mary Ball. Stefan didn't understand what his interlocutor was talking about. Jay decided to quickly change the subject. Soon the girl was invited for a conversation. Bella was surprised that they wanted to make her the master of Mary Ball. The guy began to explain that it was like assigning a high school student as a tutor to a junior high school student. But the princess didn't understand anything. Jay immediately said that the girl could refuse. Jerry Ball had already joined them. Bella wondered if there was really no benefit to it at all. Our hero answered not quite. Mary Ball's mother seems to be from a very influential family. Bella did not understand anything. A noble family of the kingdom of Lilstein, the Count family of Selet. If Jerry Ball has influence only in the kingdom of Mikey, then their family's business covers the whole of Terranor. Jay continued to say that such acquaintances solve all problems with transportation and housing in any part of Terranor, and it is possible to establish connections with other noble families. The young man clarified that these were Stefan's words. After listening to everything, the girl asked what the risks were. Jay said that they could be revealed, he as a savior from another world, and Bella as a member of the Lasklin family. Hearing this, the girl became slightly tense because these were big risks. The guy admitted that, to be honest, there are more risks for the girl. It would be fine if my identity were revealed. But if the heiress of the Lasklin Empire is discovered, there will be no end of problems. Getting up from her seat, the girl said that she agreed to everything. Walking to the window, she shared her memories of what Father Lip had told her. To be careful and cautious no matter what she encountered or something like that. Doubting does not mean not trusting. With a smile, the girl said that doubt is the best way to know other people. And reckless trust is no different from complete mistrust. The guy listened attentively about the need to try to learn something new, even about your allies. That's what Bella's father always said. That the girl wanted to at least meet Mary. The young man was surprised by the words of his fighting girlfriend. Jay remembered his battle friends. The guy also remembered that Mina had spoken about her love for him. Our hero trusted them as much as they trusted him. He believed that he had friends and love who could rely on him. But this faith was not justified in reality. There were no signs of the coming betrayal. Perhaps Jay didn't even try to understand his friends, hiding behind trust. They might have been disappointed in Jay's actions or offended by something. But he didn't even try to see it. The voice of a young warrior brought the guy out of his memories. Nevertheless, it was decided to meet with Mary, see her, and understand whether she is trustworthy and whether she will betray if the identities of our heroes are revealed. Leaving the office, the young man thought that he would not give up on revenge, no matter what the reason, for the betrayal of his best friends. During the meeting, Mary, with a smile on her face, introduced herself loudly and said that she would make every effort. Bella was slightly embarrassed by being called Master. Jay noticed that Mary looked pretty happy for someone who chose Bella out of desperation, while Mickey noticed that the girls looked like sisters. Mary saw off the mentor who announced the start of the training. The young girl blushed slightly at the thought that Bella only had the rank of a fighter. Mary remembered how she convinced her father to hire Bella, even though the man suggested finding someone better. Then the father agreed and the girl was overjoyed. The girl was pulled out of her memories by Bella's voice, who suggested starting the workout with lunges. With a smile on his face, Mary Ball ran to his mentor. From that day on, she became Bella's student. Bella began to demonstrate combat techniques on a special manic. Mary was delighted with her older friend. She could not believe that it was not her imagination in relation to Bella's appearance and the atmosphere around her. It was different from the first meeting. Our heroine felt a little uneasy from being watched so closely. While the mentor was demonstrating another technique, Mary shared information that she heard that the armor was useless, so she wanted to get rid of this pile of scrap metal as soon as possible so she could sleep like Bella. Mickey was helping the girls with their training when he heard Bella say that those who reached the level of a knight were rumored to be able to make metal stronger with combat energy, and she wanted to wear metal armor like the boy. Mickey shared that those who have reached the rank of master can strengthen any material, not just metal, so he would like to be like Master Jay and get rid of the metal armor. The guys exhaled heavily, realizing that there was room to grow in their fighting energy. Watching his comrades, Jay didn't understand why they sighed so heavily. After training, Bella asked if it wouldn't be better to hold a transcendental rank. Jay asked what the question was about, to which the princess replied that she was just curious. The girl shared rumors that at the master level, it doesn't matter what the knight's armor is made of. But the 7 heroes of the revolution reached the transcendent level and still wore different types of armor. Jay said it depended on the situation, particularly the fighting style and martial arts studied. For example, there are regular clothes with the 1st level of protection and metal armor with the 10th level. The knight rank allows you to strengthen the metal, so it is more profitable to wear metal armor with the 10th level. But at the master level, any equipment could be upgraded to the same level. The amount of combat energy expended was the same, so it didn't matter what exactly you wore. But as soon as a person moves to the transcendental rank, then the combat energy is combined with the material, increasing the level of protection depending on the initial characteristics. If ordinary clothes with the 1st level acquire the 21st level, then for metal clothes with the 10th, it rises to the 30th. Bella suggested that metal armor was better, to which Jay responded that it wasn't, and that's not how it works. Up until master rank, the gain is not affected by the weight of the armor, but at transcendental this is not the case. If, for example, speed is important in the fighting style, it is better to wear light armor, but if the armor is heavier, it would be logical. After all the explanations, the girl understood and thought that at this level she would choose lightweight armor. From the words that the girl would think about it when the time came, and Jay advised not to run ahead of the locomotive, Bella blushed. The young man smiled while the young lady apologized for her hasty thoughts. This conversation reminded our hero of something, and then he became interested in what happened to Luke's magic armor, which he used to wear. The girl wondered if Jay was talking about the three savior deities from another world, which consisted of the magic sword of calamity, Luke's magic armor, and the red dragon robe. Bella was sure that someone had kept the things intact. Even Jay's underwear was sold for 100 coins, and the equipment would cost much more. Our hero was slightly offended that he had not asked Stefan to look after his equipment earlier. Jay suggested finishing the training and said that he would go to rest. Bella in turn was worried about restoring her fighting energy. The guy assured that the fighting energy was restored, slowly but surely returned. In any case, the restoration of combat energy goes smoothly, but magical energy is not restored so readily. While Jay's team was training, there was someone who was working even harder. And that someone was Stefan. During the day he was sucking up to King Mike. And at night he gathered around himself the nobility and past revolutionaries for an uprising. There were also those who watched everything from afar, seeking their own benefit instead of directly participating in the coup. Stefan threatened that if people did not take part, then everyone else would find out about the correction of those who refused. People understood that there was no point in denying anything because King Mikey would not believe them, and Count Stefan was one of his favorites. Because of Stefan's experienced persuasion, people agreed to participate in the coup. Jay believed all these actions knew that attracted evil. The man said that he was able to attract comrades from justice. They would even give their lives for the future of this people. Jay noted that they were too far from justice to mention them and him together. Stefan's face changed when he spoke about how the taste of a bribe is divine. But in the stomach it turns into poison, slowly tearing apart the flesh. It was disgusting to hear from a man. The Count had a couple of plans in case anything came out about him. The man had no equal in giving bribes. Stefan tensed when Jay asked him to remember something carefully. Our hero's face became grimly serious when he began to talk about how, once the coup was over and Alex became king, Stefan would be better off not coming up with new plans, recalling the explosive aura in the man's body. With a smile on his face, the Count said that he had not even thought of disobeying. The young man was surprised by Stefan's words that he had done everything possible to serve Mike impeccably, but under the power of the savior from another world, he would be able to dream of more. The Count didn't think it mattered whether he had an explosive aura in his body or not. He didn't even think about betraying Jay. The man was going to change this state and start a good life, which he would spend to ensure that the inhabitants could have the same benefits as Stefan himself. The young man was delighted by the elder's words. We should have done what Stefan said earlier, but under King Mike it was impossible. Jean told about his plan and asked who was in favor of its implementation. Mina was for it. She considered Jay too dangerous to be left alive. Once the Berserker Emperor falls, no one will be able to stop our hero. Luke didn't like it, but didn't deny it, so he wasn't against it either. Jean wanted to know Mikey's opinion. The guy said that he doesn't hate the young man. On the contrary, he likes him. Jean said that everyone liked the young man, but they did not make this decision out of hatred for him. Suddenly, Mikey said that he had friends besides Jay. Tim said that he would trust the verdict of the others as best he could. Mikey supported his friend, because when you are not sure, it is better to follow the majority. So he was also for Jean's plan. Rose thought it was all wonderful, but there was one small problem. The girl was interested in how they were going to defeat the powerful savior from another world. Mikey began to resent that Rose underestimated them. Jay would not be able to withstand revenge, no matter how strong he was. The girl believed that even if Jay could not avoid death. After hearing that at least half of them remained alive, the guys became tense. The girl was annoyed that the revenge of the little rats had gathered together to have a nice chat, but still hadn't decided who would tie the bell around Jay's neck. King Mikey woke up from bad memories in his dream. Lately, the man has been increasingly plagued by strange dreams. Perhaps Mikey's bad dreams were caused by the traces of the Tyrant King's martial arts that were imprinted on Ben's corpse. The man was sure that it was not Jay, but now old memories are visiting him. Soon, the girl who shared the king's bed woke up. Covering her nakedness, the girl asked how long ago the king had woken up. Looking at his young lover with a satisfied smile, the man decided not to wind himself up any longer. Mikey continued to drink and encourage others to pour glasses of wine. There were several young girls around the king, one of whom was pouring wine into the ruler's glass, while others were giving him a massage. One of the servants noticed that His Highness was increasingly organizing events with drinking alcohol, which attracted Mikey's attention. The king convinced the man that it was a drinking match. They were mourning Ben's death. The servants could not believe that the death of a military leader was mourned for a whole month. Mikey was furious at the low servant's insolent speeches. He began to shout that this is exactly what a memorial service for soldiers looks like, and shouldn't he do everything that the fallen comrade could no longer do? A man entered the office who believed that the king was right, and who entered was sure that Captain Ben would be happy. It was the current commander of the Black Lion, Kevin. He raised his glass to the repose of the soul of the former captain and made a toast. The servant's attention was drawn to the newly opened door. Mikey was distracted by the call of the servants. It was Stefan who came. He immediately fell to his knees, talking about what a low servant he was and greeting the great hero of the revolution. He came to report that a group of rebels had been discovered who had killed Sir Ben. Hearing this, the atmosphere around the king changed and became more gloomy. In an instant, the glass that was in Mikey's hands flew to the side, almost hitting the girl, and when it touched the floor, the vessel shattered into pieces. The man was furious and wanted to know if what he heard was true. Everyone hurried to the place where they saw the group, and on the way, a conversation started about the fact that the killer really seemed to be the successor of the mercenary King Bart. Mikey wanted to know the name of the successor, to which Stefan replied that it remains to be seen, but people call him the Black Giant. Stefan reported that according to his information, about 800 rebels were hiding together with the Black Giant in an old castle in the west of Latensel, in Grande. The king praised Stefan for his good work, and now His Majesty must punish them right now. Mikey turned to Kevin, to which the man immediately responded. The Black Lion commander announced that he would gather 100 soldiers from the Order and a 3,000-strong army. Stefan didn't quite understand what was happening, and all these troops were more numerous than they had originally expected. The man thought about the fact that all the fighting power of Mikey's army, this idiot Kevin decided to use all his strength in the first battle. Stefan began to praise Kevin for his wise decision. The words that the Black Giant was not an ordinary swordsman, since he killed Sir Ben himself and no one in their right mind would consider this decision strange, greatly surprised Mikey. And the man realized that it was indeed someone, most likely, who decided that Mikey had chickened out. The king ordered Kevin to prepare 50 soldiers from the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion, and a 1,000-strong army. Mikey himself will participate in the battle, so everything should go smoothly. Kevin objected that even when hunting a rabbit, a lion puts forth all his strength. Pointing to the man, Stefan demanded that he put in all of himself. Not all of his soldiers, 1 or 2 lions, were enough to catch 1 rabbit. When the king pointed out that Stefan was right, the count began to feel superior, which began to irritate Kevin. As soon as the king began to leave, the count whispered an apology to Kevin for having somehow damaged his reputation. The man noted that they had to finish building a new palace, so gathering a 3,000-strong army would be too expensive. Kevin noted that he would be next to His Majesty, as would the captains who were ordered to follow him, and the rest to remain in the castle. The knights reported that they had obeyed the order. Count slyly grinned, happy that he was able to do everything in the best way. When the young man said that he should attack one of the 6 captains, he was very surprised. Stefan told them that Livel and Jules were already on their side. They had to infiltrate Mikey's elite squad. Since everything was like this, our hero was wondering why he shouldn't attack 4 of them at once, since there were 6 captains. The count agreed, but there was one thing. 3 of them were Kevin's servants before becoming captains, so Stefan hinted to the warlord to act with bias. Our hero realized that it would not be easy to kill one of his servants. The count's team used this fact against them. Jay realized that once he got to this point, he would need to disable his legs and undermine his fighting energy. Bella and Stefan immediately began to convince him otherwise, because if something happens to the current captain, a new one will be re-elected, and then it will become more difficult to introduce their people. But after what was said, the girl and the count exchanged glances. Stefan said that it sounded like the girl had a lot of experience in this kind of thing, like she was some kind of royal family that specialized in stealth attacks. The guys tensed up. Jay noticed that Stefan was quite smart, but now he was betraying his master, and he was not at all tormented by a sense of guilt. On the contrary, the man looked inspired. The guy thought that he needed to be careful with him so as not to get stabbed in the back. While guarding the old castle in Grande, the knight noticed something frightening. The enemies were approaching the castle walls at full speed. King Mikey was approaching the gate. Livel ordered the traitors to lay down their arms and surrender because they were surrounded. The knights on the walls began to justify themselves, saying that they were not traitors. The warrior with red eyes said that the fallen hero and Mikey can no longer be called king, because these people are against his power. Mikey immediately recognized the talking black giant because he had a very distinctive personality. The knight in black warned that they would fight to the end. Kevin wanted to know what they would do by asking the king. Mikey was surprised that the warlord was still asking, so he kindly explained that they were attacking head-on. The king ordered to follow him and rushed into battle first. Before Kevin rushed forward, he informed Levin and Gil that he would be at the king's side, and that their job was to cover the commander's back. Jules agreed and asked to leave the soldiers with them. Kevin and Mikey headed towards the old castle. As he moved, Mikey activated the giant rune technique's combat seal. A large fist emerged from the ground and lifted the king and the military leader above the ground. The knights of the castle were surprised, and did not understand how a person could use such a skill. Mikey raised his weapon and prepared to strike with a combat seal. With the help of fighting energy, the man tore down the gate with one swing of his hand. The king ordered the black giant to come out because he was going to take revenge on him for Ben's death. Mickey was in the black armor. He realized that everything went as it should and that his work was finished. As the young man thought, the enemies rushed forward without thinking, destroying everything in their path. Jay watched everything and decided that the tiger hunt had begun, while the count was hiding behind the castle wall. Mikey jumped off his horse, calling for the black giant to show himself, once again repeating that he had come to avenge Ben's death. Looking forward, the man was surprised by something. There were magic circles around Mikey and Kevin. Kevin didn't understand what the glow was that was circling them, while Mikey tried to figure out if they were trapped. Kevin noticed that many people had gathered, namely high swordsmen and mages. The ground beneath the feet of the king and the military leader began to crack and fly apart in different directions. Kevin reported that there were some problems, because according to Count Stefan's report, all the rebels, except for the successor of the mercenary king, were supposed to be ordinary soldiers. The king ordered not to panic. In the past he had fallen into such traps hundreds of times. The magical barrier was difficult to deal with from the inside, but from the outside, it was a piece of cake, and the order of the Knights of the Black Lion ordered to destroy everything. But as soon as he turned around, rage appeared on his face. The place where the order had previously been located was empty. Kevin was confused and started screaming and calling for Lievel and Jules. The Knights of the Black Lion remained outside the castle walls. Jules and Lievel heard the commotion outside the castle walls. Kevin was furious that no one followed them. Hearing the words that the guys were traitors from the very beginning, Mikey did not believe what was happening. Suddenly the current king's gaze rose to the castle tower. My eyes immediately caught sight of Count Stefan, who was trying to hide. The realization came immediately. The man was in a rage that appeared in the body with renewed force. Mikey began to scream about the Count's betrayal. Stefan became frightened by the king's screams and jumped back from the edge of the wall. Jay wondered if even the fact that he was standing next to him didn't make Mikey any less scary. To which the man began to say that he had fallen from surprise. The Count asked whether he had to come, to which our hero answered positively. Jay revealed that he wanted to see how the Count would prove himself to King Mikey. Otherwise, our hero would not be able to fully trust Stefan. Stefan hastened to rise to show his devotion to our hero. Jay pointed out that in any case, it was the Count who lured Mikey. Stefan noted that Mickey played his role remarkably well. Mikey would have smelled a rat if Jay had dressed up as the Black Giant, since Mickey is quite conspicuous. The Count asked him to take on the role, but it went smoothly thanks to his unexpectedly good performance. By heading into the tiger's den, Jay and his team would easily become its lunch. The Count watched everything that was happening with a smile, because in order to catch the tiger, it was necessary to lure him into a trap. The king and the military commander were simply furious at the betrayal of Count Stefan, whom they trusted. Kevin began to shout for the traitors to remove this barrier and how they dared to think about betraying the king. The soldiers heard that if they surrendered, they would be pardoned. The warriors did not understand what the man was saying and what situation Kevin was in. The mages began to gather energy to strike at their enemies, saying that Mikey was not their king. Without waiting for an answer, the magicians launched a fiery strike. King Mikey and Warlord Kevin stood motionless as they were attacked. The fire attack soon left Kevin screaming in excruciating pain. An explosion appeared at the place where the opponents had previously stood. The knights and magicians could not believe that they had gotten rid of the king, but it was too early to rejoice. One of the soldiers noticed that something was wrong and became slightly worried. In fact, Mikey was able to escape death and decided to attack the enemy from the air. Cracks appeared in the ground where the king landed. Mikey noted that the mages had strong magic, because someone of knight rank would not have been able to withstand it, and Kevin would have died. Gathering his energy, the king prepared to attack, assuming that the magician must be from the Iron Ivory Tower. While Mikey was wondering who was behind everything that was happening, a voice brought him out of his thoughts. The soldiers did not understand why Mikey had stood firm, but the king himself believed that this was the work of foreigners, because the people were tired of the king's tyranny and rebelled. For the same reason Mikey himself had staged a revolution 10 years ago. The king was surprised to hear everything. He did not quite understand what was happening. Mikey asked what they were talking about, because he was a good king, which began to irritate the people. The king reported that he saw several familiar faces. He didn't think that his subordinates had stabbed him in the back. Mikey treasured them, and this is how they responded to his kindness. The soldier reported that Mikey imagined himself to be a good master. For all these 10 years, the people perceived the king as nothing more than a captain. The knights rushed forward, shouting that they could not change anything if he could not cope with his duties. Mikey was furious that the people had rebelled against the current ruler, that is, him. The king began to repel the attacks of his opponents so as not to be hit. The king's movements were limited by the barrier. Otherwise, he would have dealt with all the knights with one hand. Jay and Stefan watched everything that was happening from the castle walls. Our hero understood that Mikey could not come to terms with such a turn of events, which is why he was cursing with anger. When Stefan asked what the young man meant, Jay replied that he was just thinking out loud. The barrier was quite strong, difficult to break even for a transcendental rank. Jay didn't really hope that old Damon would be accommodating in the raid against the Earth Dragon. He was stronger than any high mage. The Iron Ivory Tower is up to something too, Stefan agreed with Jay's statement. Stefan suggested that some information about the coup might have leaked. Our hero stated that nothing could be done about it, especially if it was an event of such magnitude. And the Iron Ivory Tower was very sensitive to this kind of information. It dawned on Stefan that Mikey was just stupid outside observers noticed, but the king did not. The count said that he was also responsible for the information. Jay was no longer surprised. The man considered everything that was happening to be just a good event. This allows them to overthrow King Mike. The current ruler was irritated by everything that was happening, and demanded that the barrier be removed immediately. Kai was backed up against the wall, calling the soldiers fools and what they had done in the middle of the king's road, and began to boast about his position. The knights heard that he was the father-in-law of the king of this state and all knights should kneel and beg for forgiveness. The men said that they knew everything, and that everything that was happening would be useful for the future of the country. Kai did not understand what was happening and demanded that the swords be released immediately. Kai's house was attacked and tortured by fire. A riot also began in the palace. Alex approached the Knights of the Order of the Black Lion with a request to listen to him. The prince did not try to betray his father, but only to save the country from those who led his parent to the dark side. The knights listened attentively to the heir to the throne's proposal to lay down their swords. The knights put away their weapons and said that they would wait for the king to return to explain everything. Alex praised Sir Brad for his wise decision, as there was no need for bloodshed. Even though Alex had seized control of the castle, it was only half the battle of their overall plan. Everything else depended on Stefan and his group. The Crown Prince looked out the window and hoped that everything would go well. Because of the barrier, the king's movements were limited, and due to the force applied, the man quickly became exhausted. But despite the restraining force, Mikey easily dealt with the enemies who entered the barrier. The leader of the knights, pointing his sword, shouted that the king should stop talking nonsense and that the man did not deserve to be the ruler of this kingdom. When Mikey heard that the knights were serving his son, Crown Prince Alex, the man was slightly stunned. The realization that his own son wanted to throw Mikey off the throne came pretty quickly. Observing everything, the king realized that not only his son had betrayed him, but also his close associates, who had taken an oath of allegiance. The most unpleasant thing was the betrayal of Stefan, whom he trusted infinitely. The stupor gave way to anger. The current king swore that he would kill everyone involved in the betrayal. The knights were a little frightened after the ruler's speech. Our hero thought it was funny that a traitor was betrayed by his own henchmen. The need for a bright but superficial sense of joy is now more important to Jay than any previous friendships. But he has never been a good person. The guy asked Mikey to try harder. He wouldn't have returned to Terranor if he was going to take revenge with someone else's hands. The soldier said that Mikey could be as strong as he wanted, but he could still defeat him while he was bound by a barrier, because there was nothing to fear from a tiger without teeth. The man was furious when he heard that he was the only one who would die that day. The current king began to gather all his fighting energy. He did not understand why the traitors thought they could cope with him. The accumulated combat energy sent vibrations into the ground, causing cracks to appear under the soldiers' feet. Soon, a huge stone hand appeared from under the ground. It was a combat seal, the giant's hand technique. The Black Knight didn't understand why the seal worked, because the barrier was supposed to hold Mikey back. The soldiers did not understand where the king got such enormous strength from and whether he was even a man. The king wished death on everyone. The market where the knights were located began to close in. Mickey, in armor, striking, remembered that when they were working through a situation like this, Jay talked about the weakness of the giant's hand technique. This weak point was the part near the wrist that connected to the ground. Mickey used the mountain-conquering art impulse technique against it. With a few movements of the sword, the giant stone hand flew apart in different directions. Having fallen to the ground, the soldiers began to talk among themselves, saying that they miraculously survived. Mickey tensed slightly when he was addressed by his nickname, the Black Giant. The king thought that the knight was a fake to lure him out. The soldiers began to panic when they realized that Mikey had managed to escape from the barrier. The king would like to wipe all his opponents into dust, but he was weakened by the barrier. Mikey threatened that soon the traitors would pay for everything, so they could start preparing for a terrible death. Having finished his threats, the man ran away, and the soldiers began shouting that they had to finish him off before Mikey recovered, and that they could not let him leave. The king felt such shame. He never thought that he would run away from the battlefield like that. While running away, Mikey shouted for everyone to just wait, and he would definitely take revenge on everyone. People began to panic that the barrier was not powerful enough to destroy the king. They could not miss it because it could cost them their lives. The man in glasses turned to the count and said that if the plan went wrong, they would die. To which Stefan said not to worry. The count reported that everything was going according to plan. No matter how terrible Mikey's tyranny was, he was only their king. His death would have led to serious consequences. The successor of the king of mercenaries had already gone after King Mikey, which surprised the man with glasses. Stefan assured that Mikey would disappear halfway through without killing anyone. Terranor would remember all his evil deeds, and all his good deeds would sink into oblivion. The men were surprised that a coward like Stefan did not speak with such confidence, without reason, and his words gave them hope. In the forest, a group of men surrounded a stranger. Young Mikey wondered who had entered his territory in the forest. Instead of answering, the young people asked whether Mikey was the boss in these parts. Jay and Jean stood in front of Mikey. It was their first meeting. The young magician wanted to know if his friend was sure that everything would go well between them, since there were only two of them. Jay asked if his friend was afraid of a bunch of bandits, even though he himself was a 6th-level mage, but Jean began to justify himself by saying that he was simply worried. Mikey listened calmly to the bickering between the two strangers. The young guy didn't understand what was wrong with the strangers and why they were causing a commotion on someone else's territory. It didn't matter anymore. Mikey was wondering why his guys had brought the tail to their base. The guys began to justify themselves by saying that their opponent was a supreme swordsman. Our hero reported that Mikey's subordinates took some of their things and asked to return them. With a smile, the young man said that maybe the things had been our hero's before, but now they were his gang's things, and he was going to give them away later. A golden beam appeared out of nowhere. Mikey suggested that the travelers return the things by force and hit the ground with a hammer. Jay also prepared for a fight, saying that he had already planned to take the things by force. Soon, Jay's sword and Mikey's axe clashed in battle. During the battle, the guy noticed that Jay had reached at least the rank of master. Jay noticed that Mikey, like a pumped-up boar, really does have strong fighting energy. Soon the opponent's weapons clashed again. Mikey was impressed by the strength of his young opponent and wanted to know his name. Our hero introduced himself and asked the name of his opponent. Mikey also gave his name and emphasized that he was a commoner, so he didn't have a last name. Mikey listened to the younger boy's reproach that he was sorry that the boy was wasting his talents on stealing, and our hero did not expect to meet someone strong in such places. With a smile on his face, our hero asked if Mikey wanted to achieve greater heights, and extended his hand as if inviting him to join the team. From the memories in the dream, the king woke up on the street. It was already twilight. A man sat near a rock deep in the forest. Mikey looked away, wondering how long he had been sleeping. After the rest, the king felt a little better. The Balarel forest was nearby, so everything looked familiar to Mikey, but he was glad about it. When he led the bandits, the cave was where Mikey's secret base was, and he abandoned the place even before the Revolutionary Army was created. The man exhaled. Even a search party would not be able to find him in the cave. This gave the king a chance to rest. Now that Mikey has recovered, he decides to return to Latensel and make the traitors beg for mercy. From the side, the ruler felt someone's energy. He assumed that the search party had found him, but that was unlikely. On the other hand, it was good because the man could take out his anger on someone. The man called on strangers to take action. He continued to shout angrily that he would make everyone pay for their betrayal. Hearing the notes of a familiar voice, the king was stunned for a while. The one coming out of the forest laughed at the words about Mikey destroying all the traitors, because in that case, he should have died long ago at the hands of the speaker. The speaker came closer, and the king increasingly understood what was happening. Large drops of sweat began to roll down my face from what I saw. Two people came out of the forest, Bella and Jay. Mikey didn't understand if he was still sleeping, or if everything was happening for real. Jay looked at his former teammate with a satisfied expression on his face. The current ruler, having emerged from his stupor, prepared to attack. Jay tried to remember how long it had been since they had stood opposite each other. It had been a very long time ago. The man still could not believe that his former comrade was standing in front of him. Our hero was slightly disappointed when the first question was about how he was able to return. Our hero was very angry that Mikey was only interested in how Jay was able to return after he was thrown back into another world. The man, in a state of shock, simply stood and listened to the reproaches of a friend whom he had not seen for 10 years. Without another minute's delay, the young man attacked the man. Mikey automatically put his weapon forward, defending himself from the blow. Having recovered from the shock, The king began to bombard him with questions about whether it was really Jay in front of him, and whether the young man had really returned to Terranor. With renewed fury, the young man prepared to strike again. Our hero launched a strike from the air. Mikey barely had time to block to defend himself. Having received a blowback, Jay did not stop striking. Just like many years ago, the fighting energy of Mikey and Jay clashed against each other again. The blast wave sent the opponents flying back several meters, and our hero tried to get up with the help of his sword. Mikey was now absolutely sure that this was his old friend, although Jean and Rose insisted that it was impossible. The young man put the sword on his shoulder and shared that it was not easy to return after everything he had been through. There was no turning back. Mikey smiled slightly at his conclusions that magicians were apparently not always right. The man kept thinking that there was something wrong. A sudden large-scale organized uprising. If Jay was behind all this, then everything is not so mysterious. Our hero knew about Mikey's secret place well. The guy grinned and emphasized that his former comrade was not as stupid as he seemed. Now Mikey understood what was happening. The great savior from another world had arrived to take revenge for the events of 10 years ago. The king was happy that everything was going well and he would not come up with any cheap excuses for his actions. And even more so, Mikey wasn't going to get down on his knees to ask for forgiveness. The man suggested that Jay try his best to take possession of his head. The young man returned his opponent's words that Mikey would make everyone pay for betrayal. From the blows of the weapon in different directions came a strong gust of wind, which is what Bella is doing. The girl was surprised by such overwhelming fighting energy. A moment later, the girl realized that the fighting energy of the two heroes of the revolution was inviting each other. Mikey decided to respond to the attack with explosive art crush. Our hero used the technique of the Tyrant King, the mountain stream technique. A vortex of blue energy was aimed straight at Mikey, who in turn took a defensive stance. The man missed one of the beams due to the use of the Tyrant King's technique. Mikey was still able to avoid the blow by absorbing the technique. He was slightly upset that the young man looked down on him and Jay was too simple. Our hero admitted that the technique was weak. He defeated Ben alone, but Mikey had more fighting energy. The current ruler gathered a whirlwind of fighting energy around himself and prepared to attack. Our hero was targeted by the explosive art of the lightning strike technique. Jay used the Tyrant King's technique, running water, again. Circles of energy with different diameters began to move in different directions from our hero. Mikey didn't want to share his former friend and decided to attack from behind. Jay didn't lose his composure and managed to repel the attack, putting his sword under the enemy's axe. The entire battle amused the ruler. 11 years had passed since their last fight. Mikey didn't even remember the last time he used such feelings. Jay pointed out that the enemy was too calm, so he believed that the man was aware of the seriousness of the situation, since Mikey had only muscles instead of brains. The blade of the axe bounced off our hero's sword. The man didn't understand why he should think about such a trifle as the seriousness of the situation when his opponent was himself a savior from another world. Mikey believed that there was no better way to die than in a fight with his former friend. 10 years ago, 6 heroes of the revolution came together to come up with a plan to kill the savior from another world. But they failed. Mikey thought that even revenge was not enough, and he alone, the result was predetermined. This battle would probably be the last for the king, and he did not want to win. The man moved forward. He was going to have a fight he would not be ashamed of. Mikey lunged at his former teammate, gun pointed in front of him. Our hero easily repelled the attacks of his former revolutionary comrade. Mikey noticed that the enemy was deflecting attacks too easily. The man looked closely, trying to understand what was wrong with our hero. Gripping his weapon tighter, the king sped up his attacks, making his next blow hard for our hero to dodge. Our hero repelled the following attacks, but applied more force than before. Soon, Mikey stopped punching, giving his opponent a break. The king nevertheless decided to ask what Jay was doing. He kept thinking that something was wrong. When Mikey asked why our hero wasn't using his steel fighting energy, the boy tensed up slightly as he caught his breath. Steel battle energy. This skill was used by transcendental-level swordsmen to compress formless battle energy, making it stronger and purer. Mikey remembered that the battle energy emitted a dark blue light of destruction, thus reminiscent of the endless skies 10 years later. The king remembered it as if he had just seen it yesterday. Our hero listened to how he was repelling Mikey's attacks, and never once during the entire fight used his steel fighting energy. The king assumed that Jay had truly weakened. Apparently, it didn't look like the young man was pretending. Our hero closed his eyes and exhaled. Later, Jay wondered if Mikey asked all his opponents such questions, and noted that the man was just as simple-minded. Our hero decided to be honest with his former comrade, and explained that he no longer had any combat or magical energy. He had spent almost all of it on returning to Terranor. The king listened attentively to his opponent. The man was curious about how, after what he had heard then, Jay had so much confidence to come and take revenge on Mike so easily. Our hero felt something was going to happen. Mikey landed a punch straight into our hero's side, knocking him slightly to the side. From the explosive art technique strike to the side, Jay felt hellish pain. As Mikey dealt one blow after another, he joked that it seemed like a game of chess had unfolded. His fighting energy 10 years ago was insignificant compared to Jay's. The king had already thought that this was his last battle, but now he knows Jay's current strength. Jay repelled the attacks even if he is not as good as before. Our hero has enough strength to finish off Mikey. The man rushed at the young man. He knew all of Jay's tricks. Jay flew back from the blow. Mikey said that our hero couldn't do anything with such a small amount of fighting energy. The young man landed on his feet and began to break with his hand. He smirked that Mikey was sure that he was worthless. Suddenly, our hero's instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and he felt something was wrong. An earthen hand burst out from under the ground. It came from the battle seal of the giant's hand. The young man immediately recognized the enemy's combat seal, from the activation of which stones flew in different directions. Mikey suggested that our hero had truly become weak, shrinking instead of striking back by summoning his battle seal. When our hero was distracted, a hand from the ground shot out in his direction at breakneck speed. Jay felt pain from the blow to his hand. He didn't expect the attack to come with such speed. The next moment, the young man found himself captured by military equipment. Mikey said that our hero looks pathetic. He couldn't even imagine that the day would come when Jay would be powerless. The king was slightly surprised when he heard the question about whether he had enough strength to finish off our hero. Our hero exhaled, turning to his former teammate. All these years, Jay could not understand one thing. He wondered why the revolutionaries didn't kill him that day. For the past 10 years, Jay has been wondering why he was stuck in a dimensional portal and completely vulnerable. Our hero was only pushed by Mina's hand, and if a dagger hadn't been stabbed into his side, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself. But his teammate didn't do this, so he asked Mikey why he wasn't killed that day but sent to Earth. Was it because of the guilt they felt? Mikey listened attentively to our hero. Still, the man said that since this was their last fight, he would tell our hero the truth as a young man and said that they were planning to kill Jay. But because of 3 hypocrites, they decided that Jay should be sent back and not killed. The guys said that if the others harm our hero, they will go over to the other side. For their own benefit, the hypocrites decided to betray, choosing a path where they would not suffer from remorse. So they decided to send Jay home. Mikey didn't understand why he would betray if he was going to let the victim go later. The man was furious. He was different. Mikey betrayed his friend and became king. If Jay had continued in Terranor, he would never have dreamed of such a life. Jay listened to everything with a serious face while Mikey was talking about how he was not going to deny the fact that he regretted what he had done. Mikey was a traitor, but not a coward. Our hero smiled. Now everything was clear to him. Jay immediately concluded that Mikey was a fool, pretending to be rude, but still such a coward. The king was surprised by the enemy's words. Jay asked if the man had seen his sins. Jay started shouting that he had never met such a cowardly and narcissistic person before, and asked him not to act as if the king was innocent. Mikey was furious at his former comrade's words. The man pointed his axe at his opponent, saying that the young man could say whatever he wanted. That was his right, and continued to insult him. The king rushed forward to kill his former comrade. In an instant, the hand from the earth was destroyed, and the hostage rushed to repel the attacks of the axe with his bare hands. The man was surprised, but Jay noted that Mikey was right, and that this was the truth about what happened 10 years ago. The younger man's words made the current king even more angry. Jay smiled while the enemy was furious. The guy was glad that the man's whining at least explained something. Releasing his fighting energy, our hero addressed the enemy by name, indicating that the king's skills had not improved. Mikey was shocked that he had been deceived. He heard about how the world had changed around him, and the king was stuck in the times when Mikey was called the wandering walls of the castle. The man had not become a bit better in 10 years. The king immediately recognized the steel energy and began to shout that Jay was a scoundrel and had deceived him. Our hero asked if he was ashamed to admit that he had bought into it, but Mikey didn't expect it to work. While Mikey was preparing for the attack, our hero kept talking about making the man just think, "Isn't it obvious that Jay will have some kind of ace up his sleeve for revenge?" King Mikey was furious and began to insult our hero. The man used his explosive art technique in all directions. Our hero jumped back from the barrage of stones to avoid being hit. Mikey began to use the explosive art again and again, this time using the rift technique. Stones started flying towards the enemy again. Jay immediately prepared to repel the enemy's attacks. Jay himself used Conquest of the Sky, hitting the enemy's attack with his blue rays, which arose using the resonance technique. The man didn't understand how the young man would be able to use Heaven's Conquest. Jay replied that he was facing a vile opponent, so he had to use the appropriate skills. The king struck again and again, which our hero parried perfectly. Bella watched from the sidelines and considered the battle to be the legendary strength of the 7 heroes of the revolution. She was horrified when she realized that such monsters were roaming free during the revolution. The girl understood that the heroes of the revolution were on a different level. Even her magic was powerless here. She did not understand why Jay brought her. Our hero again addressed Mikey by name, and recalled that there were 3 hypocrites. The king didn't understand why our hero was coping. Mikey suggested that Jay wanted to forgive them and give up revenge. Mikey ordered not to play with him. If this is the revenge that Jay wanted, then the boy will die today at the hands of the king. Hands appeared from under the ground again, proving the effect of the combat seal, the giant's hand technique. The king ordered one of the hands to attack our hero, and it rushed towards Jay at breakneck speed. Our hero noticed a hail of blows. There hadn't been any for a long time. The enemy stopped the barrage of blows from further action and began to watch. Realization came after a few seconds, and fear came instantly. The fear was caused by the fact that our hero could also use his combat seal. Engulfed in blue flames, Jay ran towards the hand that was rushing towards him, so our hero used the Aurora technique. The stone hand was intent on placing the young man on the ground. In an instant, the hand received a blue beam that destroyed it. Not even a second passed before the enemy equipment was scattered like stones in all directions. Our hero's sworn enemy, who had fallen into a stupor, made his way through the flying stones towards him. Still, in Mikey's head he understood that no fears would work on our hero. The king had already thought something similar when he first met Day, which is why Mikey resigned himself and was ready to die with honor. But as soon as the man thought that Jay had weakened, he grabbed onto the desire to live with all his hands. However, the king was not going to give up and attacked the young man again. Advancing on the enemy, our hero emphasized that Mikey had shown his true face. It looked as if the man had surpassed all worldly things. It was very annoying. The man began to shout at the young man, cursing him and saying that he should have killed Jay earlier, as he said. Jay decided to end Mikey's life using the Sky Conquest technique. In an instant, the man's body flew back, causing blood to fly in all directions. Our hero did not let the man come to his senses, striking him again and again with his sword. Our hero was not outraged. He was seriously determined to kill his former comrade. Mikey couldn't even lift his weapon to attack. He was just coughing up blood, which indicated that his internal organs were damaged. Soon the king was already lying without strength. The drops of consciousness were already saying that this was the end. Still, with his last breath, Mikey cursed our hero. Jay listened to the fact that the ruler had become weaker in the man's opinion, because Mikey had survived even after the conquest of the skies. Our hero was still interested in who the 3 hypocrites the man was talking about were, so he asked if Mikey wouldn't name names even on his deathbed. Slightly raising his head, the king flatly stated that he would not name names under any circumstances. The young man thought so. He didn't expect an easy answer. That's just the kind of person Mikey is. However, our hero decided to ask something. The young man was still curious about why Mikey had betrayed him, because the man had never been interested in luxury or politics. Mikey listened to how he became king, even though he had to betray our hero. The man smiled. Gathering his strength, Mikey sat up, hearing Jay's question. He became more and more convinced that the young man did not understand anything. Since our hero wants to know why the king betrayed him, he will tell. The man asked if Jay should really think that Mikey's opinion that since his friend is better, he should listen and obey in every possible way was all nonsense. Our hero heard that Mikey should definitely wag his tail like a dog and bow at his feet every time, tearfully thanking for every moment of friendship or blessing. The man was interrupted by Jay's voice, who asked if the man had come up with such metaphors himself. The young man would never have thought that Mikey had a talent for eloquence. Our hero came to the conclusion that the king simply had complex, similar thoughts. The atmosphere around Jay changed instantly. It was time to pay the debt of friendship and trust. The man immediately felt a change around him. Mikey's eyes lit up with excitement. He was ready to die at Jay's hands. Our hero did not understand what the king was talking about and why he had to do this for Mikey. With a smile on his face, Jay hoped that in the end, the man, out of the kindness of his heart, sent our hero home. Mikey didn't understand what the boy standing in front of him was talking about. The girl was slightly surprised when she was asked to come over. The man rose to his feet. He did not understand what Jay was going to do and demanded that the young man not delay and kill him already. The young man repeated that he was not going to kill him. Mikey listened to how even if he had planned to finish off our hero, the man still didn't do it. He just threw him out of Terranor. Therefore, the young man cannot kill the king. The man prepared to take the blow but did not understand what to expect. When Mikey heard the saying from Earth, he immediately understood the enemy's plan of action. Misunderstanding was replaced by anger. With Bella's help, Jay was able to open a gate to another world. The girl was surprised that our hero opened a portal to the dimension using her magical energy. Commanding someone else's magical energy sounds as ridiculous as borrowing someone else's stamina to strengthen your own arm. But there were exceptions. It was Jay, a monster summoned from another world that could borrow energy from the summoner. Initially, the young man was going to take Mikey with him, but the rate of recovery of his magical energy was slower than he expected. The young lady understood why he needed her. This was not ordinary revenge. Jay wants to send Mikey to another dimension. The king put out his hands to shield himself from the gusts of wind. Our hero noticed that the man seemed to have difficulty even staying in place. Jay shared that he looks the same as he did 10 years ago. Technically, Jay was exiled from Terranor to his homeworld, but Mikey was sent to an unknown world. The young man asked Mikey to understand that over the course of 10 years, some interest had accumulated on the debt, and our hero thought that this was a reasonable price. Realizing his fate, the man became frightened because he understood that beyond the darkness, the unknown awaited him. What scared Mikey even more was that in another world there lived the disgusting monsters of the Tyrant King against whom he fought. The man was afraid that Jay would send him to fight these monsters in a hellish place where there is not a single living soul. Mikey started screaming that he wouldn't just leave. The boys watched the confrontation between Mikey and the portal energy and listened to the words that he would return alive. Before disappearing, the man shouted that he would kill our hero. The young man watched everything and said a dry farewell to his former comrade. The portal began to suck the man into the unknown at breakneck speed. When Mikey closed himself off, all that was left was his clothes. Bella asked if everything would be okay. The 4 ivory towers would notice the spatial tremors. The young man replied that no one cared. They were going to leave one way or another. And in case of spatial changes, our heroes had protective magic. Having picked up the underwear, the young man asked if they could earn some money if they sold the legendary hero's underwear. The girl said that it was disgusting. Bella wondered what would happen to Mikey when he ended up in another world. The guy honestly answered that he didn't know, and that he didn't know where exactly the king would end up either. Jay assumed that the man would adapt to the environment of another world and would survive or die from the monster's gift only after finding himself in another dimension. It was none of his business. Out of common sense, Bella shared her opinion that it would be better if they killed Mikey. If he came back, there would be problems. While lighting the fire, the young man said that this would not happen. Mikey was not a magician, so he could not return. The guy threw the former king's things into the fire. Of course, there was still 0 probability. The young man was sure that his former comrades thought exactly the same when they sent our hero to Earth. The girl was interested in the plan of action if Mikey did return. The young man replied that it was even better that way. He had a plan of action. Once Mikey returns, Jay will be able to see the results of his revenge. After Mikey's disappearance, his son gathered everyone in the palace and announced that his father, who was also the king of the country, realized that he had been a bad ruler and therefore handed over the throne to him. In the name of the new king, namely himself, Alex proclaimed his lands the Kingdom of Lettenberg, and his subordinates bowed their heads in silence. Immediately after his coronation, the young king reorganized the royal council. Jerry Bowl, who made a huge contribution, became the earl and the head of the administration, taking over Stefan's previous position. Livel and Jewel were appointed commander and vice commander of the Black Lion Knights. Stefan was promoted to Marquis, took the position of prime minister, and was also given the title of hero. The nobles, seeing with what pleasure the new king was erasing the traces of the past, were already preparing to destroy their families. The young king tried to convey that he was not a villain, but that the sins committed by the duke could be washed away. But it would be monstrous to force their families to pay for it. To confirm this, the former queen, Duke Kim's daughter, Lilia, will become the wife of the current young king. The union of the current king and the former queen meant that there would be no more questions about the previous ruler. Upon hearing about the marriage, the nobles all swore allegiance to the king. Alex mentally thanked Stefan, because everything happened exactly as the man said. Everyone's attention was drawn to Queen Lily, who reported that her father, Duke Kai, saw her as nothing more than a thing to achieve a goal, not a person. That's why she was very happy to be nearby now as king. Hearing the words of his longtime love, the young ruler smiled. Our hero entered Stefan's office with a satisfied smile. Emphasizing the man's new position, he came to congratulate him on his assumption of the post of prime minister. While our hero was joking about the fact that the entire state treasury was in Stefan's hands, the man looked out the window. Soon the minister began to turn towards his interlocutor, surprised that Jay thought he would encroach on state money just because he became prime minister. To say that Stefan loved money was an understatement. He pointed out that even the money Mikey spent on entertainment would be enough to double his fortune. Either way, it went well. Since Mikey's was pure chaos, people will praise Alex even if he just does the bare minimum. Over a cup of tea, Stefan admitted that he didn't think everything was that positive. After all, Mikey was the main poison that was destroying the state, but at the same time, he was the shield that protected it. Since the hero of the revolution lived in the kingdom, no one dared to attack him. Now the kingdom of Lautenberg has no chance of becoming a small and weak country. Jay, even if this was true, our hero saw no reason to worry. Stefan smiled when he realized that the same fate awaited other kingdoms. The man was ready to put his whole soul into helping our hero if his country ever came to a bright future. The young man asked to stop talking nonsense and asked to be more specific. Stefan realized that he had screwed up a bit since he had been seen through so quickly. After a couple of seconds, the man became serious, saying that it would not be as easy to deal with the other heroes of the revolution as with Mikey. The king's reign was chaotic, and his skills were preserved because he was far from battle. Compared to Mikey, Jean, and Tim, who envy the 4 ivory towers like Jay in the past, have achieved master flow. Unlike our hero, his 2 former comrades were real magicians who had undergone the appropriate training, and in the basics, they were stronger than Jay. Luke and Rose also became much stronger. They constantly trained and improved their skills, unlike Mikey. Stefan was a little scared when he spoke about the strongest of all the heroes of the revolution. The man sat down. He was afraid of our hero's realization. Jay, in turn, asked not to drag it out and just say it. The minister recalled that he had already said earlier that if it were necessary to choose who would win, the Earth Destroyer or the Savior from another world, then only a madman would not bet on the latter. After a minute of silence, the man spoke. Our hero smiled from what he heard. If there is a choice between the current Queen of Thieves and the Savior from another world, then the man thought about it. The realization that his ex-girlfriend had become so strong came instantly. Stefan exhaled and calmly said that he knew of only 3 people who could stand against the Savior from another world. The first was the Knight Guardian of the Lusklin Empire, General Ronald, but he was killed by Jay. The second was the mercenary King Bart. After the fall of the Empire, his whereabouts are unknown. It is assumed that he died of old age. The list was concluded by the Queen of Thieves, Mina, who hid herself from the world with magic and reached the rank of a deity. Listening to Stefan, the boy was more and more surprised. The man continued that the Savior from another world, General Ronald, and the King of Mercenaries, at the moment, Mina is the only one on the continent of the supreme god of the sword, possessing the skills of the track of the greatest deities. For our hero, it was not surprising, but rather unexpected, that the girl had reached the rank of deity so quickly. 10 years ago, Mina, the transcendental swordsman, was in her late teens, a genius among geniuses, and could have easily reached the highest stage. It was all just Stefan's guess, but it seems Theo was close to Mina. The fact that the ruthlessly ambitious Queen of Thieves leaves a neighboring state untouched proves that even the rank of a deity does not guarantee absolute victory. Our hero didn't understand only one thing. Mina might be greedy, but she never walked over heads to satisfy her insatiability. Stefan asked the young man again if he had passed anything on. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of the minister. He became interested in what he wanted to tell Stefan that was supposed to make him angry. Stefan, with a serious look, got up from the sofa and began to assert that the girl had always been like this. The realization shocked the young man, and the picture formed as he remembered everything that had happened. Stefan reported that everyone had known about Mina for a long time, especially the 6 heroes of the revolution, even the man himself, a former follower of Jay. The only one who didn't know about everything was Jay. The man looked at the young man's reaction. Stefan saw that the atmosphere around our hero was frightening and oppressive. The minister was afraid that something might be done to him. To smooth things over and avoid getting punched in the neck, Stefan fell to his knees in front of the young man, apologizing. Jay hurried to lift the man up and began to explain that he was just a little upset because of a stomachache. Stefan stood up. He was glad that everything worked out, even though you couldn't tell by his appearance. Having heard everything that was necessary, the young man decided to retire to rest, wishing Stefan success in his work. As a sign of respect, the minister bowed as he saw the young man off. As he was leaving, our hero noted that the minister was right, and he was the only one who knew nothing. Jay remembered the cold look of his beloved 10 years ago. It was the appearance of her true face. The guy left thinking about everything that was happening. A few days later, the young man decided to take a walk. Bella, who was passing by, asked where his older friend was going, to which she was informed Jay was bored of sitting around doing nothing, so he decided to go for a walk around the city. Hearing about the walk, the young lady asked to take her along, as she too was bored of sitting around doing nothing. Realizing that the master was going to go somewhere, Mary happily announced that she would go with her. But the student's enthusiasm brought Mickey down, grabbing her by the collar like a little dog. The guy asked where the student was going because they had a class. but in reality he couldn't allow Mary to ruin the romantic atmosphere between Bella and Jay. The young lady decided to include misunderstandings, explaining that she thought that the lesson was scheduled for the next day. In fact, she was pursuing the goal of not leaving the elders together. There was some jealousy of the teacher towards the guy. Having announced that plans had changed, Mickey dragged Mary away like a puppy that did not obey its owner. Our hero and his companion noticed that the guys had become very close in such a short time. The square was bustling with life. Jay, watching people, noticed that the atmosphere in the city had changed. Now there was excitement in it, although the guy was pursuing personal goals, but still our hero was proud of his work. Listening to her companion and looking around, the girl noticed something. It was the library, the purpose of their trip into the city. Upon entering, our hero's attention was drawn to a shelf with bestsellers. There were many books related to another world. The young man exhaled. He could only guess what the books were about. While looking at the books, Jay's attention was drawn to one of them. The book with a dark cover had a rather interesting title, The Love of the Savior from Another World. Taking the book in his hands, Jay decided to read the contents. He was interested in what was written about him and Mina. And since a reprint was released, it turns out that even after 10 years, the story is relevant. But when we got acquainted with the contents, our hero was in a state of shock. The girl was attracted by indignant cries. The guy didn't understand why there was such strange content. The content was quite interesting. It told about the love between our main character and Jean. The young man looked at his companion with bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. The girl listened to her companion's indignation. The guy's behavior touched the girl. After leaving the store, the guy gave up his soul, coming to the conclusion that the world of novels is terrible. The guys decided to take a little rest in the square. Soon, our heroes approached the statues of the heroes of the revolution. Jay was interested when Mikey did them, although there was nothing wrong with this one. Bella pointed to the side where the statue of the savior from another world stood. Jay was surprised at how he looked in the eyes of others. The girl shared that it seems that others' perception of the guy has changed a lot over time, because the young man has achieved a lot, while Jay shared his opinion that no one really knows him. Bella turned to her companion, calling him by name. Bella asked what he planned to do next, now that the shirt was gone, and what his next goal would be. Jay returned his gaze to the statues, pondering the girl's words. Our hero can defeat Tim or John without any problems, since magic does not work on him. But it will not be easy to create a situation where they will fight one-on-one. The young man thought about coming for Theo. At first, it would be easier to challenge someone who was confident in his sword skills to comparison. Jay remembered the conversation about Mina receiving the rank of deity, and the assumption that Theo was close to Mina in level. If what Stefan said was true, then Jay couldn't be 100% sure of defeating such an opponent. It was still too early. Although the guy had accumulated a lot of combat energy, he was still a transcendental rank, so he needed more time. Bella came to the conclusion that they would need to continue training until the boy's strength was restored. Our hero approached one of the stations. Jay couldn't afford to waste time. The next target was Rose. The girl was surprised when she realized that the next target was the immortal witch. Rose was a priest healer and a divine warrior with the power of destruction in one bottle. It is believed that it is impossible to have such different powers at the same time. But the girl's talents were enough for the impossible. But the priestess was not so strong. After all, her strength is not in her combat skills, but in her ability as a priest to heal and kill enemies en masse with prayers. The latter has given her the glory of being the one who can infect others with all sorts of diseases. The girl was frightened by the story about Rose and her terrible ability. Even the most powerful magician or warrior is weak in the face of illness. Bella asked if everything would be okay, because according to the words, it's not so easy to deal with the girl. The young man assured that everything would be fine, because creatures from another world are not susceptible to Terraner's diseases, so Rose's power does not affect him. Bella quickly realized that not only Rose's ability, but also any illnesses in general were not scary for her companion. This made Jay happy, because otherwise he would have been dead for a long time. The girl suggested that illnesses were a form of magic. Jay hastened to explain that everything is not quite as the girl thinks. Earthly diseases also do not affect the inhabitants of Terraner. Bella listened to the explanations about the bacteria that had survived the battle with antibiotics, and didn't understand anything. The young lady became curious about what level of development a creature had to reach in order to cross the portal. The young man smiled, noticing the girl's interest. Finding out what was interesting was one of Jean's goals. The young magician was interested in what fell under the definition of a living being, because the portal of the dimension can only let them through. While wiping his sword, Jay thought about this too. Our hero was not sure, so he assumed that a living being is only one that has a soul. Jean began to assume that the person passing through the portal was dead. The young hero hastened to reassure his friend, saying that he looked scary. Jean smiled in passing, feeling awkward about his assumptions. The young man suggested that if Jay was sucked in while defecating and his feces half left his body, putting our hero in an awkward position. For his dirty assumptions, the young magician got hit on the head. The girl began to scold him for his nasty conversations before eating. The boy looked, complaining of pain after the blow like a small child. The person who struck the blow was a young girl named Rose. She smiled sweetly as if she was not within limits. The boys were in a house on the riverbank. Rose brought a stew similar to mashed potato soup for lunch. The girl apologized for such a simple dinner. It had been difficult to get the necessary ingredients lately. Our hero began to calm the girl down, saying that everything was fine, including Theo in the conversation, who confirmed that everything was delicious. Jean invited the girl to join, but she refused, blaming the fact that she had had a snack while she was talking and therefore was not hungry. The guys looked at each other, realizing that the girl might be lying. The girl looked at them when her name was called. The satisfied boys held out spoons with food, thereby trying to feed Rose. The young lady was embarrassed by such a gesture of kindness, and reminded him that she had already eaten. Still, the guys insisted, putting the owner of the house in an awkward position. After a couple of minutes, the girl finally agreed and accepted the gesture of kindness from her friends. The boys were pleased with their actions. Theo watched everything that was happening. He also wanted to feed the girl, but he felt awkward. When the boys began to urge the young man to follow their example, Theo became even more embarrassed, but did not show it. The guy started shouting that he would not give up the same actions even under threat of death. Theo put the spoon in the bowl and left the table. As he was leaving, the guy said that he was full and suggested that the guys eat his portion or throw it away. It didn't matter to him, although there would probably be a place in hell for someone who would let such food go to waste. Watching the guys squabble, the girl was glad that she had found such a friendly family. As the boys were leaving the house, Rose called out to Jay. As soon as the guy approached, a scarf appeared around his neck. The girl used the leftover fabric to repair Jay's scarf. Rose was glad that the boy would be warmer outside since it was already cold. In a way, Rose was like a sister or even a mother to them. Jay always wondered if he had a sister. Would she be like Rose? The girl was a very kind-hearted, calm, good and smart person. No matter what troubles or difficulties she faced, the smile did not disappear from her face. The smile didn't leave his face even while killing Imperial soldiers. It was a bit creepy. Jay, with a warm smile on his face, shared memories of the past, saying that they were all inseparable, like a real family. Remembering everything, the guy realized that he had now learned his lesson. Bella listened to the young man attentively. After finishing the story, she wanted to say something, but our hero interrupted her, saying that it was already late and it was time to go back, hiding all the pain of memories behind a bright smile. A lot of time has passed, so much that it is impossible to return to those days. At the same time, in the capital of Inatsus, Lysitarium, which is also the city of the goddess, it was twilight. The ruler of the kingdom was Rose. Her face no longer lit up with a smile. She gathered the important people of the kingdom and asked if Mikey had really been overthrown. The henchman confirmed the information, adding that the new ruler was Mikey's eldest son. The men assumed that his confidant, Count Stefan, was apparently behind everything that was happening, and the people remembered that they had said about him that he had the body of a sage and the mind of a beast. Rose noted that it was quite unexpected for a friend like Stefan to be the sole protagonist of the events that were taking place. It was too unlike him. The girl ordered them to investigate the incident. Then there was talk of settlers who had fled from the tyranny of Micah and settled here. A group of several people broke into the temple and hid offerings for the goddess. Rose did not understand why the settlers did this, because they were supposed to be provided with provisions and equipment. The person responsible for distribution was caught embezzling. The refugees did not receive adequate support, and stealing donations for the goddess was a grave sin. The problem was in the punishment. The man looked at the Empress with apprehension. Rose was of the opinion that even though it was a grave sin, it was not fair to judge those who were only trying to save their family from starvation. Everyone will adhere to the divine commandments. This does not justify their actions, and the person who committed embezzlement and those who stole the offering. It was decided to hang. Light laws come from human emotions, and therefore, unjust people must unquestioningly follow the laws created by the goddess, and not by people. Only the teaching of the Great One leads along the righteous path. Soon the girl announced that everyone was free, burning the men with her cold gaze, a look without a single emotion, and the judgment is truly fair. Fearing Rose's wrath, the men promised to do everything as the commandments said. Rose gave the men a cold look. In Stefan's house they called him Jay. The minister said that he would do everything that the young man mentioned. Now our hero Mickey, Bella and her student Mary were part of Leitenberg's delegation sent to Inatius. The young man was surprised when he heard this. Stefan always worked quickly, but this time his speed was amazing. The young man remembered that the conversation about organizing a meeting with Rose had taken place just a day ago. Jay thought Stefan was joking about the day's organization, but it turns out he wasn't. Our hero thought that the man needed a day to make a plan, but he managed to finish all the preparations in time. In order to become a legitimate ruler, recognition from other countries is necessary, and as expected, the new King Alex will be the first to send a delegation to another country for this. Jay didn't understand how Stefan managed to fit them into this. He thought the process must be long and complicated. The man left a place for our heroes from the very beginning, and if everything is already planned, then it is not easy. But if it is, then it is as easy as pie. Jay realized that Stefan had prepared all of this from the very beginning, which meant that the minister was ready for any plan our hero had. The young man asked that next time it would be better to ask him, and not to deprive innocent people of their jobs. Stefan realized his mistake and promised to prioritize more carefully next time. The minister suggested that Rose had a positive attitude towards the new king, the same attitude towards other states. If our hero and his company participate in the delegation, then they will be able to arrange a meeting not only with Rose, but also with other rulers. But there was an exception. It was difficult to arrange a meeting with one ruler. Jay guessed who they were talking about. Since this person was close to Mikey, then she would not like Alex the First. Our hero thought that it was unlikely that she would show her position openly. Jay hoped that a war would not start. Apparently the meeting with Tim will take place earlier than the young man planned. Only the kingdom of Tim and the neighboring states did not make any statements about Alex's coronation. Perhaps, as they said earlier, it is due to the ruler's close relationship with Mikey. Stefan thought that it couldn't be called close friends. It was more like controlling. This was another confirmation of their close relationship. Although, according to the official version, Mikey betrayed the throne of his own free will, becoming a free commoner. For Tim, who knew Mikey well, this should look very suspicious. Jay didn't want to inconvenience others just for the sake of his revenge. But if it came to that, shouldn't they deal with Tim first, not Rose? Stefan didn't think they should worry so much. Everyone except Tim's kingdom was friendly towards the new government. In other words, Jay and the team have the support of the Lielstein kingdom, the strongest among them. Jean and Tim were both magicians, which means they had been rivals since the revolution under the watchful eye of his opponent. Tim would not take any rash steps. Stefan bowed, saying that as they had planned, Jay should go to Ignatius and leave in 3 days. Jay realized that the man had already foreseen everything. Now our hero was calm. The weather was beautiful outside. 3 days later, Jay's team joined Leitenberg's delegation without any problems and set out for Ignatius. The man sitting in the carriage watched our hero's team through the window. He decided to ask if Jay really didn't want to go in the carriage, since it was still quite a distance to Ignatius. The young man assured that everything was fine, and that it was much more comfortable for him to travel. The man asked our hero to tell him if he felt uncomfortable, and the young man, in turn, thanked him for his concern. Our hero had not ridden a horse for a very long time. He had gotten so used to it that at first it was even missing. Now he was glad to be in the saddle again. Unlike Jay, Bella was not very good at riding. The horse ran so fast that the girl almost fell out of the saddle. When asked how Bella was feeling, the girl replied that she didn't feel safe. It really was dangerous, and it was better not to overexert herself. The young lady noted that even with running technique, it was still difficult to keep up with a horse, and she really wanted to learn how to ride when she had the opportunity. Mickey and Mary felt right at home on horseback, because the guy was a knight, and the girl was from a rich family. The young man was surprised, emphasizing what family Bella was from. She reminded him that she had fallen. Despite this, the girl promised to master horse riding before they arrived in Ignatius. Soon the soldiers made a halt before continuing their journey in the morning. Jay noticed that everything was different from the second coming of the J sect. The soldiers do all the dirty work for them, and came to the conclusion that having power is great. Mickey thought about his senior comrade's words and emphasized that they were not mercenaries, and that members of the delegation should sleep in the open air, so Stefan had thought of everything. While feeding the horse, Mary said that there was nothing to be done about it, since the country was not so developed and lacked luxury. Fast communications between villages to warn about the arrival of the delegation. And besides, most of the territory was cut up by mountain ranges. Previously, there was a government road through the mountain range, the Jerat. But during the revolution, the bridge over the gorge was destroyed and was never restored, which is why you have to travel by long roundabout routes. Mary was upset because if the bridge was the goal, they could trade with Ignatius 3 times more. The guys emphasized that the girl was immediately obvious that she was the daughter of a merchant. Bella immediately understood who the hero of the occasion was. The former princess looked at the guy, who immediately understood that they were talking about him, and began to sweat. A silent conflict occurred between the heroes, and the young man felt awkward. During the battles, the heroes of the revolution did not think much, if you think about it. Then a large amount of infrastructure suffered because of them at that time. The soldiers set up tents, and then brought their weapons into them so that they would not be damaged in the open air. The commoners survived as best they could. And Jay, in his opinion, was only adding to the troubles he had done so much in the past that now he had to be more careful in the future. The young man wondered what they could do now, since the soldiers had set up camp for them. Mickey volunteered to help the soldiers carry the luggage. Bella decided to practice horse riding. It was very important for her. Jay quickly realized his fate, and now he must keep an eye on Mary. Our hero decided not to waste time and therefore decided to train Bella's student. But instead of a weapon, he took a branch. The guy didn't understand how it all happened, but the girl was happy with the training and warned the older man about what was coming. Mary rushed into the attack. Without making any special effort, the young man repelled the attack with his stick. No matter how many blows there were, the girl always received a reflection. But so that Mary would not despair, Jay praised her fighting style. Our hero was able to catch the moment when the girl opened up and struck. The guy made a remark about the girl losing her head during the fight, while Mary was trying to listen to her mentor. Jay also advised to have a clear mind for better control of the body when wielding a sword. He asked Mary to be angry, but not to let rage cloud her eyes. Anger can ignite her spirit and give her energy for battle, but anger will cloud her vision and mind. Having recovered, the girl listened attentively to her senior mentor. Because of her childish naivety, the girl understood everything as if she should be angry, but she shouldn't be, and in some ways she was right in sticking to her opinion. Jay advised her to be collected even during training, as if her life depended on the outcome of the battle. Not only because Mary's empty swinging of her sword would not help at all, but if she continued like this, it could become a bad habit. The girl realized that she shouldn't look for easy ways. The young man said that she should be focused, but not waste all her energy during training. Because of this, she could get exhausted and not become better. The young man doubted that the young warrior understood him correctly, because it didn't look that way. The girl enthusiastically reported that the words of the successor of the mercenary king were very useful. Having started talking about the basics, the guy involuntarily plunged into memories. Jay wasn't that strong before, so he often got bruises during training. The guy's mentor at that moment was very cruel, and beat our hero even for holding the sword incorrectly. The man hated working with Jay, considering him worse than a child because of his weakness. The guy heard every time that the man and his team only needed Jean. Magicians are always useful, so he demanded that our hero contribute to the common cause. The humiliation and beating was stopped by Jean, who came up to him. The young man glared at the offender, but could do nothing. The brute hastened to explain arrogantly that he was teaching Jay how to use a sword. Warriors must go through fire and water before they themselves can stand on their feet, or else they will be able to handle it. Jean immediately rushed to help his friend. The boy began to cry from his helplessness. He did not understand what he had done to deserve all that was happening. The magician tried to calm each other down by saying that misfortune does not come from wrong actions. Life is irrational, and efforts are inevitable. Jay listened to his friend's words about the young man having to continue living. Jean promised that they would survive because it would not be fair to die in a foreign land. Mary's voice brought the young man out of his inner memories. The guy decided to finish training and return to camp, because everything was already ready there. Jay was trained in swordsmanship by an alley thug. He didn't teach him fencing or fighting techniques, but his lesson was more important. He showed our hero violence. Unable to withstand the constant attacks, the young man, being a boy, killed a bandit, and then he understood how fragile people are. Jay still thanked the man, because he showed him what kind of determination it took to survive in the living hell that was Terranor. Having pitched the tents and set up camp, it was decided to send a couple of hunters for protection. After dinner, Mickey was delighted with the memory of being returned to the army. Bella remembered about the rain and monsters. With a smile on her face, Jay asked not to slander. The weather was simply wonderful. The guys laughed, realizing that they were on the same wavelength. Mary also decided to join the conversation, saying that a great company had gathered and that the stewed beef was also delicious. But then I noticed that the atmosphere had changed slightly. A silent dialogue arose between Jay and Bella again, and Mary's admiration for the ordinary stew happened because the girl was too modest. Since our heroes always ate Mickey's food, their taste standards became higher. But Mary had never eaten such things before, his dishes, so they say such things. The boys didn't like their food, because compared to Mickey's cooking, the stew seemed too bland, but they had no other alternative. In the end, the guys blamed Mickey for changing their taste buds. Mary didn't understand what he said wrong. Eventually night fell and several soldiers went out on night duty. Our heroes had a night training session. He gathered the guys to teach them new techniques. Bella will learn the stealth technique that Mina used. Mickey will study mountain climbing and explosive arts. Bella asked if Jay was sure about his choice of skills, because the techniques were quite difficult to master, especially since he was from Earth. She doubted that Jay would be able to explain the nuances in detail. The young man had actually thought it all out long ago. If the guys didn't understand, he would simply demonstrate the techniques himself. Every time Mickey and Bella couldn't do it, our hero would show it again and again in his performance. The guys were already looking forward to the training. Or rather Mickey. The girl assumed that everything would turn out this way. These were the unique fighting techniques of the heroes of the revolution. Bella wondered if it would be suspicious enough if they, who were not related to them in any way, used the techniques, even if Jay was the successor of the mercenary king. Knowing such techniques was not the norm. The young man asked not to worry, and suggested that they answer that they learned from someone older. To be honest, this is how Mikey learned his explosive art. It was a common occurrence back then. Masters who turned away from the empire entrusted the future to the younger generation, and passed on their techniques to them. Our hero was of the opinion that it didn't matter who they learned it from. The main thing was that the equipment was suitable. First, they showed the technique to the girl, and she began to practice it. Next, Mickey, he listened carefully and repeated the movements. The young man did not understand why the boys were training, but he was the one who got tired. Bella hastened to explain that every time he helps them if something is wrong. Soon Jay fell down on his butt, exhausted because he was hungry. Hearing that the young man was hungry, Mickey immediately became inspired and offered to cook something. Without listening to his older comrade, the knight went into the forest in search of meat. Before Jay had time to properly scold the guy, he returned with 2 hares in his hands. Jay wasn't just surprised, he was shocked by Mickey's quick hunt. The knight explained that it was rabbit meat, so he asked if Jay didn't like rabbit meat, to which our hero began to justify himself because the young man caught them too quickly. Mickey justified this by saying that he was lucky when he hunted. He was hungry, and it seemed like the whole world felt it, and the prey appeared by itself. After listening to everything, Jay came to the conclusion that this could not be called ordinary luck. Asked Mickey to go hunting again to test his theory. The knight agreed without hesitation. As soon as Jay looked at the younger one, he saw something strange. Taking a closer look, the guy realized that it was a battle thread that was spreading in different directions. A squirrel that just wanted to eat an acorn got caught in the fighting threads. The young man immediately sensed the animal, but it was too small to be prey. Jay was amazed by the flair and accuracy at a very high level. This could be used in battle. Our hero has seen many high-ranking swordsmen, but he has never seen such a technique. Without wasting any time, our hero asked where Mickey learned this technique. The young man did not understand what kind of technology it was, so he looked at his friend with confusion. Then Jay realized that Mickey was doing all this involuntarily, on a subconscious level. Perhaps the young man became a knight not because he was not talented, but because he was unable to awaken his true abilities and his development slowed down. The young man sat down and began to look for something in his bag. Having taken out the salt crystals, Jay asked to count them. Mickey counted them without difficulty and reported that there were 136 crystals. The knight did not understand why he was being asked such strange questions. He would have liked to deal with the rabbit carcass. Mickey's face changed when he heard that it was a mistake to teach him mountain climbing and explosive arts. What really needed to be taught was the art of the tyrant king. Hearing this, Mickey was so surprised that he was speechless. The knight did not understand how he could learn it, since it was one of the 4 outstanding techniques of the savior from another world. The flow of this art is quite complex and sophisticated, so talent alone will not be enough to learn it. However, with incredible potential, Mickey will be able to stand against the rest of the heroes of the revolution. Jay admitted that he was blind. Looking at Mickey's size, our hero was sure that the knight would be an engine of power. But given his everyday behavior, it is safe to say that his technique is the most delicate. Jay still thought about something, or rather about the fact that the guy was just wasting his talent for cleaning and cooking. The next morning, the delegation set out. Jay and his boys slept in the carriage because they had been training all night. Mary was wondering what the elders had done last night and were now sleeping, while the head of the delegation was silently indignant about the fact that the boys had said that they did not want to go in the carriage. Ahead appeared the capital of the holy state of Anatius, Lyciterium. In the center of the empire of Anatius, in the capital of Lyciterium, there stood a huge dark tower. Our heroes were met by a rather elderly man who bowed as a sign of respect. The ambassador of the kingdom also bowed and thanked for the warm welcome. While Nick was making small talk, Jay was looking around. Several faces were familiar to our hero. They must have remained with Rose since the revolution. No man should know Jay, for he has applied the energy of 1,000 changes. Our heroes tensed up a little when they heard that Her Holiness, Mrs. Rose, was coming. They had heard a lot about her from the words of their senior comrade. The young ruler walked slowly towards her throne. The young ruler was elegant and graceful. The men, seeing Rose, were amazed by her beauty. Let's face it, our heroes also blushed when they saw one of the 7 heroes of the revolution. Despite her age, the girl looked very young. Bella decided to play a joke on Mickey by hinting that she looks older than Rose, even though she's in her 30s. Suddenly, the girl's attention was taken by someone from the side. The atmosphere around our hero was gloomy. Jay was curious about who was in front of him, and didn't recognize the girl who came out to them. The guys and teams were surprised by the reaction of their senior comrade. Already sitting in the room, Bella began to ask the guy what he was talking about. Was it really not Rose in front of them, but another person? Jay didn't fully understand what was happening. The girl who came out to them was definitely not Rose. Bella began to ask what was wrong with the girl. Maybe she looked different, to which the young man replied that they looked similar. Their appearance was exactly the same. Although the appearance was the same, inside the girl was completely different. Jay did not know how to explain it. Our hero tried to explain so that his friends would understand that upon seeing her, he immediately realized that something was not right. Bella suggested that Rose must have changed over time. It would be strange if it was the same person as 10 years ago. Mickey suggested checking everything again from a close distance the next day. As soon as the knights started talking about a banquet on the occasion of the delegation's arrival, Mary unceremoniously burst into the room. With a smile on her hand, the student announced that she had found clothes for everyone in their group for tomorrow's event to celebrate the arrival of the delegation. Mary sent the boys to change their clothes quickly because they might have to be altered. This was the ceremonial attire of the inhabitants of Gallon. They prepared them especially for the delegation of Leightonburg. Trying on her outfit, Bella looked like a true princess, even though she was one. The blue and light blue tones of the dress brought out the color of her eyes. Mary admired her teacher, but the boys were surprised that their friend looked so feminine. Jay was surprised that Ignatius wanted such clothes. He had not seen anything like it before, to which Mickey said that all other cultures were ignored during the reign of King Berserker. They began to revive again only after the lands were divided into 6 states. Soon our hero's gaze was again drawn to Bella in her attire. Noticing the look, the young lady asked if she looked strange, since she had not worn dresses to receptions for a long time. Jay said that Bella didn't look strange at all. On the contrary, she looked very cute after the young man's words. The girl blushed. Mary was unhappy that Jay was stingy with compliments. The guy didn't understand what he had done wrong again. Our hero wanted to take off his clothes as soon as possible. They were very uncomfortable. Because of all these layers, the clothes were very uncomfortable. He could not walk in them for a long time. Mary came to the conclusion that clothes need to be worn in order to get used to them. She also said that the program of the reception includes a ball. It will be difficult to dance if the clothes get in the way. Hearing about the ball, the young man tensed up a little. According to Bella, Jay realized that she wanted to attend the dance. Mary confirmed that she hadn't been to a ball for a long time either, and would also like to attend, surprising Jay even more. Mickey was the last hope. Our hero was sure that the knight would refuse to attend the ball. Mickey also supported the girls, saying that he hadn't been to such events for a long time either. Having made sure that Mickey could dance, to which she received the answer that all knights could dance, Mary asked if Jay could dance. Judging by the guy's condition, the guys realized that he couldn't dance. Jay replied that he didn't need it when it came time to face opponents with swords in battle, and he called it dancing. The guy panicked. He didn't know what to do. He didn't think that they would throw a ball, and he would have to dance to get closer to Rose. Bella was touched by the confusion she saw. Having emphasized that there is still something that Jay does not know how to do, she volunteered to teach it. Having got into the right position, the girl asked me to concentrate on her breathing and walk with her. The guy repeated everything after the girl. But at the moment when it was necessary to turn the wrist and press, everyone got scared because Jay overdid it. Mary started screaming, and our hero started making excuses that it was instinctive, and it seemed to have become a habit. It was already night, and Jay was tormented by the question of whether he would cope tomorrow. The following evening, the central tower of the Lysotherium, the night eye of the outskirts, a banquet was held in the Star Palace of the Moonflowers. An orchestra of musicians was invited. The tables were laden with exquisite dishes. Mickey had never seen food like this before, and it tasted unusual, so he tried to figure out what it was. The servant who served the table explained that it was traditional Gers food, but Jay had only just begun to try it. Our hero realized that the dish tasted like chapchen, which is a festive snack based on starch noodles. Jay never thought he'd be able to try dishes from his homeland in Terranor, and Mickey promised to try to recreate it. While eating, our hero noticed that Rose had not yet arrived. He had to wait and see her. Mary was delighted that there were a lot of people, but Bella felt awkward. The student asked if the girl was very nervous, but Bella was nervous that there were strangers everywhere. One of the guests noticed our heroine's conversation. The stranger asked about her name and family, surprising Mary. The girl asked who was in front of her. The young man said that he had heard that Mary had come to their country, but he did not think that they would meet face to face. He also complimented that the girl looked like her mother, and he recognized her at first sight. He himself was Bright from the Amos family. The red-haired woman remembered hearing that she had moved to Ignatius to get married. Mary bowed when she realized that it was her cousin in front of her. The young man was glad to finally meet her in person. Soon, another young man joined the conversation, to which Bright replied that he had met his cousin. Young Master Amos hastened to introduce the young man who had approached. His name was Duran, a knight of the Amos family. Jay and Mickey noticed some strangers near the girls. Our hero immediately approached the girls and asked if everything was okay. Mary hastened to explain that she had met her cousin and introduced Lord Bright of the Amos family. The young lady also introduced our heroes as accompanying knights of Stefan's family. Bella also put herself forward without waiting to be introduced. Seeing Bella, Bright was inflamed, complimenting her that the girl was as beautiful as her name. Mary was surprised by the behavior of her cousin who, without wasting time, invited the girl to dance. Bella did not know what to answer, so she agreed, so as not to put the young man in an awkward position. The young lady was outraged that her cousin did not immediately say that his target was her master Bella. Mickey only laughed that Bright used his cousin to get closer to Alita. Duran watched Mary's reaction. Afterwards, the young man addressed her by name, thereby attracting her attention. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy invited Wright's cousin to dance. All the anger immediately disappeared from Mary's face, and she happily responded to her new acquaintance's offer. Jay and Mickey were glad that everything ended well. Suddenly, the young man's attention shifted to the side. A figure of a girl in a red dress appeared on the stairs. People began to whisper that the one who brings God's will to the world had arrived. Jay was glad that the object of his thoughts had finally arrived. The keeper of the night and the moon, Her Holiness Rose, came down to the guests. Walking through the hall, the ruler heard many components about how beautiful she was. The guests were curious whether Rose would dance, but on the other hand, no one would dare to invite her. No one had the courage to invite a hero from a legend to dance, and so people thought that they should not bother her. But after a few seconds, the ruler of Ignatius was called out to attract her attention. Jay bowed and introduced himself as the accompanying knight of Stefan Kelteron's family, and asked if Rose would be honored to spend some of her God-given time with our hero. The guests of the reception were surprised that someone dared to invite such a gorgeous, and at the same time cold girl. Jay didn't think it would attract so much attention. He had no choice, and therefore had to check out his ex-girlfriend himself. A smile blossomed on Rose's face, and she happily accepted the young man's invitation. A few seconds later, they were already whirling around the luxurious reception hall. A couple of men were discussing the fact that our hero had balls of steel, and he did something that none of them could do. Jay realized that the time had come, and it seemed he had no choice but to show Rose something. Or rather, the fruits of his efforts that he acquired during dance lessons with Bella. He remembered the words about how the body got used to fighting, which is why the guy looks a little awkward in the dance. And since that was all there was to it, Bella advised us to think of the dance as part of a battle, as if our hero were slowly luring someone into a trap. People watching our hero and his companion exclaimed in surprise. Others turned their attention to the dancers. Jay and Rose moved smoothly, gracefully, like fairy tale characters straight out of the pages of a book. Many people got goosebumps just from looking at the dance, but Mickey was sure that it was not delight, but fear. He felt the thirst for blood coming from the dance. Rose shared that she felt something from Jay's dancing, but instead of an answer or explanation, our hero complimented the girl that she was as beautiful as a princess of the Moon Castle. Hearing that even the hares living on the line would be blinded by the beauty of the ruler, the girl was surprised. She was more struck not by the compliment itself, but by the fact that there were hares on the moon. 10 years ago, Rose asked a friend if there was a moon on Earth. The guy answered with a smile and said that there is a moon on Earth too. Jay also said that there is even a story about hares on the moon. These stories are created because of the shadows that outwardly resemble the figures of a hare. Rose, hearing about the rabbits on the moon, was delighted, saying that people on Earth are so interesting. But Jay told her that there are other stories about the moon. The guy's behavior and stories caused a light laugh and a sweet smile on the girl's face. Let's return to the present. The ruler said that the hares on the moon is a very interesting story, and asked how the guy found out about it. But Jay didn't have time to answer. The dance time was over and they parted, bowing to each other. The young man immediately said that it was an honor for him to spend time with Lady Rose. The girl herself said that she was pleased to hear this and went to the other guests to greet them. But soon Rose decided to return to the top. Thanks to the dance, our hero now knew for sure that the girl who gave him the dance, who was called the ruler of Ignatius, was not Rose. At this time, something sinister was happening in the Black Ivory Tower. The man in the mirror stated that he and his squad had found the heir of the Rusclan family. The woman standing in front of the mirror praised the magician Hans for a job well done, although it took longer than they expected. The magician reported that the heir hid his identity under the guise of a high swordsman. The squad learned that he was now acting as an accompanying knight of a noble family. The woman was not surprised that the refugee was a top swordsman. Now she understood why it was so difficult to find, even with the power of the Berserker Emperor, to think that this man would live as a knight and not a mage. Lady Vanessa demanded that a message be sent to the Moon Tower to Priest Romeo, stating that they would be happy to cooperate with him. Hans asked again if Vanessa really had the Veda of the heretic preacher Romeo, and there would be a reason to turn to him for help, to which he received the answer that in the fight against a monster summoned from another world, magic is useless. They cannot lose the Rusclan family again. The young man in the mirror was clearly not pleased with the news that they had to be prepared for anything. The next day, Jay reported that he recognized that the rose they saw was not real. He was interested in another question: who was that girl, and where was his ex-girlfriend? He only had more questions that needed answers. It was all confusing. Mickey assumed they couldn't go and ask where she was or something. The reason Stefan made our heroes escorts is so that they can freely contact the higher-ups throughout the mission. But in the current situation, getting any necessary information will be difficult. Jay set the task of finding out about the real Rose first. The idea immediately came to mind to get closer to the nobility, namely the nobles they met at the reception, Mary's relatives. The next day, the guys were met by Duran. The young man was glad to see Mary again, and said that he had been sent by the Amos family to accompany our heroes. Hearing that she was called Lady, the girl blushed and thanked for the invitation. The guys quietly chuckled. Jay kept thinking about how to get closer to them, and then an excellent opportunity came up. Amos was a fairly high-ranking person, so he should know something about their head of the church. This is a great opportunity to learn something about Rose. Already sitting in the carriage, Dureg introduced himself once again, saying that he became a high swordsman at 18 and had been serving the Amos family for about 6 years. The guy felt uncomfortable calling himself a high knight in front of our heroes, and also said that Lady Mary was also on the right path to becoming a strong knight, given the level of the masters she was studying with. Mary was embarrassed when she said that she was not so talented, and had not even really learned how to strengthen her body with the help of fighting spirit. Duran shared that the art of swordsmanship is not about becoming strong, but about protecting your honor and those close to you, and that it is weak does not mean that you cannot hold a sword. Although the young man said so, he was not always the best student. Therefore, Mary had enough time and she will definitely become stronger, according to Duran's words, which conquered the young lady. Jay didn't understand why the guy's words disgusted him because he was right. When they arrived at Amos's estate, dusk was falling. Our heroes had barely crossed the threshold when Bright greeted them. For him, it was an honor to meet such important guests. The cousin didn't have time to find out anything about Mary last time, so he asked how her mother was doing, to which he received the answer that she was healthy but very busy. Our hero is already bored with this small talk. He came only to find out who Rose was from the reception, but he can't ask about it directly. It's not a topic worth discussing with a stranger. Therefore, it was decided to first get closer to brother. But the young master's attention was drawn to Bella. Having said that he had not been able to sleep peacefully since he first saw her, he knelt down holding out a bouquet of red roses in the hope of getting to know the girl better. Everyone was surprised by the young man's behavior. The girl herself was speechless, and Duran understood that it was too early for such proposals, especially since the guests were on the road. Bella started babbling that they had accidentally skipped a few steps further, and that it wouldn't be needed because she didn't know the guy. While Mickey stood in shock, wondering what to do, Duran shared that his master confesses this to every girl he likes. At the moment when Bella was asked to become a lover, the girl began to think what to do. Of course, such a proposal took her by surprise, and that's why she blushed. But the next moment, Bright was listening to apologies and a request to accept the refusal. Unable to think of anything better, Bella grabbed Jay's hand, introducing him as her lover. Our hero did not understand how he was drawn into a love affair. Mickey and Mary were even more surprised than by Bright's actions, because they were close and did not know about it. When Bella said that she belonged entirely to Jay, he started shouting that it was all awkward and apologized for not telling everyone about their relationship right away. Young Master Amos became upset and asked the girl for forgiveness. The next moment he decided to step away for a while. Jay felt just awful after this situation, and Duran began to apologize, saying that he did not expect the Cat Master to rush so much. Soon it was decided to go and rest, because it was already late. But as soon as Jay entered the room, he froze in place like a statue. The room was large and clearly designed for two, more like a honeymoon room. When our heroes blushed, asking who this room was for, the servant said that Mr. Bright had ordered this room to be prepared for Jay and Bella. He confessed to the girl without knowing that her lover was standing behind him, so he decided to apologize for the misunderstanding. As soon as the servant left the room, the young man blushed like a blush. Our hero was surprised that Bella was very calm about this whole situation. The girl shared that it was nothing. She was more nervous when she saw the guy without clothes, remembering their first day of meeting. The young man sat down on the bed, reassuring himself that this was not the first time. They had used the same room in the city of Kagon, so there was no need to react so violently. As soon as he calmed down, he noticed that the girl was dragging a blanket somewhere. Bella lay down on the sofa. In fact, she was also very nervous. However, after a while, the boys decided to lie down together with their backs to each other. Last time they slept together, and Jay slept peacefully, so he didn't understand what was wrong this time. Maybe it was the decorations. As soon as we called him by name, our hero immediately responded. The girl decided to inquire about the purpose of arriving at Bright's estate. She immediately realized that they needed to get closer to Amos to find out about Rose, and she really hoped that she had not interfered with the plan with her prank. The guy said that he thought everything would be fine. Bright didn't seem so petty to him, he even provided them with such a room. The girl couldn't sleep, so she decided to read. Jay passed that her eyesight would deteriorate if she read in the dark, but the guy wasn't satisfied with the girl telling him that she would be fine with a night light, so he used magic to create a light. In a moment, the room was illuminated by light. In such situations, magic was a great help. Bella decided to read aloud, so she asked if it would cause any inconvenience, to which she received the answer that the guy would still be sleeping. But as soon as the girl began to read, the young man immediately opened his eyes. He took a sitting position. It was interesting what kind of book his roommate was reading. The girl shared that in this story, the guy says a lot of cool things. Jay began to justify himself by saying that he would not have said all the phrases listed. But as soon as the girl read about the sins committed in the name of fidelity, the guy admitted that yes, it happened, and he said such things. The guy was slightly irritated that the girls found it funny, and even more so that they published things he said in emotional outbursts. But I was glad that the book relieved all the tension and awkwardness. He was surprised that there were books that described events that actually happened. Our hero heard that there was not much in the story about his first appearance in Terranor. Bella soon realized that she shouldn't have talked about it. But the guy lay down on the bed and said that that was not the issue. He involuntarily fell into memories of when he first appeared in Terranor. It was a sad story. Before he could move, he was shackled and experimented on. A bright light emanated from the cell where Jay was located. The shackles he was shackled in sparked and caused pain. The men outside the chamber came to the conclusion that there was no point in continuing the experiments, and the boy was useless. Jay was the same as other creatures from another world. Healing works on him. But magic does not, moreover. He is an ordinary person, of which there are a dime a dozen. The leader of the experiments was Sir Parquet. Entering the cell, the man began to shout that Jay was a useless child, and that creatures from another world must have at least some unusual ability. One of the participants began to return and get angry at the man, saying that he had not completed the treatment, for which they yelled at him to get out of the way with his treatment, and ordered that experimental samples of drugs be used on the boy. Afterwards, he called over a young man unknown to Jay. Our hero looked up, full of fatigue. He heard that the stranger was instructed to watch that he did not die. This stranger was Jean, and their first meeting took place in such terrible conditions. Jean became Parker's apprentice at the age of 12, at which time the man hired talented children, and one of them, by chance, turned out to be a young magician. By the age of 20, Dan had managed to master second-class magic, not because he lacked talent, but because his teacher had not taught him anything. He was a genius who had achieved this level on his own. If Parker had been a direct teacher, he would not have let Jean's talent go to waste. First of all, the man saw Jean as an object for his research, and so he used him accordingly. Instead of developing his potential, Parker tested various substances on Jean, and the young man had to suffer from pain, endless vomiting, and other negative consequences. He had no choice but to adapt to this reality, because the guy had nowhere else to go. For them, this world became hell on earth. Jean felt that he and Jem were connected. The young man introduced himself and said that he had been assigned to look after him. But Jay didn't understand a single word the unfamiliar boy said. Jean immediately realized that his interlocutor did not understand their language. But Jean became the first one to show kindness to our hero in this world. The young man began to speak slowly, and sometimes separated into syllables. After a few attempts, Jay realized that the other person was trying to introduce himself. Jean said his name over and over again, pointing at himself. Soon Jay repeated after him and introduced himself. Our hero had the opportunity to learn the language and other basics of this world from Jean. This was a guarantee that he had at least one person on his side. and so they became friends. Jay couldn't believe that he and his new friend had very similar stories, to which he received the answer that the fate of a weak person is the same everywhere. Every day they made a vow to themselves not to die. 3 months after Jay's arrival in Terranor, the lives of our hero and Jean have changed dramatically. Another Parker expert has gone out of control and Jay has been engulfed in red flames. No one understood what was happening and could not believe that so much mana had accumulated in the child. Parker speculated that Jay's mana accumulation rate was faster than that of an ordinary person because he was from another world. The man was glad that he had found the very feature for which all these experiments were carried out. Assistants said the flow was difficult to control, and if they did nothing, the specimen's life could be in danger. Parker came up with a plan. He finally found a use for what he thought was trash, and now he won't let it die. But before the man could do anything, Jean appeared behind him. The young man brought the sword that his teacher asked for. He was scared of his friend. The man was glad that his student arrived on time. Hearing that he was ordered to cut off the limb, John froze. The man explained that the explosive flow of mana comes from the arms and legs. If they cut them off, they will be able to control it. Jay's limbs will not be needed for further experiments. Jean couldn't disobey, but he couldn't play around with his friend like that either. The teacher's shout brought me out of my thoughts. Hearing that Jay was just an experimental specimen, anger began to take over. Realizing that the student was a weak-willed bastard, the man demanded the sword and intended to finish his job himself. But instead of the sword, Parker felt pain. As soon as he turned around, he saw Jean's face. The sword that was meant for Jay was thrust into Parker's back. The insult for the mockery took over, and he took revenge on his tormentor. The man, bleeding profusely, still tried to intimidate the young man. But it didn't last long. Soon he fell, losing the last crumbs of his life. The next thing the young magician planned to do was save his friend. Jean started yelling at Jay not to try to control the mana but to just shoot it. The young man, experiencing hellish pain, heard his friend. As he was asked, Jay released energy. There was so much of it that it broke the roof of the building. Back in our time, Jay fell asleep peacefully after his story, drooling. The girl had no idea that her friend had gone through something like this. Perhaps Jean and Jay saw each other not as friends, but as saviors. Now she could understand why our hero was so hurt by the betrayal. At what moment did the girl doubt whether the young man was really asleep? She wondered if Jay cared about sleeping in a bed with a girl. But the next moment she began to scold herself for such thoughts. Still, it was decided to try to sleep. Just as the girl was light, suddenly our hero opened his eyes. The girl was slightly frightened by the fact that Jay sat up abruptly. The young man looked towards the window, just like a sleepwalker. The next moment the guy approached the girl saying that it was not time to sleep. The close contact confused Bella, and she began to think about something else. But all the confusion disappeared when the guy started listing 1 priest, 2 swordsmen, and 4 magicians. It turned out that the estate was surrounded. An army of knights stood at the gates of Amos's estate. Jay didn't understand why an army had come that looked like it would attack at any minute. Without thinking, the girl said that they needed to prepare for battle and reached for her clothes. The next moment she began to take off her clothes, which greatly surprised the guy. When asked why Bella was taking off her clothes, the girl answered easily and naturally. She couldn't fight in clothes. Our hero did not understand the change in the girl's mood just recently. She was embarrassed to be in the same bed. And now she was so easily upset in front of him. One of the magicians asked the priest Luther if they really needed all these soldiers. After all, the blood of the Lusklins had been diluted. There was no one who could properly use the spell to summon from another world. The mage really didn't think it was worth such a great deal of effort. Luther replied that the enemy could still summon a creature from another world, and there was nothing wrong with being well prepared. The magician was irritated that the blue ivory tower paid for all the preparation costs, and therefore so much money was wasted. Luther didn't think there would be a problem if they encountered a foreign beast. Someone approached the gate from the side of the estate, asking what was the matter since they had disturbed him from his sleep. Bride reported that this was the residence of Count Amos, the place where they worshipped the Temple of the Moon and the Edge of Lizat, and it was rude to come at such a late hour. Luther just chuckled. Afterwards, he began to shout that the young man did not dare to talk about the Temple of the Moon when he was hiding the descendant of Lusklin. Duran and Bright were surprised to hear the words half of the descendant. Mickey was also surprised, but Jay was not so much. He was trying to understand what was going on. Mary was also surprised when she heard about Lusklin. Bella was afraid that she had been exposed, but she did not understand where exactly she had made a mistake. Luther reported that the blonde hair gave away the descendant they were looking for, while simultaneously taking out his sword. Bella braced herself for the worst when she noticed that the sword was pointing in a completely different direction. She turned around to look. Jay also didn't understand why Luther turned in a completely different direction. It took me a couple of seconds to comprehend what I saw. the sword pointed at Duran. The young man tensed up when they started accusing him. Bella didn't understand what was happening. The realization gradually came to her mind that their target was not her, but Duran. She was surprised that the young man was also a descendant of the Lusklin clan. The guy tried to justify himself. He didn't understand what the elders were talking about. He admitted that he was also from the Brian clan, like Emperor Berserk, but not Lusklin. Bright also began to defend his knight, saying that there was some kind of mistake. Logically, since the Lusklans had white hair, then Bella would also fit the description. But Luthor didn't listen to him and simply wondered if they would continue to deny everything. The magician shouted that if Duran really wanted to prove his innocence, then it would be better to surrender, and the truth would be revealed during interrogation. Our heroes looked at Duran, because it was logical that if he was not guilty, they would let him go. But instead of surrendering, Duran took brother hostage and ordered him not to come near. The young man could not believe that his best knight was actually the heir of Lusklin. Durag believed that he could not fall into the clutches of the knights when he had lived for so long deceiving everyone. Luthor was glad that the guy had finally shown his true colors, and wondered if he really thought he would be embarrassed by playing with a hostage. Duran apologized to the young master and informed him that this would not lead to any doubts in the Amos family or anything like that. Then he threw brother aside. Looking at it one last time, Duran mentally thanked it all. Luthor ordered the capture of the traitor, but the boy was not stupid and started running. Thanks to training, the boy was able to jump over the fence. Priest Luthor ordered everyone to go in pursuit. They cannot lose sight of Duran. Mary and Mickey stood in shock, not fully understanding what was happening. Realization gradually dawned on the young lady. Bella also ran after Duran. She was serious. Jay realized that things were bad and rushed to catch up with the girl, leaving her student with Mickey, demanding that he look after her. Without thinking, the knight took the girl in his hand as if she weighed nothing. And then he ran in the same direction as his comrades. Bright still couldn't believe what was happening. He was worried about his friend. At this time, Duran was fighting with the knights on the streets of the city. He was already a little tired, so he was breathing heavily. Luthor said that it was pointless to fight, and that he would not escape from them anyway, since his identity had already been revealed. Once again, throwing himself into battle, the young man tried to convey to the soldiers that he had done nothing. But when he came face to face, he received a response to his attack, and then he flew into the wall. The blow caused the young man to cough up blood. Luthor will attack the young man, informing him that he will be sent for questioning. Even a criminal of Lusklin blood has the right to a trial. Durant did not believe in a fair trial, and the outcome was obvious death by hanging. The priest understood what the young man was going to do when he just raised his hand. Soon Jane was able to catch up with Bella and asked where the girl ran so quickly. The young lady apologized and said that she had run without thinking, and then she said that she was familiar with the name Duran, and perhaps they met when they were children. Having run to the square, our heroes stopped after what they saw. The magician was frightened by what he saw. He did not expect it. In fact, Duran was able to summon a monster from the other world. Luthor was as surprised as the others. The young man himself also looked at the monster he had summoned. It was a huge monster that looked like an octopus. In fact, the young man had not planned to summon such a monster. But now he had no choice. Using magic, Duran commanded the monster to move forward and attack the enemies. Without any obstacles, the enemy defeated the army of soldiers. Luthor realized that the soldiers might start to panic, so he asked them to remain calm. To encourage morale, the man began to say that the soldiers were the blades of the goddess, and the crown of Lishat was protecting them, so they had nothing to fear. The soldiers agreed because if they did nothing, the city would be destroyed, so they could not let their families go through that. And the knights rushed into battle. Luthor himself did not lag behind his charges and also rushed at the monster, wishing him death. The man on it cuts off the enemy's tentacles with several blows. The soldiers attacked mainly the tentacles, because there were the most of them. He may have been helpless against the attacks of 3 knights. Hans didn't know that Duran was actually capable of casting a summoning spell from another world, so someone had to take his knights and priests. Another magician began to attack with magic. Using Terranor's control technology, Monstro was able to enclose him in a sort of cage. The Mashas blocked the monster's escape route, so the knights had a chance to kill the monster. Bella and Jay watched everything from the sidelines without interfering. The girl noticed that Duran was very strong. A master-ranked swordsman and divine warrior. His strength is the same as the former. A warrior-ranked swordsman and a knight fought against the monster. Hundreds of elite soldiers and mages of the Black Ivory Tower attacked, but all their attacks only prevented the monster from moving. Bella wondered if all of Emperor Berserker's monsters were as strong as this one, to which I received the answer that no, not all. Jay explained that if Emperor Berserker's monsters were that weak, we wouldn't have to work so hard and Mikey could handle something like that on his own. The girl was amazed by the answer. Soon the boy's attention was drawn to someone running from behind. It was Mickey and Mary and Jay was clearly not happy to see them. When Mickey was cursed at, he began to justify himself by saying that he had been asked to look after the girl. The attention of the youngest warrior was drawn to Duran, who found a monster on his head. The young man demanded that the attacks be stopped. He had no intention of injuring the soldiers. He asked again and again to stop the attacks, seeing how the knights were suffering, because he could no longer control the monster. Duran simply wanted to leave the battlefield, so he demanded that the road be cleared for him. Mickey was surprised that despite the chaos, no one had died yet, to which Jay informed him that Duran did not want to hurt anyone. Bella didn't understand then why they had to fight. She didn't understand why it was considered such a great sin that his father was the Berserker Emperor. The soldiers stopped, not understanding what was happening. Duran practically lost control over the monster. The monster's behavior began to get out of control. The knight began to shout that the young man had finally shown his true face. But as soon as the knight attacked, the tentacles threw him aside. When the knight's body and the tentacle came into contact, the man's neck was torn off. A small explosion appeared at the place where the knight's body landed. Another soldier was very angry that his friend was killed and rushed into battle. He instantly struck the tentacle, cutting it. Suddenly, liquid burst out of the tentacles and hit the soldier. It wasn't just liquid, it was eating away at the man's skin. Luther was surprised that the blood could contain poison. The priest did not expect the monster to become stronger. Everyone realized that the monster was holding back its true fighting power. The next moment, the tentacles began to scatter soldiers to the right and left. Luther realized that it was his mistake. He should have called for reinforcements. Unable to bear it, the man began to insult Duran, calling him a disgusting successor to the demon. At this time, the young man tried to subdue the monster again. Realizing that the monster was not going to listen to him anymore, he asked him to stop. The monster's tentacles instantly engulfed Luther. The man didn't have time to defend himself before one of them got to his head. Our hero was not going to stand aside any longer, so he rushed into battle. A moment later, several tentacles were already flying to the ground. Duran and Luther were surprised by Jay's appearance. Our hero volunteered to help, so he asked the priest to evacuate the soldiers. Mickey quickly got his bearings and announced that he was evacuating Dina to a safe place. Jay asked to hurry. He couldn't just stand and watch anymore. Suddenly, someone pulled the young man back. It was Bella. The girl said that they couldn't let Duran escape. Our hero understood what the girl was feeling, but there were too many people. If they protected Lusklin, it could be dangerous for her. Bella immediately realized that they needed to do it so that no one would look. She could make it possible. There was a way to block everyone's view for a while. Our hero was preparing for a new attack from the monster. Instead of evacuating the soldiers, Luthor turned his attention to Jay's fighting energy. Realizing that he would be exposed, the guy quickly said that he was a student of the mercenary King Bart. The guy once again reminded him to take care of everything, and asked him to take the soldiers to a safe place. Luthor couldn't do it because this was a long fight. As servants of God, they cannot give up. The guy said that no matter how important honor is, they cannot compare it with human life. Soon our hero heard that he was right, and it was dishonorable to insist on this battle. As he left, Luthor asked to buy them some time. It's been 10 years since Jay had to fight the monsters of the Lusklans. Duran shouted that it was dangerous, and the monster wanted to attack our hero. After all, it got out of his control. But as soon as the monster attacked, Jay dodged the attack without much difficulty. And then he completely cut off the tentacles that attacked him. Watching everything that was happening, Duran did not understand what was happening and what to expect next.